Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei Got Betrayed and Join the White Dragon Empress Part 8. Before we start, please go support AbrahamJosueSalasRoa for writing that awesome fanfic. Now let's begin. This is the translated version I made. There will be some wrong he or she calling here because it's translated, so let me clear this. Issei is a male in this story. Chapter 27 Preparation and Repairing Bonds. The members of the Grimoire group, Citri, Issei, Valery and company along with the teachers, gathered shortly after in the teacher's room. All the kids and their parents gathered in the gym and were getting nervous. In order to calm them down, the staff led by Tsubaki Shinra went there to collect information. It's no use. I can't contact the outside. Ria said as he created a communication circle in his ear. And the transportation circle doesn't work either. Akeno was standing on the teleportation circle, but said circle disappeared shortly after shining. We can't teleport to a safe place. Shit. Is clicked his tongue. We cannot contact anyone nor teleport. This reminds me of what happened in Kyoto and what happened in Lucifer. I think the same, but this time it's different. Valery crossed her arms. What we are experiencing is more similar to when someone casts a spell on a specific area. Very true, Naya. Kuroka said that together with Biku they were analyzing the area. And thanks to our senjutsu, we were able to confirm that both the trees and the surroundings are not fake, they are real. We have not been transported to an artificial dimension. What Kuroka said surprised everyone. I was successful in creating a connection with Agres in the city meeting room. Now I'll show it to you. Said Sona, who began to show two 3D screens inside the teacher's room. What is happening? Asked Saraerg, whose image appears on one of the screens. We can assume that they activated a barrier that covers the entire area. Gondar, whose image appeared on the other screen, answered Saraerg's question. Right now we are using familiars to measure the magnitude of the barrier. We have received a report that there is a high probability that the city and Agres are trapped in a dome-shaped barrier. The entire region. That's a big scale. Issei said, surprised. And on top of everything, everyone's magic was sealed. Gondar showed everyone his forehead, where there is a magic circle releasing a sinister light drawn on his forehead, indicating that they sealed his magic. Who the hell did it? How odd. I can use my magic normally. Valery said that he created magical spheres in his hands and even invoked divine dividing without problems. And the others did the same with their powers and sacred gears respectively. Perhaps it is because the seal is only limited to the Magi who are in the assembly. A descendant of Morgana Le Fay has a point in what she says. Gondar affirmed what the blonde mage said, but to do this without us being able to sense a slight presence. It must certainly be someone worthy of being feared. Are you saying that there is someone capable of doing this so boldly as an enemy? Saji asked with a forced sarcastic laugh. That gives me a possible theory. Sona muttered as she lifted her glasses. If there is anyone who can do something like this, it is the legendary evil dragon who can control more than 1,000 magics. The Diabolism 1000 Dragon, Ozzy Dahaka. What Gondar said made both Issei, Valery and company remember the evil dragon against which they fought and that they were able to win by very little, although they received help from Office for the final blow. Since he is such a famous evil dragon, then he must know a spell that can seal the powers of wizards. Everyone was speechless at Gondar's words. Now everyone understood the cause of this white sky, as well as the seals on Gondar and the rest of the Magi. But an ability of this caliber. Even if it is a legendary evil dragon that was even enhanced by the Sephiroth Grail, I still don't believe that it can seal such a large region and famous magicians. Le Fay had a point in what he said. Even though he was enhanced by the Sephiroth Grail at the time of his revival, being able to seal not only the entire area, but also all the powerful mages is far beyond her imagination. But it would be a different story if you enhanced the effect of his spell. Sona said, looking at Issei, who understood what she meant. The boosted gear replica. Shit, now it all makes sense. Everyone understood what Issei and Sona said. Transferring the increased power to that evil dragon, it is natural that the range of its ability will be expanded. Underside the barrier that surrounds this entire region and the forbidden magic that restricts wizards. Both spells were activated using his help. Even if it is a replica, the Longines truly possess powers that surpass common sense. TSK. I agree. I even feel that they are using the power of the Securitate without my permission. Issei sounded a little indignant to see that they are using his powers against him. And how about Haidu increases the power for an anti-spell? Saji's suggestion seemed like a good idea to some, but that will be of no use. Sona shook her head. They should already be aware of that possibility. We must assume that they may have a spell as a countermeasure. If we try to get out of this situation recklessly, there are chances that everything will end in disaster. What Sona said left everyone silent. It's difficult to deal with them if they keep using procedures like that. Akeno said with concern. From what I understand, that replica of the boosted gear that Clippeth has was created using one of the gems from the original boosted gear as a base. And thanks to that they were able to replicate it, creating a perfect copy. What makes that replica inferior to the original is that the replica does not have a sealed legendary dragon and therefore it does not have the power to kill gods. But in itself, the ability to increase power and transfer it is still fearsome. Everyone agreed with what Sona said. Although if we look at the barrier, the magic used by AI.Ka has a complicated equation. Said Lefei looking out the window towards the barrier that covers the entire area. Even if its effect is improved, it requires delicate maintenance. This is because there are risks of the spell getting out of control and being destroyed, regardless of the amount of power. I even can't help but think that perhaps Euclid Lucifuge is more talented using the boosted gear. Issei for some reason felt a little offended at that, but he didn't complain. Something that Lefei noticed. And he didn't say that you are inferior, Issei-san, it's just that. Well, don't worry about Lefei. I understand. It's not like he can complain about it. Issei said calmly. Not to mention that the Lucifuge are the ones who serve Lucifer as his right-hand man and are people with powers that must be taken into account. Sona had a point in what he was saying. The priority right now is to discover the enemy's objective, said Valery with a hand on his chin. His first target is us. Gondar said with his hand on his chest. The magicians who have investigated issues related to 666 are his target. But they also covered agrees with a barrier. They may have some plan. What Gondar said made sense. They must have some reason to have sealed only agrees. Is there something in that city that they want? Issei's question made some of them thoughtful. The technology of the time of the ancient mass. Ravel muttered. The technology from the time of the ancient mass is still used in agrees. Sona said with her hand on her chin. There are still areas that we have not been able to decipher and Ajuka Belzebub Sama's research institute is currently located on the island. Rizavam Livan Lucifer, who is the son of the original Lucifer, must want something from the island. TSK. Valery clicked his tongue. Even I don't know what he wants from that place. I have received certain explanations from Azazel about what is in agrees, but the rest is just speculation. The legacy of the old Mao era. Gondar began to meditate with his hand on his chin. It could be some kind of weapon. And it is probably related to 666 or a technology that allows you to go to another world. Everyone was silent for a moment after hearing what Riaz said. I wonder if there is such a big secret within the city. Issei said analyzing possibilities. Well, just the fact that it's able to float like a city above it makes me think it contains some mysterious technology. Although I hope it's not some cliché like a weapon of mass destruction deep within her. I say the same. Biku laughed at what he heard. And the others hoped that there really was no such thing as a weapon of mass destruction. They created a huge barrier, so it wouldn't be strange if someone outside the barrier could sense that something strange was happening, right? Asked Saji. For if they cannot contact a city as well known as Agrees, then it would not be strange if soldiers from Ager's territory were sent to investigate after noticing some anomaly. If they realize that Klippath is behind this, then the other members of DXD or the powerful people of the underworld will come to rescue them. Surely they know the consequences of making a move as bold as this. Sona narrows her eyes. Most likely, there is some possibility that they have closed the connections with the outside world by distorting space-time and making sure that people outside don't notice it. Space-time distortion. Riaz said, becoming analytical. An hour here will only be a few minutes outside. It is something I have often heard when it is related to the concerns of using magic, but this is something that is only possible for an experienced magician after properly preparing for it. I never thought we would have problems of this magnitude when the boosted gear and an evil dragon teamed up to use forbidden techniques. Despite this, using a spell of this caliber will undoubtedly decrease their life expectancy. Gondar said, even if it is a dragon, it would not be strange if it cost him his life. Maybe. But thanks to the Holy Grail, the evil dragons can act recklessly because of that. Arthur said adjusting his glasses. Even if they end up dying, the Holy Grail will be able to recover their souls and will rebuild their bodies, giving them better ones than before. Then we must recover the Holy Grail at any cost. Kiba said with his arms crossed. Being able to control time and dimensions, it's terrifying. And that will make it difficult to create a counterattack plan. Since the monster crisis caused by the hero faction, several installed protective devices capable of blocking magic capable of altering space-time were installed in the institutes and important locations of the underworld. Ria said to get some of them out. Confusion. For example, in places like the capital of the Mayu territory, Lilith, and the main city of the Gremory territory. There are obviously numerous layers of defense placed near Ku Academy, which is where we live. Defense has been increased since the enemy has already infiltrated once. But, Sona nods her head. Yes, the protection device has not yet been installed in this city and in Agrees. The installation date in Agrees has been postponed on numerous occasions. That place is the sacred land of the raiding games, in addition to being an institute and a tourist city. You have to deactivate one of the functions there to be able to place the protection barrier. That became the cause of a part of the City Institute being reluctant to install the device, hence the delay. And it became counterproductive at this time. Agrees is one of the sources of the budget of the Agre's territory. The Archduke mediated the protests between the tourist community of Agrees and the army that wanted to place the device. It seems that he is going to get sick because of it. So that was it. The device was not launched because priority was given to tourist attractions. No, each territory has its own way of doing things, and it is certain that the Archduke also has his own difficulties. Even though he is already caught between the mass factions, as well as the Great King faction that puts the bloodline as priority. Certainly the person who acts as an intermediary would fall ill. This happened before the installation of the device in Agrees, and they are going after the nearby city that houses the assembly of Magi. Sona said with a hand on her chin. The barrier only covers this city and Agrees. It can't be a coincidence. It scares me to think that there is someone behind all this. Still. Excuse me. The one who entered the room in a hurry, opening the door forcefully and making a fuss was one of the employees. Did something happen? Riaz asked the employee. An image appeared in the sky. Said the employee pointing outwards, intriguing everyone. Instantly, everyone left the teacher's room to go to the schoolyard. And then, when everyone looked up at the sky, they saw a vision in the sky with Infernian letters written there, which read as. For please, wait a moment. And while everyone was preparing for the worst. How are you, Team DXD? Upon hearing that voice that was familiar to some, the image of the sky changes until it shows a young man with silver hair who seemed to be in his 30s and had blue eyes. Long time no see, don't you think? Razavum? Said Valery with some disdain, surprising those who had read the reports about that subject. And they understood well that this guy is Valery's father, and without a doubt, they look a bit alike. So that's Razavum Lucifer, huh? Lucifer's grandson. Sona said, narrowing her eyes. Yuju, I'm here too. Next to Razavum appeared an even older, middle-aged man with a beard and also silver hair. Here is everyone's favorite idol, the old Razavum Sama. Hello everyone, it is a fact that some of you do not know me in person, but you have heard of me, right? True. And there is Valery's stupid crazy grandfather. Tiamat said with some mockery and a hand on her waist. I bet terrible things are happening to all of you, so I decided to explain the situation to you personally. After all, it will be strange if I didn't, you know, how in the scenes where the enemy explains the situation, doesn't that seem very cliché? Razavum said with a certain amused tone, giving some people goosebumps and anger building up in others. I'm sure everyone already realized it. Anyway, the truth is that we have covered the entire region with a barrier. Oh, I'm sorry for scaring you, Razavum spoke without a hint of remorse. Anyway. Razavum now spoke up and coughed to get attention. The one who did this is one of our new allies, the evil dragon Layden, the insomniac dragon. What Razavum said left me astonished. Everyone who didn't expect that. For those who don't know, Layden was the guardian of the golden apple and was killed by the original Heracles as one of his labors. Thanks to Layden along with Euclid's Longinus, we have been able to cover the entire region. And the protection walls and barriers have improved defense. Oh, and for all the people in that city I speak again Razavum, we have also created walls surrounding the entire city, and we also sealed the magic of the most famous magicians, and the one who sealed them is the so-called evil one, among the evil ones Ozzy Dahaka, who can use 1,000 different spells, and the way he used his power was also magnificent. Of course, its power was enhanced thanks to the boosted gear replica, Razavum said happily. Now, we have separated this place away from the outside world and time completely, so the people outside haven't noticed it. There is no doubt that the combination between evil dragons and Longinus is incredible, said Razavum with some mockery and shrugs his shoulders. Since the magicians there did not cooperate with us, we have decided to take out the garbage before they get in the way on our way. What a childish rather than aggressive way of doing things. Zenobia said. Plus, this will save us the trouble of coming again to steal some of Agree's technology. That's because my dad was the one who created her. Don't you think it's natural that I inherit them because I'm her son? Don't you think? Razavum narrows his eyes and points his finger at everyone. I'm sure the DXD team they formed to defeat us is there, right? Oh, we have already received information about it beforehand. It might be interesting. Why don't we have a battle? Evil Dragon's armies and the legendary Evil Dragon will go there, as well as to the floating city. In order to crush them. So try to stop them. Hey, seriously, try to stop them. Saying that, Razavum snapped his fingers. And at that moment, numerous giant pillars of purple fire began to appear around the city. But what the hell? The purple flames. Asia, just by seeing those flames in the distance, felt great fear when she saw them. And her demon instincts told her that there was nothing in the world for her to get close to those flames. That those flames will turn it to ashes in an instant. And it can't be. This is. Valery seemed to have realized that it was that it's the Longinus, incinerate anthem the Saint Cross, one of the 3 holy relics among the Longinus. Shit. Issei clicked his tongue. And as far as I remember, the possessor of that Longinus is affiliated with the rebel wizard group, Hexenict. The pillars of fire were created to surround the city, Gondor said seriously. There is nothing but death for the demons who are touched by that fire, even the wizards will turn into ashes. I heard that the possessor of Incinerate Anthem was helping the Cows Brigade, but I never thought he would actually appear here. This is the fun part. So do your best, we will start taking action within 3 hours. Chido Rizavam, full of joy, waves goodbye. And so, the holographic vision in the sky disappeared, revealing the sky again in white. The situation itself has become the worst possible scenario. And some look towards the Oros Academy. And memories of the children's smiles pass through their minds. The children sharing their dreams, goals and all the things they will learn in this place. They can't let those idiots destroy this place before school opens. With everything that happened, everyone began to take action immediately. The first action of the members of the Gremory and Citri groups was to take the children, their parents, and the staff to safety. The shelter is the basement of the school. Sona Citri made a sturdy shelter under the basement of this school as a precaution, indicating how prepared she was for a possible attack. But she obviously didn't expect such a strong scenario. And they had to mobilize people after explaining to them the situation they were in. I see, so they have already started the evacuation, said Sarayerg, whose somewhat blurry image appears on one of the 3D screens in the teacher's room. The reason why the vision is a little blurry is due to the appearance of the purple flame crosses that interfere a little with communication. Yes. Issei nodded. The city is not that big, so there are not many people to evacuate. We will have completed the evacuation of the school before 3 hours. What's with the plan to escape from the town? It will be of no use. Valery shook his head at Sarayerg's question. There is another barrier around the city besides the one covering the entire region that separates us from the outside world. On top of that, the pillars of purple flames have us surrounded. We tried to escape, and although we destroyed the protective barrier and the fire crosses, they were immediately repaired. We even tried to dig out underground. But there are also purple fire crosses underground. Issei reported a little frustrated. We have run out of plans to escape. The seal imposed on the magicians makes things more difficult for us. If they hadn't been sealed, then we could have escaped the barrier immediately by ignoring the barrier around the region. At this time, with a little magic that was not sealed to them, the wizards met in the shelter of the school basement to together make a magical teleportation circle. Said Valery, leaning on the wall. The Magi there are all renowned. That's why this is possible, even though it's a crazy way to do it. But it's our only option. We'll buy the wizards enough time while we fight the evil dragons. Lefay offered to help the Magi with the teleportation circle, but it was determined that we also needed her to fight, taking advantage of the fact that her power was not sealed. Issei said. Right now, we need all possible fighters. Sarayerg sighed. We have the same situation here. Although we are able to destroy the barrier around agrees, it is immediately repaired. We cannot evacuate people from the city under these conditions. And also, it seems that we are already surrounded by the evil dragons. Sarayerg as best he can shows Issei and Valery the situation on his side through vision. And they were both somewhat speechless at what they saw. The sky was all black due to some black silhouettes flying through the sky. They were obviously able to identify those black things as the mass-produced evil dragons. And they were a huge horde. And the number of them is greater than 100 or 200. And the one in the center of all those evil dragons is a dragon with 3 heads and 6 wings, with scales of a very dark purple color, almost black. It was Ozzy Dahaka who headed to Agrees. That evil dragon that caused a lot of difficulties for Issei, Valery and company. Those of us who are here are the Bale group, Sigvara Agares and her group, and also Diehauser Sama's group. We won't go down so easily. Sarayerg had a point in what he said. Since they were talking about 3 large groups of professional rank that even surpassed the Gremories, and Citra Sigvara acts as the Archduke's temporary agent and is giving the orders and agrees. He is doing very well. She took command of the city after convincing the stubborn old men on the council. Incredible. Because my first impression of her at first was that of someone scary. Issei said with a bitter smile. Although I still have the impression that she is very strict. Hi do Issei, this is a situation where we must give our all. We must protect Agrees, the people, the children, and everyone else, Sarayerg said. Sarayerg-san, those children have nothing to do with the ambition of those guys and the 666, right? Issei said. Yeah, they only came here for their dreams, right? Yeah, the XD must give everything to protect those children, right? Yes, of course. Protecting the hopes of the underworld is the duty of the members of DXD. We cannot allow even a single child to be murdered. And we cannot forgive a single enemy. We are going to defeat those who come for us. It is our duty, as beings with great powers. I agree. Valery agreed to what Sarayerg said. And the three felt their hearts filled with great will and determination. We will definitely go there after we settle things around here. Therefore, they must hold out until we arrive, Sarah reported. We will do that. Issei nodded. We will also try to get out of here as soon as possible and try to go provide support, and agrees. So hold on too. Then, good luck. When Sarah said that, he cut off communication on the 3D screen. The moment of battle is getting closer. In order to have a meeting before the battle in which they will be focused on defense, Issei and Valery headed to the strategy room located in the underground shelter of the evacuation zone. And as they advanced through the hallway, they saw a couple sitting on a bench. Although Issei for some reason feels that he had already seen the woman of said couple somewhere. And as soon as the couple saw Issei and Valery, they approached them to talk. Excuse me. Hi, do Issei-sama, what is going to happen to this place? Asked a demon man with a restless expression and voice. There is nothing to worry about. Issei said. This shelter is very resistant, so it can even withstand the attack of terrorists. Since the teleportation magic circle will be ready soon, we will be able to escape from here safely. What Issei said seemed to reassure the couple of demons a little. Isama. Our son was continually rejected by everyone because he was not blessed with demonic power since his birth. Still. The demon woman smiled sadly. He is our son that we were finally able to give birth to after more than 100 years of trying. We have been taking care of him and supporting him, wanting him to grow strong. Issei couldn't help but think that that child is in the same situation as Sarah. However, all his companions can control their demonic powers, as if it were something natural. Said the demon father. My son stopped smiling after realizing that he is different from other children. But upon coming here, our son smiled. The last time he did it was when he met the Securite Op-I dragon. I see. Said Issei, scratching the back of his neck. And when he looked in a certain direction when he sensed the presence of someone. He saw Roswis along with a child. And the child came running with happy face. Mom, Dad, look at this. The demon child raised his hand and gathered his strength into it. And then, for an instant, a small flame lit up. It's fire magic. The fire comes out. The boy's father stood motionless for a moment. And then hugged his son with a smile. Well done, my son. And the child's mother cried happily in silence at what she saw. Issei then began to take a closer look at that demon child. In truth, he feels like he's seen it before. And as he thought back, he remembered the end of a certain event when he was hailed as the Op-I dragon and that he gave his autograph to a child who couldn't see the event. And that's when everything clicked in his mind. Why, your name is Laurenkus, right? What Issei said left both the demon child and his parents speechless. Last time you came to my old presentation, right? Yeah, that's right, said the demon child, now identified as Laurenkus. Happily, see mama. I told you that the Securite wouldn't forget me. Yeah. You're right. Said the mother smiling. Oh, that's right. What should I call you now? Securite or Op-I dragon? Laurenkus's question left Issei almost speechless. Well. See, with Securite it's fine. Issei said, smiling bitterly. That Op-I dragon thing was just entertainment for children. But nothing in there was to be taken literally as to how I increased my power. Oh, I understand. Laurenkus said. Tell me, Laurenkus-kun, did you have fun at school? Valery asked him. Yes, Laurenkus responded energetically. By the way, do you think I can get stronger too? You will definitely be stronger if you try hard. Said Roswis, caressing the boy's head. Being able to face obstacles without giving up your age is something amazing. That's why you have to keep believing in yourself, okay? Yeah, Roswis-sensei, Laurenkus said energetically. After that, the father takes his son's hand and returns to the room where they must wait until everything is over. After that, Issei and Valery, accompanied by Roswis, continued on their way to the strategy room. It seems like he has been practicing a lot all this time. He told me that he wanted to keep practicing so that his parents wouldn't cry anymore. Roswis smiled. No matter what magic it is, it will undoubtedly become a help to the person who does it and to other people. There is no useless magic in this world. Roswis said the phrase that his grandmother told her. I have heard those words from my grandmother on several occasions when she was a child. Although I thought I understood them, but no. But now I feel like I can finally understand the true meaning of my grandmother's words. I see. Valery smiled at what he heard. That is, and as they continued their way towards the strategy room, they saw Sona along with Saji and some children ahead. Saji-sensei, are the scary dragons coming? Will school be over? The children asked with worried faces. There is nothing to worry about. Saji said, smiling and caressing the head of one of the children. Let's defeat all the evil dragons. It would be bad if all of you get hurt, so you should stay here. Please wait here, like good guys, right, Kaichu? Yes, he is right. Sona said, smiling. So all of you don't have to worry about anything, okay? What's more, look at this. From a small magic circle Sona would take out a tablet and after operating it for a moment, she handed it to the children. Please watch these famous anime shows from the human world. By the time they have finished watching them, the evil dragons will have already disappeared. Hearing this, the children were relieved and left for the evacuation zone. I won't let them destroy it. Saji clenched his fist when saying that. There are many demons who have their hopes pinned on this school. This is also our dream. Yes, let's protect him. Issei said, approaching and drawing the attention of Saji and Sona. Calm down, Saji. We have already survived many battles and we will continue to protect ourselves. This time it will be the same. We are going to protect the town and the school. Yes, we cannot allow them to destroy it. Saji stated smiling. After confirming his thoughts, everyone entered the strategy room. And around an hour and 30 minutes, everyone was already very clear about the strategy imposed by Sona Citri to defend the school. And the rest of the strategy will be said when the time to fight arrives. And since there is still an hour and 30 minutes before the truth, everyone began to prepare as best they could for what is coming, starting to warm up a little. And at this moment, Issei was on the surface outside the underground shelter and walked through the Oro's academy until he reached the gym. Where upon arriving, he found the person he had been looking for a while. Kaneko Taoju was punching and kicking some boxing dummies while he wore soft but equally hard metal gloves on his hands. And that made for stronger blows from him, but even Issei himself knew that even with that, Kaneko wouldn't accomplish much against the mass-produced evil dragons that equaled or surpassed high-class demons. And all because he doesn't use his Nekomata powers again. And that's the reason why he's here. Kaneko would hit the boxing dummy hard, breaking it and causing the filling to come out. What you are doing is a waste of strength. You weaken yourself. Issei's voice caused Kaneko to turn to look at him. He hadn't even felt it coming. Surprised to see me? And here I thought you felt me arrive. What do you want? Senpai? Kaneko asked, not being in the mood and returning to her own thing. Issei sighed. I'll just say this. If you know that our enemies are powerful evil dragons, right? Kaneko remained static at what Issei said, sensing what he meant. We have to fight with everything or we will die. And for that, you need to use your powers, Kaneko-chan. I do not need them. I can win without that power. Kaneko clenched her fist as she said that. Issei frowned at that. Even before, Issei knew that Kaneko was always the most stubborn of the Grimoire group, despite being the quietest who rarely shows emotions. But this time, he knows that he must somehow convince her to use her power again. From Nekomata. You're going to die if you fight like that, you know. Kaneko didn't say anything to what Issei said, and this side. I believed you better than this, Kaneko-chan. I never thought you were afraid. What Issei said seemed to be enough for Kaneko to start shaking, while she avoided turning to look at him. Issei is not normally one to insult others or put them down, but if she has learned anything from Lux and Helena, it is that sometimes provocation can help others speak their minds. And she's putting that to the test by belittling Kaneko to get her to tell the reason why she doesn't want to use her powers again. He was gentle with Akeno since she is more honest with what she thinks, but Kaneko always preferred to keep everything she thought and even her sorrows to herself. And that alone is enough for Issei to understand that going soft won't make Kaneko see reason. That's why he is being rude to her. It's not true. I'm not afraid. Kaneko clenched her fist tightly. Then why are you secluding yourself again? Kaneko did not answer Issei's question. There are many innocent people's lives that depend on us, and it will be necessary for each of us to fight with true 100% to win, and no one dies. And no. I can't. Kaneko started to shake a little more, as if something she had been holding in for so long was threatening to come out. Then you are more useless than I thought, Kaneko-chan. What Issei said left Kaneko cold. She never thought that she would hear that coming from Issei. You withdraw from everything, you don't want to face your past, and now you plan to let all those who believe in us die, all because you can't move forward. You're sad, Kaneko-chan. DGGGRRRR. Shut up. Kaneko, raising her voice and not being able to resist it anymore, launches herself to hit Issei with the best blow of his. A blow that Issei easily stops with one hand. That's not even anything now for him. Maybe before he would have been twisted by Kaneko's blows and strength, but not now. You have no right to tell me that when you couldn't even overcome that woman the way I am. The way we all are. It's more your fault you did this to us. You're right. This is my fault. Kaneko was slightly surprised at what Issei said, who then shook his head. No. This is rather the fault of all of us. You and the others did not think about my true feelings, and I let Rainer rule who I am, unconsciously distancing myself from you and not wanting to relate to you. Indirectly, we all hurt each other, and all because I was incapable of loving. And also because you didn't say you loved me. I loved you. Kaneko confessed, lowering her head and losing strength in his struggled. I started loving you because you helped me accept that side of myself that I hated so much. I was happy when you accepted me even as a Nekomata. I was willing to do anything for you. I offered you my purity to help you regain your vitality, but you rejected me. And all that was because, at the same time, in the end, you were lying about what you said. Issei was confused by what Kaneko said. You rejected me and avoided me, all because I'm Nekomata, right? You were afraid that I would turn into a monster, right? Even if you had become a monster, I would have saved you. Kaneko looked up to see Issei. And her face was full of tears. I promised you, remember? That if you got out of control, I would stop you. Issei sighed with understood sadness. I avoided you and the others because of my fear of loving, that you didn't feel the same. And I believed that until recently. But that doesn't mean that I hate you or that you scare me for being Nekomata. It was my cowardice of not being able to love that made me walk away. So you should not seclude yourself just because you believe that I hate you or fear you for being Nekomata, because it is not. You were in the same group as Ni-sama the entire time you left, right? Kaneko asked. She does not. Believe me, Kuroka is a good person. Issei spoke, interrupting Kaneko. She had her reasons for doing what she did. She sacrificed everything for you because you matter to her more than anything. You may not believe it from me, so talk to her and you will understand everything. And no. I can. Kuroka is your sister. The only blood family you have. Kaneko didn't know what to say to what Issei said. Even you don't convince yourself that you hate her. You're just upset because she abandoned you, without knowing the facts of why she did it. Did she tell you? Asked Kaneko with her eyes down. Yes. Issei nodded and sighed. Leaving that aside, is there anything else you want to say? Tell me, do you hate me? Kaneko asked with her head down. No. Issei responded. You fear me? No. What do you feel for me? Nothing. Because we never amounted to anything and I never saw you that way. Kaneko lowered her fist a little upon hearing what Issei said. I was surprised when I came to the crazy deduction that you loved me too, and it was impossible for me to believe it. But everything you did confirmed it to me, and hearing it directly from you is more than enough. And now, what do you feel and think about me? Kaneko withdrew her fist and began to speak with her head down. Before I became interested in you. I admired your strong will to continue fighting even when injured and against opponents stronger than you. Even when you were the new one and being a rookie, you became stronger than us in a short time. All of that made me admire you and see that you were more than the pervert I knew. When Ni-sama tried to take me and you confronted her and accepted me even for being Nekomata, that was when that feeling of love was born that I never thought I would feel. It made me happy that you stroked my head whenever you could, even when I sat on your lap. Kaneko looked up a little, revealing his sad expression. I was a fool for not having said what I felt. I even felt insecure when I saw that you didn't see me in a similar way to the others. I did everything to make you notice me, but not even that was enough. It made me sad to even think that you weren't interested. Kaneko would then look up, looking Issei in the eyes. That's why. I want to tell you that. I love you, senpai. Issei didn't say anything to what Kaneko said, and she continued. Even if you don't see me the same way, internally accept that maybe I don't deserve you. But at least. I wanted to tell you this, so I could feel at peace. No matter what you say. Issei closed his eyes for a moment, thinking about what Kaneko said. And with a sigh, she opened her eyes and raised her hand to a certain height. Kaneko-chan. Hit. But. Just hit. She a little confused did what she asked. She gave a hard smack to Issei's hand, who showed no reaction to the recent impact. Kaneko sighed when she saw that. Let's see, get in position to hit. Senpai, I'm serious. And I also. So do as I ask. Issei spoke with a firm voice. Move your left foot a centimeter away from the center. Kaneko was confused at what she asked, but she did it anyway. Now, when punching don't just shake your arm and hip, put more weight on the supporting leg. Saying that, Issei raised her hand again. With all your strength. Kaneko nodded, this time a little more firmly, and delivered the blow, following the instructions Issei gave her. Great was her surprise the moment her fist hit Issei's hand. Those who know how to hit can recognize the strength and effectiveness of a blow by the sound they make at the moment of impact. And the sound of this blow compared to the previous one was louder, even more so when Kaneko attacked full of anger. And Issei put his hand harder to resist that blow, indicating that he resisted it, but he did feel the force that made him numb. Slightly. Good. Now again, and with Senjutsu included. But. Do it. Show that you are not reclusive. Issei raised his hand again, as if challenging her. Show me if you really have a strong will. Hearing that, Kaneko looked at her fist and clenched it. Besides remembering what Issei said, if doing this will make him give her an answer, she will. And with that, Nico's ears appeared on his head as did her Nico tail. And with that, Kaneko now channeled Senjutsu into his fist and into his punch. The sound of the blow was louder than before, in addition to seeing that Issei tried harder to block said blow, and there was a slight expression of complaint on his face, which surprised Kaneko. But what happened? Your common strength as a rook was already terrifying before you used your Nekomata powers. Issei removes his hand from her and shook it, feeling a slight pain in it. But because of me, your strength has weakened. Even using Senjutsu, you barely made me complain with one hit. The old you from months ago who even used her Senjutsu with the crazy brute strength of hers would have already made me wince with more complaint than this. But if I compare them. It's like saying that the you from months ago who used her powers and was very strong was a 10 and the current you was an 8, but you're still not far behind. It was a good blow, Kaneko-chan. Senpai. Before I give you an answer, I'll tell you this. Issei interrupted Kaneko from speaking. You feel weak and frustrated for thinking that Kuroka is stronger than you, right? Kaneko was speechless at what Issei said. That's understandable. Because I felt the same once. Valery, who is my equal as Heavenly Dragon, she is good at something that I am not. And that by nature, she will always be more inclined to improve faster than me. Issei clenched her fist as he said that. Thanks to her help, I turned the Juggernaut drive into something more. And while I was grateful for that, at the same time I was frustrated to think that maybe I wouldn't have surpassed Juggernaut drive if it weren't for it. It frustrated me that I couldn't even improve at the rate I wanted. But that only makes me have to try harder and become stronger in my own way. Issei would see Kaneko. I'll tell you what, Kaneko-chan. That punch you gave, even when you were weak, is a punch that Kuroka could never do. Why? Because it lacks the natural strength of your legs. Kaneko did not understand what Issei was referring to and. Wait a second, was he looking at her legs? Not to sound perverted. It is. And there go again the hard and cold words of Kaneko-sama. Words that were a dagger in the heart of Issei, who for some reason, boy did he miss Kaneko's harsh words and insults towards her person. What I'm trying to say, Kaneko-chan, is that Kuroka lacks the muscles to do this. From what I understand, she has always used magic more than fists, despite having some experience in self-defense. But you have a foundation that she couldn't imitate, since you have perfected it for years without knowing it. Issei clenched his fist as he said that, and it still hurts a little. You have learned on your own, but sometimes a little theory helps one. Senpai. I know. Your answer, right. Kaneko nodded to what Issei said and sighed. Like I told you, I never felt anything for you, nor did I see you that way. But. Is it okay to start over and see if something grows between us? Kaneko was speechless for a moment at what she heard. And then put a small smile with slight tears in her eyes. Yes. Issei smiled at that and made a slightly embarrassed face. I'm sorry for what I told you before. But if I didn't, you wouldn't have spoken or released everything you contained. I'm sorry. I'm a terrible and stupid senpai. You're not. Stupid or terrible. Kaneko wiped away the tears that wanted to come out. You want to be better than before. And so do I. And this to me is a little sarcastic. Without a doubt, we are pathetic people who cannot overcome our past. Maybe. But you should already know this. Issei said. Alone, there is nothing one can do. You will always need someone else to raise their hand so you can move forward. Others may say that the waitress is nothing, but that is not the case. Because those who believe that are people who have lost every vestige of love in their being. I understand. And also, senpai. Kaneko unexpectedly hugs Issei, who didn't expect that. I don't care if you don't see me that way for now, but keep in mind that. You see that I am also a woman. I don't even care that Valery Lucifer is your girlfriend. Or that there are several who are in front of me. I just hope that, one day, if you manage to see me that way, what do I want? Kaneko looked up, looking Issei in the eyes. I want to be by your side. Because I love you. And no one will change that. And therefore, if you see me that way. I want to be your wife when she grows up. Issei was somewhat speechless at what Kaneko said. And he stopped by to see her with some seriousness in her eyes. It wasn't a joke. She admits it, Kaneko has always been in her special way. He can see in her the heart of someone strong and who will never doubt the feelings he has for her and the affection he can give. And even if she is somewhat aggressive and she has been more times with him, she is a good girl who has shown Issei what affection and forgiveness is. Very well, she already more or less knows what she has to say. I will take your word. If I see you that way and you grow a little more, I will respond as I should. I understand. Kaneko nodded and seemed determined. I will drink a lot of milk to grow up and build a relationship to be senpai's wife. Just hearing that, Issei was surprised that Kaneko took it well. Women, always so complex. Well, then. Issei would sigh and look at the clock where it indicated the time left. There's still about an hour and 20 minutes left before we start fighting. So you want a little showdown to get into real shape and regain some condition? Yes. Kaneko nodded, accepting the offer. He knows she's a little rusty and that's why he doesn't want to waste this. Better a real opponent than a simple doll. Well, let's go then. Issei jumped back, being a certain distance from Kaneko. Let's do it. And when he said that, a red aura enveloped Issei along with a dangerous air around her. Taoki. So it was true. Kaneko had heard that Issei practiced a little senjutsu thanks to Kuroka and Sun Wukong. Where the most developed is her Tauki and being able to sense presences. Very good. I will not hold back. For my friends and family. I will not seclude myself anymore. A golden glow appeared in Kaneko's eyes as a dense wide aura envelops her in the form of her Nekomata of her. Issei smiled at that. Alright, time for her Cowhide to regain some of her former condition. And just like that, the Sekiruyuite and the white Nekomata charged against each other for a fierce practice match. Already at the passage of around 50 minutes, there were 30 minutes left before the 3-hour time limit. About 30 minutes ago, Issei and Kaneko had met up with the others. And many were surprised to see both of them with certain scratches or slight bruises on them, but nothing serious for them. With Issei only saying that they warmed up a little before the action. Obviously everyone could notice that Kaneko was feeling like never before, similarly to Akeno, as if a great burden and guilt had been lifted from her shoulders. And some of the girls sensed that maybe Issei and Kaneko fixed things between themselves. Which was more accurate when after recovering thanks to Asia and a phoenix tears from Ravel, Issei stroked Kaneko's head who purred at that in the form of her Nico. Reaffirming everything that they both made up. And there were some talks after that, but now to the only priority. There was already less than 30 minutes until the battle began. And currently, all the members of Gremory, Citri, Irina, Issei, Valery, Tiamat and company were leaving the underground shelter and returning to the outskirts of the school. Even though the enemy said that it would be 3 hours to start the battle, they doubted that they would be faithful to their word. Also, the battle will be quite simple. Until the wizards down in the basement complete the teleportation magic circle, everyone must protect the city and the school. It will be a battle to defend them. And since Ravel is a non-combatant member, he will stay waiting in the shelter. And as everyone walked down the hallway, Asia stopped suddenly, as if something had caught her attention. And when everyone looked in the same direction, they saw a mural made by the children who came to the open house. And on said mural there are written messages and several drawings made. I want to become the rating games champion. I hope to attend this school. I'm happy to be able to meet the Sekiruyuite. I want to come here again. I want to enroll in this school. There are endless innocent wishes written there. The symbols and images are not very good. They must have made them with imagination while enjoying the day of experience. Some could not contain their emotions upon seeing this. And they wanted to protect this place. And it feels like everyone's spirits have been lifted just by seeing this. This place must be protected at any cost. And we will do it. Valery affirmed what Issei said, putting his hand on his shoulder. We will give our best, and we will succeed. Listen friends. When Gasper said that he was looking in a certain direction, everyone followed his gaze. And everyone could see several people approaching, all of them were men wearing soldiers' armor. But judging by their faces, they didn't look like soldiers, rather they were. They are the parents and older brothers of the children. Kiba confirmed who the newcomers were. They all look like they had enormous resolve. We will also fight. Said a demon father who seemed to be the leader of this group. There are few people in the city who can fight, and we also heard that there are no soldiers settled in the town. Even having a little more people is better. Said another demon father. There must definitely be things we can also be useful in besides combat. And there may still be residents who have not escaped yet. What the demon parent said was true. Even if they had quality on their side, they were not enough fighters, and they will not be able to cover everything. And if there really are unprotected residents, some doubt they can cope easily. I can't detect any more presences in the distance because of the purple fire crosses that are surrounding the city. Kaneko reported that she was moving her Nico ears. Naya, those purple fire pillars are interfering with our tracking capabilities. Not even I can feel presences even beyond. Kuroka reaffirmed what her sister said, who did not claim. Because of that, it is possible that there are injured or lost people. Naya. However, even if our adversaries are many enemies, they are still evil dragons clones. Ria said seriously. They are not enemies we can take lightly. The legendary evil dragons will also be there. This will be a battle to the death. Still, allow us to fight at your side. Please, Princess Rias. The demon father who looked like the leader bowed slightly. Mere devils like us couldn't possibly say something as bold as protecting a Grease or the city. And that is why we will fight with only one thing in mind. Protect this school. Said another demon father who seems like the second in command. This school is not only the children's dream, it also became our hope. That's reason enough to risk our lives. They are planning to put their lives at risk for their children's dream. For the hopes of their families. They are willing to fight while risking their lives for it with a big smile. It seems like they're not going to listen to me no matter what I tell them. Ria's sighs defeated. Very good, but you have to promise me one thing. Ria's would look at everyone. None of you can die. They have to look after the future of their children. That is the reason this school was built. Understood, exclaimed the animated parents. With this, everyone was willing to protect this school at all costs. No, this is the most logical thing. They will defend this place at any cost without receiving a single casualty. And then, everyone got ready for battle to protect this place with high morale. Already being outside in the front yard of the school, what can be seen in the sky is a horde of evil dragons that remained in the air enveloping the city. Indicating that they are going to attack all at once when the time comes. And some can only feel chills when they think about it. Even the brave fathers backed away a little after seeing the dragon horde. From now on, we will use this school as a central point and advance in all directions as the plan dictates. Sona said as he began to tell the plan he had made. Everyone fight in small groups of 3 to 4 people and destroy the enemies. Everyone nodded to what Sona said. Issei casually ended up noticing the presence of someone he had never seen before. Since next to Tsubaki was a tall foreign man who has grey hair and a red band on his forehead. He was wearing blue jean pants and a black jacket and had a physique similar to Sarayerg. Who is that big guy standing there? Issei's question caught the attention of those who did not notice the presence of that guy. He is a student at Kuo University. And the new and last tower of the Citri group. What Tsubaki said surprised almost everyone. Some had heard rumors that Sona had already acquired 2 new members to occupy her remaining tower and night, and that guy is the other tower. How unexpected. My name is Luke Geru. Nice to meet you all. Said the muscular man, bowing slightly with a bored tone. We call him Rujal-san. So please call him the same. The one now identified as Rujal did not complain about what Tsubaki said. And our other knight is. Sona-sama, I have finished checking the entire area just in case. Upon hearing that new voice never heard before, everyone saw that behind Sona, with a slight bluish glow, appears a person with a small physique wearing a skull mask and dressed like a Shinigami. Wait a minute. The Shinigami Lefei shouted, a little scared, and before someone got into a fighting pose. She is the one wearing my other night piece. What Sona said left almost everyone speechless again. They really didn't expect this. My name is Benia. And I am a former Shinigami. The one now identified as Benia would remove her mask, revealing her face that was that of a girl whose appearance makes one think she is a middle school student. Her eyes were golden and sleepy, although she didn't look like she was sleepy. And her hair is long purple. And the black scythe in her hand has pretty decorations. Just by looking at her, it was pretty obvious that this girl is a loli. A Shinigami that is even a girl. Issei asked in shock. I never expected to see this in a Shinigami. She is very different from the others she faced who were pure skeletons. But this girl is more human in appearance. Benia is, so to speak, a demi-goddess. She's half human and half Shinigami. Said Sona, again surprising those who didn't know. And she is the daughter of the Supreme Class Grim Reaper, Orcus. Surprising, right? I heard that you had someone in mind to occupy your knight and rook pieces, but a Shinigami. Riaz didn't know what to say at what she saw. She was amazed by this. Since Sona has a dangerous being in her group, how crazy. Normally we had someone else in mind to occupy the knight piece. Tsubaki said. But we couldn't formalize a meeting with that person. And then she appeared saying that she was changing sides because she did not agree with Hades's will. Or rather, she came to negotiate. At first I was suspicious of her, but I decided to trust her for one thing. What? Sona did not answer Issei's question, and then. Sekiryuite-sama, I'm a big fan of yours. Benia approached Issei and handed him an autograph paper. Am my fan? Issei asked doubtfully. Benia nodded. Yes. Even if you stopped being the op-eyed dragon, from what I understand, I admire you for almost completely overthrowing the Cows Brigade when you infiltrated their ranks. Although I understand that that is not entirely true, that does not take away from the fact that you did a great deal of good. So would it be too much to ask for your autograph? Oh, and I see. Said Issei, who with a pen that Sona gave him, gave her autograph to Benia on the paper that she extended to him. I was lucky that a single piece of horse was enough. Sona said, sighing. Seriously, that was quite a bargain. The blood from my mother's side is stronger, so I am that wonderful. Benia said, it seems that her character is strong. In terms of both his characteristic and ability. Sona sighed. I'm so sorry that I had to introduce you to my new servants just as we're about to start battling. Things like this happen all the time. Well anyway. Sona clapped a little loudly, drawing everyone's attention. And he sets his sights on Asia. Asia-san, like you are the healer. The only way I can think of for you to be able to heal everyone while they fight is to cast your healing aura from the central high point of the school. From there you can see all the possible sides. High. She nodded. Asia determinedly. It would be quite difficult for a healer to move around the battlefield, so this is our only option. Riaz put a hand on her chin. Who should take care of Asia should be. I'll do it. Said Roswas, drawing everyone's attention. I'm going to support you all from the rear and attack while covering Asia-san. Everyone knew that Roswas is the most suitable for that role, thanks to the greatly enhanced defensive magic of hers. And if all goes well, she can attack the enemy with long-range spells. Since she doesn't have to move on her behalf, she can use that energy to attack instead of her. Good. It's already decided. Sona reported. Then, Issei would set his sights on Kiba. And you could see that the Gremory Knight was somewhat tense but determined to fight with everything. Although Issei knew very well that Kiba did not fight at 100% with his best weapons for a reason. And that's when he must act. Hey. Kiba turned around when he heard Issei's voice and saw that the latter was approaching him. We are going to fight against very strong enemies and we must give everything. You know that, right? I know. Kiba nodded. Issei sighed. And when I say with everything, it is with everything. Kiba got a little nervous at what Issei said that he looked at him blankly. If the situation arises, use the balance breaker of your other sacred gear and your new swords that you can create. And no. Kiba denied with his head down and clenching his fist. I don't feel worthy of using what I could only achieve thanks to you. Because it would be like saying that I only use you for my benefit. Is it because you still haven't forgiven yourself for not helping me? Kiba's silence was enough as a response for Issei, who sighed. If you still hate yourself for that. Let me tell you, I don't hate you for that, it was a problem between me and the girls. You have nothing to do with it. Maybe. But I could have helped you understand what was happening. And instead, I did nothing. I stayed silent and got upset with you for nothing, thinking that you were the one who didn't understand but you, when she was the one who didn't understand you. Kiba, listen carefully. Issei put a hand on the aforementioned shoulder. We are fighting, not only for our lives, but also for those children who, thanks to this school, will have a future. We cannot let a past conflict between us prohibit us from being serious. Since if we do so, we will bear the guilt of those who died, believing in us. Kiba did not know what to say at what he heard. Be serious, I ask you as a friend and partner. And if you still don't feel good about yourself, we can release our feelings in a fight between us whenever you want. Kiba was surprised at what he heard. He trusted you to do what I ask, not for me. But for those children and their parents, okay. I'll try. Try if you want. But do it. Said Issei to get away from Kiba and return to the others. Issei-kun. Kiba called him and the aforementioned stopped his walk without turning to see him. I'm sorry for not supporting you. And if I have to give my life, I will do it to make up for what I did. Do it if you want. But remember. Issei stopped by to see him for a moment. You must survive. Or the others will be sad. Kiba nodded silently at what he heard. And with that, when Issei returned to the others. He started looking for someone and when he found her, he approached the one he was looking for. Shinra-senpai. Tsubaki upon hearing her name being called, sees Issei approaching her, indicating that it was he who called her. What's wrong, Haidu-kun? I just want to ask you to fight alongside Kiba. Tsubaki didn't know what to say when faced with what Issei said. He tends to be reckless at times and with his current mental state, I fear that it will cost him his life as well as others. That is why I ask you to fight alongside him, since you seem the best suited to be his equal in combat. I don't know. You should already know that we are not on good terms. Tsubaki said looking away. If you say it because he didn't support me before with the girls, that has nothing to do with this. What Issei said caught Tsubaki's attention. Kiba is sorry for that. And that is shown by the fact that he cannot be serious without feeling guilty about what he did. Kiba made a mistake and wants to fix it and we have to give him the opportunity to prove it. And I don't want him to show his repentance by dying miserably. That is why I ask you to fight alongside him. Or do you want to see him die? Tsubaki did not know what to say when faced with what Issei said, who sighed and began to retreat. If you really still care about him, take care of him. Even show your feelings towards him. What things are you saying? I don't. Issei smiled lowly at Tsubaki's stuttering and blushing. This girl, even if she doesn't admit it, she is interested in Kiba and Issei knows it well. Thus do what you feel. That's it. Issei retreated, leaving a blushing Tsubaki in thoughts of him. And it was then that everyone noticed that a magic circle appeared near where they were. And said magic circle carried the formula used by the Magi. The circle glowed and then showed the holographic vision of a young woman with gothic Lolita clothes and a purple gothic style umbrella with little drawings and her hair is purple. Her age looks like someone 20 years old and she looks like a doll. She has a mysterious beauty. Rather, everyone can sense an evil aura emanating from her even through vision of her. How are you, young people of DXD? My name is Walburga and I am one of the leaders of Hexenict. Nice to meet Youge, the woman introduced herself with a smile. Oh, and I'm also the owner of the Incinerate Anthem. The one now identified as Walburga created a purple flame in her hand as proof, surprising many. I came here with the evil dragons to burn all of you on the orders of Rizav Emoji-sama. It will be worth burning all of you if you fall in love with me. Walburga's tone was somewhat sharp that many felt disgusted just by hearing the malice in her tone. It's time for the battle to begin. Are you ready? "Oh, Ian, you all are scaring me." Wahlberga pretended to be scared and spoke with a funny tone. "The demons are in a bad mood, Fufu. It seems like things are going to get interesting." Saying that, Wahlberga would look at everyone. "Which one of you is Roswasan? What do you want with me?" asked the ex-Valkyrie with a frown. "To tell the truth, they asked me to take you as unharmed as possible. If you come the hard way," Wahlberga responded, turning her umbrella around. "Otherwise, it will be the hard way. Up to you. I will not go with you. I will fight together with my comrades," Roswas responded determinedly. "I already imagined it," Wahlberga said with a smile and lifts her skirt a little and bows. "So, everyone. Let's have a good battle." When she said that, the magic circle disappeared. I know how people like her think. She undoubtedly must be the kind of person who enjoys looking at the faces of those she is going to kill. "She makes me vomit," Zenobia said, disgusted. "I say the same." Irina nodded to what Zenobia said. "Very well, then, is everyone ready?" Sona spoke, drawing everyone's attention. "Our adversaries are the terrorists who have an army of evil dragons. If we are defeated, this school will most likely be destroyed without a trace. There are many dreams and hopes gathered here. There is no reason to let this place be destroyed. That's why we are going to protect it. That will be our reason to fight as the people who built this place. And once the battle begins, death is not an option for us. Everyone must survive and achieve their goal. Understand?" "Hi," they all affirmed what Sona said, being full of spirit and will just like the children's parents. The battle for Oro's Academy has begun. Chapter 28 Oros. Battles and Resolutions. The time limit was already running out. There were only a couple of minutes left to start the battle at the Oro's Academy. All the young people were divided into different groups of a maximum of 2 to 3 or 4 people, having the best possible balance. And each group went to a different point of the Oro's Academy. And right in front of the main entrance of the Oro's Academy was Sona Citri, along with Valery Lucifer and Gasper Vladi at her side. And in the distance you could see how Asia and Roswas were at the highest point of the school. And in front of them was the large horde of evil dragons waiting for the moment to attack. Some dragons stayed in the air and others in buildings near the school. Sona would look at her watch, seeing that there were now 10 seconds left to start. It was time. And with a small magic circle in her ear, she let her fingers to this. "They are ready." "Hi," everyone stated through the group communicator. So? Sona would look at her watch one last time, and as she did, the time limit was up. "Let the battle begin. Don't lose or die." "Understood," everyone stated. El Rigido en conjunto de la gran horda de evil dragons hizo eco en todo el lugar. And with that, the great horde of evil dragons flew through the sky, heading towards our protas and separating at different points to attack everyone. Valery, seeing the dragons coming towards them, quickly took out the 2 white swords that are part of his divine dividing, deciding to call them Dividing Sword, a cliché name without a sweat. And with said swords, Valery began to mercilessly cut those flying lizards. In addition to being able to shoot his magical attacks from the tip of said swords without having to wave the weapons. That idiot Azazel has already outdone himself. Roswas from where she was began to launch powerful attribute attacks towards the evil dragons that were going towards her and Asia, but they fell almost as easily due to the ex-Valkyrie's attacks. And unexpectedly, powerful blue rays hit her. An evil dragon, disconcerting it and burning its wings, making it fall, but not killing it. "Maybe I'm just support." Upon hearing that, Roswas saw that next to Asia was the latter's familiar, the baby dragon Rasay. "But with him by my side, I won't fall so easily." That's how you talk," Roswas said with a half smile and returning to concentrate on his enemies. While on the ground, "I'll stop them." Gasper with the sacred gear side of him would stop a rather large group of evil dragons. And he gritted his teeth to try to keep them in place. "My turn." Sona put on a half smile without fear, and with one hand, she created a blue magic circle that had complex details. As if it were a new magic. And from said circle, a jet of water shot out that looked viscous and had a somewhat greenish tone. And said water soaked the paralyzed evil dragons. And then. Nitroglycerin. Sona snapped her fingers as she said that, and then. A large number of explosions began to appear around the place, and these explosions affected the other evil dragons that were nearby as best they could. "Yo, did you learn more advanced magic, Sona Citri?" Valery asked, somewhat interested, without clearing her view of the rest of the enemies that are approaching. "Obviously." Sona adjusted her glasses as she said along with a half smile. "Aichu is kind of scary," said Gasper with a blue face of fear. "We have to hold on as best we can, it's the only thing we can do," said Sona, creating a sphere of nitroglycerin and throwing it at an evil dragon, making it explode. "I just hope the others are okay." Valery would knee an evil dragon and then stab it with one of his swords, and then. Divide, 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 divide. By dividing and absorbing the power of its victim, the mass-produced evil dragon ended up turning into pure dust. Pathetic, they were just cheap copies with no mind of their own, and they only attack like crazy, but that still makes them dangerous. In the northwest region of Oro's Academy. The battle had begun shortly after Sona gave the order to begin. The evil dragons were flying through the sky in said region of the school. Yudo, accompanied by Tsubaki, Shinra and Biku, battled the evil dragons without almost as many problems. The two men being the ones who could notice that these things are a little stronger than in Romania, but they were still nothing against them. Although Tsubaki had some complications and she had to be saved by Kiba, and they both fight together. Kiba would create several holy demonic swords around him, and these would float in order to throw them into the air, and they would hit several evil dragons either in the body, wings or head, causing them to fall to the ground either injured or dead. Tsubaki, with her Naginata wrapped in her demonic power, blocked and stabbed these overgrown lizards whenever she could. And you could tell that she had some pretty interesting moves that made her look like a professional. And just when an evil dragon was going to attack her from behind her, an extendable staff pierced a dragon through her body and sent it away. Watch your back. Biku said, retracting the Ryuji bang from her, indicating that it was he who saved her, and Tsubaki with her gaze appreciated her gesture. Eat this, you cheap black dragons. In several of the windows and high places of the school, you could see several of the demons who decided to help by firing bursts of demonic shots towards the evil dragons, either in the air or on the ground floor. And because some of the demon parents barely know how to channel and release demonic aura, they were shooting with weapons similar to sniper rifles that channeled the magical aura and fired it. According to Sona, that was given by Azazel and Grigori for cases like this, a gesture that the Citriaris appreciated. Since they even had several weapons to fight head-on. Tsubaki would see a group of evil dragons that were willing to attack together from the air. Seeing that, she quickly digs her Naginata into the ground, and from a magic circle, she takes out a rifle like the one used by the demon parents. Tsubaki has no problem launching magical attacks since she has admirable demonic power, but these weapons channel magical energy better and help launch more powerful attacks, and that's what she needs. Tsubaki's magical energy concentrated into the weapon, causing the energy gauges to glow. And now when the indicator was at its highest point, blaster as I pulled the trigger, a powerful torrent of demonic energy went against the group of evil dragons in the air, impacting them and creating a strong explosion. And when the smoke cleared, it was seen that many of the dragons they died, but several came out alive although seriously injured. Tch. They are more annoying than I thought. You'll get used to it. Biku created several bursts of senjutsu in her hand and threw them at several of those things, sending them flying due to the explosion created. We should end this and maybe. Kiba couldn't finish his words because the ground suddenly shook for a moment. What the hell? Over there at Biku's words, the three young people saw how something large landed on the ground and the mass-produced evil dragons stopped their attack for a moment. This must be a joke. What they had in front of them was a large dragon about 10 meters high, and from the aura that it emanated, this one seemed stronger than the others. But the most notable thing about this dragon is that it carried on its body something similar to a metal combat armor. The armor covered much of his body, leaving few parts exposed. And at the back, it had the body of a serpent dragon for a tail. Yuju, DXD Rizivam's voice could be heard coming from a hearing aid of that dragon with armor at this time. We are releasing a new toy. I hope you enjoy it. This is to cause more tension. And as a last fact, these new toys are only prototypes for now, but they have enough power to rival a supreme low-class demon. I hope you enjoy them. Loves you, Rizivam. As he said that, the communication of the hearing aid was cut off. I find it hard to believe that Lucifer's son is more ruthless than himself. Tsubaki gave her opinion while breaking into a cold sweat. The power of that thing was no joke. We have to prepare, here it comes, Kiba warned, wielding his sword and dodging a fireball from the armored dragon. Tsubaki with her wings took flight at a good height and kept the rifle in her private space in order to launch demonic blasts. Biku was not far behind and launched senjutsu blasts. The attacks hit the dragon with armor, but it came out intact. Impossible. Tsubaki didn't believe what he saw, they didn't even make a scratch. We will have to attack the unprotected parts, but it won't be easy. When he said that, Kiba jumped towards the dragon with a holy demonic sword of fire in his hands. The dragon opened its mouth and showed its teeth reinforced with the same metal as his armor. In order to bite the weapon that broke between his teeth. And it can't be. That out of there, Yudo-kun. At Tsubaki's shout, Kiba saw almost too late how the snake dragon that acted as a tail was going towards him with the intention of biting him. But Kiba would be taken out from where he was thanks to the extendable staff of Biku, and Kiba fell on his feet on the ground as best he could. Thank you. Thank me later if we get out of this alive. Biku retracted his staff and summoned another one in his other hand, thus rotating both staffs and wrapping them in aura. Time to get more serious. Sword birth. Punning his sword into the ground, Kiba created a pile of swords around the armored dragon, making it retreat a little. And as he could see, some blood came out from the bottom, but many of his swords were destroyed or cracked, or could not penetrate the dragon's armor. Immediately afterwards, Tsubaki again with his rifle in hand, began to fire several compressed demonic bursts, and although these attacks hit the dragon, it did not suffer damage from the armor on his body, barely leaving the occasional dent. Biku with his staff extended them to give strong blows to the dragon that barely made him retreat. To then use his flying cloud and position himself above the dragon and jump towards it with the aim of wanting to hit it with his weapons. Biku would feel that something was going to attack him, and he saw the serpent dragon that acted as a tail go towards him. The Yaokai with a mischievous smile quickly created several copies of him around him. And these copies were destroyed by the serpent dragon, exploding as if they were clouds or smoke. But they achieved their objective, covering the real Biku who gave a strong blow with his Ryuji bang on the back of the armored dragon, managing to crack the armor that he had in that area. Rizavam was not joking that this thing is just a prototype, indicating that later there will be more perfect ones. And that was worrying. The armored dragon grunted in annoyance at the blow he received. And manipulating the serpent dragon that acted as a tail, it opened its mouth and threw huge eye spikes towards Kiba and Tsubaki, while Biku returned to them and they began to take evasive actions. We must do something. Tsubaki from his weapon launched a more powerful blast to destroy several of those stakes. But nothing penetrates that armor so easily. Kiba summoned several swords around him and these went against the armored dragon, destroying them upon mere contact and barely cracking that armor. But without causing any damage. Shit. We lack powerful attacks to be able to penetrate their defense. Issei-kun would have already defeated this case a long time ago. And they can barely handle the rest of these things. Biku watched as the demon parents fought against the rest of the evil dragons who seemed to want to destroy the school. The group of demons attacked from high and safe places with magical weapons, while others went out to fight head-on carrying armor, swords and shields, like knights of an army. After that, the dragon with armor looked up and threw a large fireball into the sky, so that it later exploded, and a rain of bursts of fire fell that went everywhere, no matter who it hit. Careful. Tsubaki yelled at Kiba about the rain of fire that was coming towards them. The three young people began to dodge the bursts of fire as best they could, but Tsubaki did not count on the serpent dragon that acted as a tail to go towards her and hit her with such force that it sent her crashing sharply into one of the walls of the school. Tsubaki fell to the ground while gushing some blood from her mouth. Biku would extend his staff, causing it to pass through a large rock nearby. And as she lifted said rock with his weapon, she enveloped both the staff and the rock with his aura and smiled a little madly at what he was going to do. Amid this, you super developed lizard the Yaokai, swinging his staff, threw that large rock wrapped in aura at the dragon. When the dragon saw that, he stood up on two legs and gave a strong blow that destroyed the rock that was going against him. However, it was at that moment that he felt something stab into his body, and from what he could see thanks to the dragon that acts as a tail, Kiba was on his middle back with his sword seriously stuck in that area, indicating that it went through the armor in that part and managed to touch the body. The armored dragon growled at that, and with the dragon head acting as a tail, it attacked Kiba who was forced to dodge the thing's attack. And he jumped away from the dragon with armor, and still in the air, he threw several swords with combined fire and lightning, and these exploded upon impact, but he barely cracked that armor that looked like a very hard armor. Take this, you bastard. Tsubaki, now recovered, launched several demonic blasts from her weapon towards the dragon in her face. Upon receiving the attacks near her eyes, he became upset and began to launch a dangerous flare. And Tsubaki, seeing that, smiled lowly. Mirror Elise. A mirror of her sacred gear was present and said mirror managed to reflect the flame that went against her and returned it with double the power against the armored dragon who still suffered no damage although smoke came out of his body, rays. Obviously that was not overlooked by Kiba and Biku who upon seeing each other nodded knowing that it could give them victory. The armored dragon, fed up with this, began to launch blasts of fire and ice spikes from the dragon's head that acted as a tail. Kiba narrowly dodged one of those ice spikes, but one managed to graze his leg. Hell. Still, with a speed worthy of a knight, Kiba with his holy demonic sword wrapped in fire, slashed the right eye of the armored dragon, who roared as he felt the pain. And despite this, he raised his front right paw to attack Kiba, who could not completely dodge the attack in the air, tearing his clothes a little in the front and leaving slight scratches from which little blood came out. Tsubaki noticed that and went after Kiba. He barely managed to save him from the fall. While Biku, with two batons in hand, began to extend his weapons to hit the dragon from a distance. He tried to attack his other eye to blind him, but the dragon caught the weapon in his mouth and broke it. Okay, it seems like this thing more or less knows what they're planning and isn't going to let them have it easy. Maybe this thing has a little more consciousness than the other evil dragons. The dragon with armor through the dragon head that had a tail, watched as Tsubaki treated Kiba a little while Biku distracted him. Very well, he already knows what to do. The dragon would adjust his position to face Bikku, and without him noticing, Kiba and Tsubaki were near the back of the dragon. And then, the dragon-headed tail extended and went towards where Kiba and Tsubaki were. And just when Kiba was going to do something. Careful, Yudo-kun, without warning, Tsubaki forcefully pushed Kiba away from her. And just when dragon's tail head was close to her, it opened its mouth and… Gaia. Shinra-senpai, Kiba shouted in dismay as he saw how Queen Citri was caught by the dragon's tail head with her mouth. Tsubaki felt like the mechanical teeth of this thing were piercing his stomach and blood was coming out of her wounds. She tried to stay awake, but the pain overwhelmed her senses. She was on the verge of fainting. Kiba looked inertly at what was happening. No. Because of him, all because he couldn't be serious, he is causing Tsubaki to be on the verge of dying. All because of the guilt that was eating away at him. Kiba, listen well. We are fighting, not only for our lives, but also for those children who, thanks to this school, will have a future. We cannot let a past conflict between us forbid us to be serious. Since if we do, we will bear the guilt of those who died, believing in us. Suddenly, Issei's words came to his mind. Yes, he was right. He can't let that happen. The guilt he feels prohibits him from being serious. Since if he does, he will be carrying the death of someone who does not deserve it. Oh, brother. Without knowing it, a warm hand held his shoulder. And Kiba recognized that feeling. Do not blame yourself. Maybe you don't feel worthy of having friends, but fight for what you believe is right. And as he looked around him, Kiba saw the bluish silhouettes of those who were his brothers in the church during the Holy Sword project. And they seemed to support him. We will always support you, brother. Because as we said before, our hearts will always be one. Kiba let out a couple of tears as he said that. Then he put on a serious expression and summoned another holy demonic sword into his hand. And the spirits of his friends turned into a blue light that enveloped Kiba and his sword. For all those who believe in us. And my friends. I will fight. Saying this and with divine speed, Kiba took a great leap and when he was close to the dragon's tail head, his sword began to emanate a terrifying aura and he would make a slash that would hit right in the area of the dragon's neck. The tail head of dragon and then… Ooh, up and with an agonizing roar, dragon's head tail was completely decapitated from the neck area. And this feat managed to free Tsubaki from the jaws of the now decapitated tail head of the dragon. Kiba caught Tsubaki in the air while the armored dragon felt the fall of his tail head and growled at that. But a blow from Bikku with his staff caused the dragon to focus on him. It was time for the pretty boy to decide to act. Bikku turned his staffs and mounted his flying cloud, ready to distract that thing. He should buy those two some time. Why you took too long? Idiot. Tsubaki said, spitting out a little blood while the blonde carried her bridal style and left her on the ground. I'm sorry. I was an idiot, but it won't happen again. It was then that Kiba felt a pulse coming from his sword, as if telling him what he should do. He was surprised at first, but he still did what he had to. And just like that, a blue aura came out of Kiba's sword and it enveloped Tsubaki. But what? Tsubaki didn't understand what was happening, but he felt that every trace of pain in his body was gone and his wounds were healed as best they could. What is this? I don't know. But I doubt I can do it again. Kiba wiped some blood from his mouth. Whatever he did to heal Tsubaki, it cost him a lot of energy and he might have less time with Balance Breaker. And with that, Kiba stood up, prepared to fight and his sword began to emanate a certain aura. That aura? It's similar to. Tsubaki seemed to recognize the aura and essence that Kiba's sword had. It was a unique one that only she knew someone else owned. Kiba-kun, that's it. The holy demonic sword Dragon Slayer. Tsubaki was surprised at what Kiba said. Azazel-sensei told me that these swords are the most difficult to create and therefore, I can't create them very often. He created them with the purpose of stopping Issei-kun from using the Juggernaut drive again and going crazy, but since he now has a new power, I didn't see it necessary. But after Kyoto, I resumed my training to be able to create a holy demonic sword Dragon Slayer. And now it is necessary for me to use it. I see. Tsubaki with a sigh stood up, no longer feeling any pain in her body. Let's get this over with. Same thing. Saying that, Kiba created a holy sword in his other hand. And while a blue aura surrounded him, he would say a few words. Balance Breaker, saying that, 6 large blades of swords appeared around him, and when they broke, they gave way to a kind of sentinels with armor and dragon aspects. This is the Balance Breaker subspecies of my second sacred gear. Blade Blacksmith Glory Drag Troopers. Great. Tsubaki couldn't help but admire what she saw. And even more so when seeing how said sentinels wielded holy swords with the same essence of Dragon Slayer. And another impression was that Kiba still kept his holy demonic sword together with the sentinels. It was crazy. You are using 2 different balance breakers at the same time. I know. And it's worth it to win. Before I wouldn't have been able to do this, but now. "Hey, how about you help me with this big guy," screamed Biku, who was now acting like a fly bothering the armored dragon, who was starting to get fed up and started shooting flames everywhere. "Let's go?" Kiba asked with a smile to Queen Citri. "Go ahead, Mr. Knight," responded Tsubaki with a smile. And just like that, Kiba along with his sentinels went against the armored dragon. And with their swords in hand, they began to make several cuts to the dragon, which now suffered more damage than before, since it even began to roar with rage and pain. The dragon slayer's swords of Kiba and his sentries easily penetrated the armor of the dragon and did more damage. Biku took the opportunity to catch another large rock with his staff and wrap it in aura, thus throwing it at the dragon, hitting it in the head, disconcerting it. Which Kiba took advantage of to go to the dragon's head and stab it with his sword from above, making that the dragon roars in pain and rage. Kiba withdrew his sword and left there when he saw his part cast, since near the armored dragon, Tsubaki was in front of it and she had her naginata in her hand, with the blade of the weapon wrapped in demonic energy. "Hey idiot, this is for biting me, let's see if you like it." Saying that, Tsubaki threw her naginata as if it were a spear towards the dragon's head, managing to hit it right in her other eye. "Ooh, why," the dragon roared in more pain at that. "Now Gremory Knight, finish it." But Kiba nodded determinedly to what Biku said. "In order to position yourself again on the middle back of the dragon. And by creating another holy demonic sword dragon slayer, he would stab it right into the dragon's body. And then die at one sword birth." Saying that, it was seen that within seconds, a large number of swords came out of the entire body of the dragon with armor, staining it with blood and making it fall to the ground within seconds, apparently finally dead. What a brutal way. And grotesque to kill someone. Kiba sighed, agitated by the enormous effort he made. He had never done that before in his life, but it helped him win. And he gave him several ideas for more techniques in case they fight again with one of these things or the legendary evil dragons. "Wow, not bad, Gremory Knight." Biku raised his thumb in congratulations. "But we still have work to do. The lackeys are still missing, so I hope you still have energy left." Obviously." Sighing, Kiba got off the corpse of the armored dragon and turned his gaze to the other evil dragons who were battling against the demon fathers who did not surrender. "Come on." "Yes." Tsubaki nodded at what he heard. This was not over yet. At the same time as Kiba, Tsubaki and Biku were having problems. In the southern region of Oro's academy, Rias accompanied by the lowly Shinigami, Benia, were looking for a certain person while the others were fighting. "Where is that woman?" Rias looked everywhere trying to locate her target. "Be careful." Quickly and precisely, Benia with her scythe would cut a sphere of purple fire that was going against them, and the flames dispersed without completely extinguishing. Ifufufufu. "Congratulations on repelling my flames, ladies demons." Both girls would see how Wolberga appeared in front of them, floating in the air. Possibly using flight magic. If it weren't like that, this wouldn't be fun. "We don't have time for your little games. We are against time." Ria's charged blasts of Hakai no Chikara in her hands, and her aura enveloped her. At the same time Benia prepared her scythe. "We won't let them destroy this place." Ifufufufufu. "Well, that will be the least of it. But anyway." With a malicious laugh, Wolberga began to give off a flaming purple aura. She was wrapped in her purple flames. "Let's have fun like never before." The magician attacks the demons with spheres and rings of purple fire, which both demons dodged by taking flight. Things are going to get complicated for them with this magician, and they will have to be careful. Since one false step and they could turn into ashes because of those sacred purple flames, which are possibly worse than light. Never mind that now. In the southeast region of Oro's academy, a battle against the evil dragons had also begun. The demon parents fought against the evil dragons using the weapons that Grigori gave to the school. Well, close to all that, Brujil, Ria, Kaneko and Kuroka were fighting against a gigantic 10-meter-high dragon. The dragon stood on two legs and wore metal armor all over its body, leaving few parts unprotected. In addition to having already heard Rizavam's message about what this thing was in its power. "This thing is very annoying." Ria, with the masks of the artificial sacred gear of her, created a shield that protected her from a flare of that dragon. The armored dragon roared loudly as he stomped his foot on the ground, making it tremble. The four young people were shaken by that strong tremor. Something that the dragon took advantage of to give a strong blow that hit Rujil squarely and sent him crashing into the school wall, at the same time that with his tail he gave Kuroka a strong blow in the abdomen, making her draw blood. And it crashes into some rubble. Then Nisama Kaneko could not hide her concern for his sister as the dragon returned to the attack. Ria would take out a pair of pistols from a magic circle and fire demonic blasts at the dragon, which would hit them without problems or not suffer enough damage when they hit it. Ria didn't know what to say to that. Too bad. The dragon attacked Bishop Citri with a powerful fist that she managed to retain for a moment thanks to her masks in order to gain distance as some of her masks were destroyed by that blow. What an absurd force without a doubt. Rojo, now recovered, together with Kaneko, went towards the dragon. They both jumped, avoiding the dragon's blow to the ground, and quickly delivered a strong blow together on the dragon's abdomen. The sound of the blow was loud and although dragon moved a little and they managed to crack his armor, it was not enough to hurt him any. No. It could be. Kaneko was speechless while Rojo did not know what to say. At that, both were hit by the dragon on their bodies and fell to the ground. The blood that ran across their faces, it was a sign of the damage. At that, the dragon attacked Rhea again, who cursed her luck, and just when she was going to take evasive action. Unexpectedly, Kaneko jumped towards the dragon and gave it a kick that didn't hurt it, but it did knock it out. Balance. Kaneko-san, Fusaka-senpai, go to my sister and help her. Kaneko returned to the attack, while the brunette got up to go with Kuroka. Rojo, already recovered from the above, also joined Kaneko to keep that thing at bay. Both towers attacked with a series of kicks and blows that the dragon blocked resisted without problems. And unexpectedly, Rojo he charged his fists and kicks with fire to make his attacks even more lethal, but still. Shit, they couldn't penetrate that dragon's armor even though they managed to dent or crack it. The dragon would block the blows of both towers by crossing his arms without any problem in order to attack with a strong flame towards both towers. Rojo was the first to react and took Kaneko out of the attack range by kicking him while he made a she jump back somersault to avoid the flare, but it managed to graze her a little and burn her clothes a little. Kaneko, a little disconcerted by the above, noticed almost too late how the dragon went towards her to try to finish her off, but stay away from my sister. Kuroka threw several stone stakes combined with fire and re-empowered with Senjutsu towards the dragon, which upon feeling the impact, only looked in the direction of its attacker. The older Nekomata was recovered. At least it seemed that way, since Rhea had applied a light treatment of healing magic and Kuroka reinforced it with Senjutsu so that it had more effect. The armored dragon growled in annoyance at the annoyances that kept coming out again and again in order to launch a fireball that was barely blocked by Rhea and her masks. Kuroka would create a black wheel with black fire in her hand. It was Kasha, and he would throw it towards the dragon who backed away from that, which barely did anything to him, but his defense was still a problem. Kaneko on the ground only saw how her sister protected her. She felt confused. Happy and confused. Then she felt how Rojo appeared at her side and was taken out of the line of attack by a furious Kuroka, who was now she was helped by Rhea with demonic blasts from her pistols. The dragon noticed how its prey had left its attack range and was furious, so it raised its arms and then hit the ground, creating another tremor that shook everything. The four young people did not know what to do since that thing was almost immune to anything. What they sent him. Kuroka and Rhea noticed how that dragon was jumping towards them again. The Nekomata only created a defensive circle as the Citri bishop positioned her masks in front of the defensive circle for an extra layer of defense, which managed to protect them from the powerful blow from the dragon, but both girls felt the force of the attack even through their united defenses and their legs staggered. Although Kuroka's abdomen still hurt a little from the previous blow. What a bad time, so they don't have Phoenix Tears with them. Nisama Kaneko watched as her sister seemed to be the one who suffered the most in maintaining the defensive circle to protect Rhea and herself. Maybe he hated his sister for what she did. For leaving her and making her live through hell. And for trying to take her by force when they met again, but it was like Issei said. She was his sister. It was her family. The only one she had left. Maybe she couldn't forgive her now or tomorrow, but one day, so. Damn, I'll have to get serious. Just when Rojo was ready to unleash her power, that's when he saw Kaneko attack again towards the armored dragon. Should Rhea helped Kuroka, who was in the last moment as much as she could, every blow from that dragon was lethal. The defensive circle combined with the masks that formed a shield were already cracking, while traces of blood came out from the mouths of both girls. At that, the dragon gave a more powerful blow and caused the shield to almost fall. Kuroka was already on her last legs, and Rhea doubted that she would be able to block another blow by herself. One more of those blows and maybe they will be more than finished. And another blow from that dragon was going towards them. If that gave them. Rojo from a distance watched everything in slow motion while trying to go do something. Kaneko ran with her best speed towards the enemy encounter. He had not forgiven his sister, he had not done so yet. He wanted to do it and that is why he had to save her. In order to move forward. And with that, Kaneko increased her speed while a wide aura began to surround her. Kuroka and Rhea, for their part, saw the attack coming towards them. Their joint defense was at the limit. This was going to end badly. It was then that they saw how something hit the dragon hard, making it move away a little. Couple of centimeters and that creates stitches in the ground. Both Kuroka and Rhea were stunned while Rojo approached them to help them up. Kaneko was in front of them, with her Nico tail at her lower part and his two Nico ears on his head. And the lowly's pupils were slanted like those of a feline. Shirin. You. Kuroka didn't believe what she saw. Days ago she found out that her sister didn't accept that power again, but now. She was. Is it because did he talk to Issei before the battle? It's a possibility. I still don't completely forgive you, Ni-sama. Kaneko would look at her fist. But as Issei-senpai once told me. I will use this power to protect my comrades, family and friends. I am a Nekomata who became a demon. Kaneko would see how the dragon was preparing to return to fight. I'm a Hellcat. I admire your resolution. Rojo with a half smile stood next to the lowly. So, I also have to go with everything. Saying that, Rojo took off his coat and let it fall to the ground. Showing his good physique even through his shirt. Here I go. Saying that, several parts of Rojo's body shrank and began to become bigger. His shirt could not resist the changes from his body and began to tear as his skin expanded. Sharp fangs grew in Rojo's mouth, along with his nails that turned into sharp claws, and ash-gray fur appeared all over his body. Ooh. A howl similar to that of a wolf echoed throughout the place and perhaps could be heard in the distance. What was standing next to the girls was a wolf with a humanoid body, rather. A werewolf. Time to show my power as a member of the Citri group. The transformed Rojo blew his neck and positioned himself to fight, ready for anything. Sugoi. It looks amazing and terrifying, Rojo-san. Hiroka looked amazed at what she saw while Kaneko raised a thumbs up in admiration at that. The story is a bit long. Let's just say that Rojo-san is a werewolf and that's it. Although he is not an ordinary one. Ria reported, standing up and with her masks around her already repaired. Without a doubt, Kaichu turned an incredible person into the tower of him. Kaneko said. Anyway. Shirin, Rojo Naya. Distract that thing for a moment. I have something that could weaken it, but I need time. Kuroka suggested. We will cover you, Ni-sama. I will gladly help. I'll cover her, you go. Both towers nodded to what Ria said. In that way, Kaneko and Rojo jumped again against the dragon who welcomed them. The dragon tried to give them a blow covered in fire, but both towers noticed it and using their agility improved thanks to their unleashed forms, they managed to dodge that blow with a pirouette and in midair, Kaneko gave a kick repowered with Senjutsu to the head of the dragon, while Rojo, with his claws wrapped in fire, gave a fierce double blow that managed to pierce that armor a little, making the dragon feel the force of his attacks and retract a little. The armored dragon would stand firm again and roar with anger, launching a strong blow that Kaneko barely stopped with her own blow, although that made her retreat a little and leave ditches in the ground. Rojo took the opportunity to take a big jump and hit the dragon in the face, making it take a couple of steps back. In this way, both towers attacked with their fists, wrapped in their respective powers, the dragon who was covering himself from the blows. Thanks to Kaneko's almost unpredictable speed and agility, her attacks were very successful, while Rojo attacked with strength and precision. And the dragon was getting fed up with playing. The dragon would make a loud roar that stunned his opponents a little and they had to cover their ears to avoid going deaf. Which the dragon took advantage of to carry a large flame in his mouth. The armored dragon fired a powerful flare and both towers took evasive action to prevent it from hitting them, even focusing on the dragon concentrating only on them. Ni-sama, how much longer do you have? Kaneko shouted at his sister as she dodged a fireball and launched some bursts of Senjutsu towards that dragon. How little patience, Naya. But I'm ready. Kuroka with a malicious laugh had a cloudy red sphere in his hands in each one. Let's see if you like this poison. The elder Nekomata would throw those two red cloudy spheres and when they hit the dragon, they exploded creating a large red mist around the armored dragon and then. The dragon twisted at that and fell to its knees on the ground while he vomited blood, which surprised the others. And Ni-sama. That's. Kaneko seemed to recognize the essence of that mist and for some reason, he felt a sense of deja vu. It's an improved version of the poison mist that I used a long time ago. Kuroka sighed when saying that. In one of my training sessions with Issei Naya, he thought that we should have all the possible countermeasures in case we end up fighting the evil dragons. So when I was reminded of my mist that weakens and kills demons and yaokeis, I wonder if I could alter it so that it hurts a dragon. The three were surprised at what Kuroka said. And I said that it was possible, but that I needed the components to be able to create said fog, since Dragon Slayer magic is very complicated even for me, and there are very few today who know how to use it without weapons impregnated with said magic. To the point, Ni-sama. Yes, okay. Kuroka sighed at the insistence of his sister. Issei Naya lent me his sword, Ascalon, and by being able to analyze the Dragon Slayer aura of the sword, I was able to replicate it to learn it and be able to create this fog. And also thanks to the fact that Ascalon's aura also had a little of Samuel's evil essence, that makes the effect even stronger. It's not Samuel's own poison, but his aura is just as deadly. Do you think you can kill that thing with that fog? Rojo asked, not taking his eyes off the dragon that he was still trying to get rid of that fog. Possibly, and that would be over time. Something we don't have. So there is only one option, possibly the most risky and crazy. Kuroka said with a raised finger. And would it be? Asked Rhea. Attack him from the inside. The others did not understand what Kuroka meant, who noticed that inside. Basically, you have to make him swallow my dragon slayer fog and make it kill him faster on the inside. Now you understand. You are practically asking us to be the bait and open that thing's mouth, Rhea exclaimed, somewhat scared and with a blue face from fear. It is the only option, we have to kill him instantly. We can't wait for him to die eventually, since I doubt those demon parents can last until then. Kuroka looked at him in a certain direction, and the others did the same, watching as the demon parents fought as best they could against the evil dragons. Miraculously, no one died, but if they don't put an end to this quickly, there will be unnecessary casualties. We just have to open his mouth, right? Kaneko clenched her fists and bumped them together when saying that. Count on us, right, Rujul-san? Obviously, Kaneko told you. Rujul nodded in agreement. We'll go open that thing's mouth. You support from here. Very good. Rhea nodded in agreement, as did Kuroka. With that loud roar that created a strong wind and a shock wave, the red mist that surrounded the dragon in armor dissipated without further ado. The dragon in armor was panting, a little tired and with blood in its mouth, but you could see that he was really upset. Let's go there. Yes. Kaneko nodded to what Rujul said. And in that way, both towers with their best speed attacked the dragon again with a great leap. Both would deliver a strong blow together on the dragon's chest, seriously cracking the armor in that area and making the dragon retreat. Kaneko and Rujul attacked the dragon again to restart their attacks. Rujul, with his own blow charged with fire, stopped the dragon's blow as best he could. Go now, Grimory Tower, I stop him. Kaneko nodded without hesitation to what Rujul said, and she would jump right up to the dragon's head and give him a strong blow loaded with Senjutsu that broke a bit of the armor in that area, but she achieved her goal, making the dragon open the door. Mouth for a moment. Kaneko would take out her demon wings and position herself right in the dragon's mouth to prevent him from closing it using her great strength. The dragon, seeing and feeling that he had the loli in his mouth, he began to exert force to try to bite her and eat her, but Kaneko was not going to let him have it that easy. Then Ni-sama H, how long will it take? Kaneko exclaimed, exerting all possible strength. Damn, this thing was too strong to just want to bite. Don't worry Naya, I'm ready. Kuroka had in her hands a cloudy red sphere the size of a soccer ball, and it had slight gold and black details. I help you. Rhea, with her guns in hand, fired 2 powerful rays of demonic energy. And both shots hit the dragon's right leg, seriously destroying the little hardness that the armor had in that area. Rujul-san, I'll take care of it. Rujul quickly attacked the armored dragon's right leg, right where Rhea shot, and with his fist engulfed in fire, he managed to unbalance the dragon and make it kneel on the ground with one leg, and making it lost some strength and wanting to bite and chew Kaneko. Funaya. You caused a lot of trouble, big guy. So you deserve a punishment. Kuroka, who was flying with her demon wings, was positioned very close to where Kaneko was holding the dragon's mouth opened. I hope you like it, I made it especially for you. Not before I do something first. Kaneko maintained her grip as best she could to keep that dragon's mouth open with one hand, while with the other, she launched several bursts of Senjutsu that did serious damage inside the dragon. Which roared as best it could. Now, Ni-sama. I eat this dragon, slaying poisonous mist. Kuroka would throw her large cloudy sphere right into the dragon's mouth, which swallowed it without a doubt. Let's get away. Kaneko nodded to what her sister said, and it would quickly come out of the dragon's jaw, and both sisters landed on the ground, taking their distance along with Rujul and Rhea. Jijiji. Now. Kuroka snapped his fingers as he said that, and then. Ooh. With the armored dragon, causing even red mist to come out from different parts of his body that were wounded and bleeding. At the same time, the dragon's body began to turn ash gray. In order to remain as if it were a statue. That in seconds dissipated like smoke, and the pieces of armor fell to the ground. The 4 young men breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that they had won. In an orthodox way, but they won. Kuroka would see her sister and, being a little nervous of her, approached her. Shirin. Don't say anything, Ni-sama. I haven't forgotten everything I've been through, but. Kaneko gave a half-smiled nod. It would be good if you could help me with this power. And also that we could chat. Kuroka looked with surprise and joy at her sister. And she couldn't help but let a tear escape when she heard that. Thank you, Issei-senpai. Kaneko mentally thanked the brunette. Not to interrupt the moment, but. Rujul spoke, drawing the girl's attention. We still have work to do. Come on, the demon parents need us. Rujul quickly went in the direction where the demons were fighting the evil dragons. Rhea quickly followed her groupmate, as with an exchange of glances and a nod from the Nekashu sisters, they both also followed the werewolf. And internally they hoped that others were well. Returning to the front of the main entrance of Oro's academy. The situation in said region of the school seemed to have intensified more than in any other part of the school. The large horde of evil dragons that came and went seemed to have no end, no matter how many they killed, more came through circles. Magical. Valery fought the evil dragons without any problem, either kicking them, cutting them and slitting their throats, as well as absorbing their powers and turning them to dust, and the cycle was repeated. For Valery this was relaxing, and he wouldn't mind being like this for a while. Days, but internally she knew that it was not time to have fun, they had to end this once and for all, and that made her increase the power of her attacks. Sona was panting from the great overexertion they were making, and even more so from being forced to immediately use her new magic, nitroglycerine, to end this once and for all. But that magic was new and consumed a lot of energy. But luckily, Valery supported her with a transfer spell to restore her magical power, thanks to the extra reserves that Valery obtained by absorbing the power of these things, which Sona was grateful for. But this was already making them sick. No. It had an end. They've been like this for 10 minutes now, although for them it seemed like an eternity. Gasper continued to provide support by stopping the evil dragons with his sacred gear and sometimes attacking with his own demonic blasts, and when he ran out of power, Valery transferred the extra energy to him, thanks to her transfer spell. The three of them were making a combination almost invincible. Roswis on her side continued to protect Asia without many problems while bombarding those flying lizards. The ex-Valkyrie, unlike the others, did not suffer serious magical wear thanks to her great reserve method. Being able to launch attacks with so little magic without them losing destructive power was admirable. Asia by her side while she was cared for by Roswis and her family, Issei. With a special bow that Azazel Grigori created for her, her blonde shot arrows of healing aura towards her friends in the distance. And the best part is that if the arrows are about to hit an enemy, they simply fall apart and thus save the mistakes. Boom 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 boom. It was then that several explosions began to be heard followed by many screams. And the 5 young people saw with horror how the demon fathers were being bombarded by the evil dragons, who were launching a rain of fire from the air, destroying not only slight parts of the school, but also damaging the snipers, as well as the close combat ones. Damn it, resist. Valery quickly launched a powerful white blast with blue rays towards that group of evil dragons, destroying several, and others were only injured, but with enough strength to continue. Damn, they are very persistent. Valery, pay attention. At Albion's warning, the girl saw how more evil dragons were against her. And Valery began to cut them and bombard them as best she could. Damn, they won't let her go help the civilians who are just soldiers. Damn. Sona clicked her tongue and sweated coldly as she soaked another group of detained evil dragons with her nitroglycerin and made them explode, but… damn, more kept coming. Is it an infinite army? Roswisan. I would like to help, but I have trouble here. The ex-Valkyrie was summoning several magical circles around her and began shooting left and right at her enemies. Several of the demon fathers continued fighting, still wounded, while they tried to get others to remove the wounded from the place. But it wasn't that easy. They were being pressured. And no. Stop. Gasper, trembling and scared, watched as those things continued with their machine gun attack and the demons were barely resisting. And it was just when he saw how an evil dragon caught one of the demon fathers, ready to finish him off. Stop it, activating the ability of his sacred gear, Gasper stopped several of the evil dragons and gritted his teeth at that as his eyes began to shed blood, as if he were crying. Gasper-kun, you're almost at the limit. If you continue, you will damage your eyesight, Sona warned him, who had to go back to his business against those things. And no. It matters. Issei.senpai.he would never give in to this. Gasper gasped as he wiped the blood from the corner of his eyes of the He always fought with will and determination, no matter how much pain he had to endure. That's why. Gasper stood firm while, unexpectedly, a dark aura began to envelop him. I didn't care. I will surrender. I promised myself I wouldn't be a nuisance anymore, and I plan to fight for Issei-senpai, but you, Valery and my friends, now family. An intense dark glow appeared in his eyes as he said that. Interesting. And to think that we would finally have contact because of this. A voice. A strange dark voice. Was what Gasper heard in his head. Who are you? I thought you would know, kid. After all, you already came into contact with me once, at least unconsciously, when you found out that your senpai died. Gasper didn't know what to say to what that voice said, and at the same time he was surprised. Was it about that time? Listen, kid, I've been waiting for this moment for so long. And it seems that you already have the resolution to achieve it. The only thing missing is your decision. Tell me, do you want power? How? Ask, you want power? The dark voice sounded a little irritated at having to repeat the same thing. Gasper would look around, seeing how this horde of evil dragons seemed to have no end. And just seeing how the demon parents were in danger of dying was enough for him to make his decision. Yeah, I want power, I want to be able to help my family and friends. So, say this with me. And so, you can use it at will. But keep this in mind, 30 minutes is what you will have to use it. So don't abuse this, okay? Gasper nodded to what that dark voice said so. As he said that, without knowing why, Gasper began to feel something similar to a migraine, as he felt like a lot of information was rushing into his mind. How strange, now he knew what to do. Still. Gasper was shocked. He stood at attention as his eyes glowed a gloomy red and a dark aura enveloped him, and then. I am the one who carries the will of the evil god of the evil eyes that stop time. It's time for our rebirth. The large dark shadow came out of Gasper and it expanded a little around him. And said shadow merged with the one at Gasper's feet. The shadow twisted and, starting from Gasper's legs, gradually covered his entire body. I wish to plunge this world into the forbidden night with this darkness. And I will control beings of ill will. Gasper's body was covered in darkness, culminating in a new form. What appeared was a nearly 2-meter tall dark beast with a humanoid shape. His arms became longer and thicker with sharp claws growing on them. His back also became bigger with 12 demon wings made of darkness growing in said area. I will become the demon of darkness. And with my evil eyes I will stop the flow of the world. And the head of this being of darkness took a shape similar to that of a dragon, with many fangs in its mouth, as well as horns on its head, and its eyes glowing an intense and gloomy red. In order to plunge this world into darkness and bring absolute destruction. At the end of the chant, Valery, Sona, Roswis and Asia saw how the entire area where they were was swallowed by darkness. The landscape was dyed jet black. And in the middle of this darkness, there was a being that could be defined as a demon of darkness in human form. Ooh, the howl of that beast made of darkness echoed through this world of darkness. That's it. Asia put her hands over her mouth when she saw what Gasper became. And she couldn't help but remember what happened during the attack on the underworld. That phenomenon is. Valery for some strange reason, broke out in a cold sweat at what she saw, along with a slight hint of fear. First time someone makes her very nervous. Is it his true form that Gasper Kun's father informed Ria-san about? Roswis came to that conclusion, and it seemed the most logical thing. But the question here would be. How do I activate it just like that? Sona, sweating coldly, adjusted her glasses. Hopefully Gasper in this form is not out of control. On the other hand, the demon of darkness that was Gasper inside looked at the surroundings a little curiously. Everything in his sight was red thanks to his eyes, and that's why he could see through this world of darkness where light does not shine. The evil dragons stopped their attacks when they saw this new being in the place. Dark Gasper, upon seeing his prey, made his red eyes shine, causing several reddish glows to even appear in this world of darkness, and these glows managed to paralyze a large part of the evil dragons, which were instantly enveloped by the darkness, to stop them. Like this. Become dragons made of darkness with eyes glowing red. Finish out the bad guys, and don't let them come again. As Dark Gasper said, the dark dragons roared at his words and went to battle against the evil dragons that were not affected by Dark Gasper, as well as against those who arrived as reinforcements. And Dark Gasper would see the demon parents who were speechless at what they saw and had a certain fear. In order to see the ex-nun on the roof, Asia Senpai. Gather a large amount of healing aura and throw it at the injured parents. I will do the rest. Why? Asked Asia, a little doubtful and relieved that Gasper recognized her. Trust me, Asia Senpai. The blonde looked a little doubtfully at Dark Gasper, then put on a determined face and nodded as he began to accumulate a lot of healing aura in his hands. And when he had it ready, he saw the group of demon fathers. There it goes. Asia launched that great accumulation of healing aura towards the demon parents. Dark Gasper, seeing that, raised his hand and launched a large amount of darkness that combined with Asia's green healing aura. And manipulating both auras, he made a black-green aura fall on the demon fathers, who began to feel better in a short time, with his wounds completely healed. Incredible. Roswis was speechless at what he saw. It almost makes me think that this kid can do it all by himself without us lifting a finger. You shouldn't trust yourself anyway, Valery. Maybe the new power of that Dampier is limited, so he won't be able to maintain it forever. Valery had to accept that what Albion said was true also. The dark aura that Brad emanates is not only evil, it also feels as if it is divine. The divine. Valery couldn't believe what he heard. Ifufufufu. This darkness is undoubtedly very annoying. When everyone heard a female voice with a malicious tone, they saw how Nehema appeared from the darkness. Greetings again, Valery Lucifer and ex-Valkyria, Roswis. Nehema. I see. Sona apparently could understand everything when faced with the name Valery mentioned. Since she is one of the leaders of Klepoth and one of Adam's lovers like the Bible says. I admit that she is dangerous just by looking at her. But you are undoubtedly deluded for coming here alone. Do you want to die? Because I wouldn't mind killing you. Valery wrapped herself in her aura of demonic light as she said that. Gigi. Although I admit that we were expecting this new trick from the Dampiro over there. Nehema pointed out to Dark Gasper that she was not doing anything. We are not as stupid as they think. We came prepared for everything. And right now his friends must be having certain attacks with new guests. How? Sona narrowed her eyes when she heard that and then. Aichu, we have a problem through the group communicator. Sona could hear Saji's voice that upset her. Saji, what's wrong? Right now, Tiamat-san and I have some problems with two legendary evil dragons. Sona was almost shocked at what Saji said. They are about the insomniac dragon, Layden, that they mentioned before. And someone who calls himself the Crime Force Dragon, Grenell. But what the hell? Sona was speechless at what she heard, as were Valery, Roswis, Asia and Drak Gasper, who heard through the group communicator. Yufufufu, they must already know, right? Nehema laughed at the disturbing expression that the girls made, except for Dark Gasper. Oh well, seeing the situation, I'll have to bring in one last reinforcement. Nehema would create a communication circle in her ear and. Bring it, why will it be necessary? After saying that and hanging up the call, within seconds, a large magical circle appeared behind Nehema and after a glow. What appeared behind the succubus was a gigantic 8-headed dragon that measured a little more than 10 meters high and also half 200 meters long. The young people and the demon parents were speechless at what they saw and they could feel an intimidating aura coming from that dragon. This is one of the legendary evil dragons that we have revived. Nehema responded to clarify Asia's doubt. This is the Venom Blood Dragon, Yamada no Irachi. And it can't be. Valery didn't know what to say to what he saw. Irachi, it can't be. Albion was very surprised at this. First Ozzy Dahaka, then Layden and Grenell, and now Yamada no Irachi. This must have been a joke. It's been a while, Albion. The Venom Blood Dragon spoke with one of his heads. How pathetic you look, sealed in a sacred gear. How does such humiliation feel? You could say that it has undoubtedly changed me, although sometimes I miss having a body again. But I will not lower myself like you and the others who gave their will to these demons, all in order to return to the world. The only thing that matters is spreading chaos and ruin to this world, nothing more. If I can have fun with that, then I don't mind giving my will to these idiots, no matter how annoying it is. You disappoint me, Irachi. Albion sighed at what the Venom Blood Dragon said, both you and the others. Shit, we'll have to fight. Valery prepared himself for what was coming. But it was then that Dark Gasper stepped out of the shadows, right in front of her. We will take care of these two. You go and help Tiamat-san and Saji-senpai with Grenell and Layden. Dark Gasper said without turning around. We'll be fine, go. Even Sona insisted on the same thing. Valery sighed. Well, he trusted you. Saying that, Valery was enveloped in a very bright demonic light and disappeared from the place as if nothing had happened, leaving particles of light in the air. Let's go there. Roswis positioned herself next to Dark Gasper and prepared his magic circles. So, let the fun begin. Nehema would pull out her claws and envelop herself in her own demonic light. Yamada no Irachi roared at what was coming and seemed excited as he seemed to be smiling. Sona stood next to Asia and both were willing to be support from a distance. Things are only going to escalate even more. Chapter 29 Oros. Battles and Will. Moments before, already when Sona had started the battle when the agreed time limit arrived and the battles had begun, in the southwest region of the school, a tenuous massacre was taking place between dragons. Or in this case, that two powerful dragons were slaughtering these pathetic mass-produced evil dragons. Saji Genshiro, wielder of the King Dragon, Vritra, the prison dragon. He was accompanied by Tiamat, the Dragon Queen. Both dragons finished off their opponents without problems, and there was a good balance. Saji used his sacred gears of Vritra with incredible mastery that earned him a compliment from Tiamat that I compare a little with Vritra when he was alive. Curious, since Vritra in the past, even with his lack of great power and resistance, his multiple abilities made him an opponent who was on Tiamat's level, not in terms of power, but in skill and technique. And that made many think who was the stronger between the two, but now to the important thing. Saji, with one of his sacred gears, Blaze Black Flare, could repel and absorb the evil dragon's fire attacks and use it to increase his black flames to curse them to death, just like with his absorption line. Wrapped in black fire trapped the evil dragons and absorbed their powers until they became pure dust, such pathetic copies without a doubt. And more because they do not have their own thoughts, they were only given an order that they follow without question. Which Tiamat confirmed and called these things dragons without a hint of honor or pride. They didn't even deserve to be called dragons according to her. Tiamat, with only her hands that had dragon scales and claws, proof of a little of his power released from him, finished off these evil dragons without any problem. They barely made her get a part of her power. This is nothing she can't control even if she is alone. Pathetic. Tiamat grabbed one of the evil dragons by her neck and with her claws, she slit his throat. This is hardly anything. You're right. Saji smiled a little sarcastically and somewhat optimistically as he absorbed the energy of an evil dragon that turned into dust over time. But if the enemies don't stop coming, this will be worse. No need to worry. Practically, there are a few more to go and we will finish so we can go with the others. Tiamat was right in what he said. Because even though they had been fighting for about 10 minutes against what seemed like an army that seemed to have no end, now evil dragons' numbers have been reduced too much. Maybe in a few minutes they'll finish everyone off. In that case, let's see who defeats the rest the fastest. Saji would make a large number of lines come out of his two sacred gears that acted as gauntlets that trapped many evil dragons that were burned by the black fire of Vritra as his powers were absorbed until they turned to dust. Joe, do you want to compete? Well, for my brat. Tiamat would make a challenging and at the same time malicious laugh to wrap her hand in blue aura and by shaking it to the side, she created a big explosion in front of them that destroyed the evil dragons that were coming. And in that way, both dragons increased their pace to finish this faster and more so because they really seemed to compete. Which made Vritra sigh, who saw everything through Saji's eyes. It seems that something of his personality is influencing the boy and he does not blame him. Rivalry between dragons, no matter what rank, is normal in their race. And Vritra does not deny that on some occasion in the past, I would have wanted to fight Tiamat to find out who would be the strongest dragon king, since they both surpass the mass if they get serious. And that would perhaps be the reason why Saji, instinctively and unconsciously, is competing against Tiamat. What irony indeed. Anyway, after a great massacre that lasted almost 5 minutes, Saji and Tiamat had already finished off almost all the evil dragons that went against them and they didn't seem to be coming anymore. There were only a few left and they both couldn't help but think that this was easy. Saji would connect one of his lines to Tiamat's arm in order to give her some energy since he could notice how the dragon queen gasped slightly after what happened. She will need to be at 100% just in case and better to keep her that way. But it was then that, out of nowhere, a sudden and large fireball fell from the sky and said fireball fell on the few evil dragons that were left in the place. Saji, Vritra and Tiamat did not know what to say to that as they were covered by the shock wave that flaming explosion created. And when it disappeared, you could only see the place where the evil dragons were before, wrapped in flames. But what the hell happened? Duo, it's been a while, Tiamat. A gloomy voice was heard around the place and the dragon queen felt that she recognized said voice just as she felt a chill run through her body. And when they both realized it, two large figures had fallen from the sky and landed hard on the ground, making everything shake for a moment. And by the time they could see better, they both saw that in front of them were two large dragons. A little more than 10 meters high. Joe, and it seems that Vritra is also here. What a good moment. One of the dragons spoke somewhat pleased. Which was a dragon whose body was purely made of wood like a tree, along with some bushes on its body, and it was standing on all fours. And no. Impossible. Tiamat just by seeing these two felt great nerves and a certain fear. Now cursing his luck of meeting these two. Tiamat-san. Who are they? Saji asked, a little scared but trying not to show it. The one with a wooden body. It's Layton. The insomniac dragon. Tiamat presented the wooden dragon and its eyes shone. And the big guy over there with the thick body. It's Grendel. The crime force dragon. Thanks for introducing us, Tiamat. Grendel said, cracking his fists with a bloodthirsty laugh. Which had very dark green, almost black scales on its body and had a thick tail as well as sharp fangs and stood on two legs like a person. And a terrifying aura surrounds his body. And to think that you would also revive, Grendel. Vritra made an appearance in the form of a small snake on Saji's shoulder. You look terrible, Vritra, you were luckier to revive without a doubt, Grendel laughed somewhat mockingly. Still, how pathetic. That both you, Dragon Albion, have been eliminated and sealed in those objects that god created. What a sarcastic thing, but that does not matter now. What matters is that I am strong and that you are strong, so let's start killing ourselves to pieces. Hey brat, call the others, we'll need help against these two, Tiamat shouts at Saji. Even if we go all out, I doubt we'll win against these two alone. We need some help. Understood. Saji put a hand to his ear as he creates a circle of communication. And after a few seconds of waiting, Kaichu, we have a problem. Saji, what's wrong? Right now, Tiamat-san and I have some problems with two legendary evil dragons. They are the insomniac dragon, Layton, that they mentioned before. And someone who calls himself the crime force dragon, Grendel. But what the hell? Sona was speechless at what she heard. Have you finished calling your reinforcements? Because we want to start now. Said Layton, making his eyes shine a gloomy red. Hey brat, you and Vritra take care of Layton. Saji was somewhat surprised at what Tiamat said. He's not as brutal as Grendel, so they'll be able to handle him. Well, I take care of Grendel however he can. Listen to him, my other half. Grendel is not someone you can face for now. Trust Tiamat. Vritra supported what the Dragon Queen said. Understood. Saji nodded in agreement and stood at attention to face Layton as he prepared his sacred gears, ready to go at his fullest. Saji, can you hear me? Sona's voice was heard again through the group communicator. You two hold on as best you can, we have already sent help there while we have setbacks here. So hold on. Understood. Kaichu saying that, Saji cut the communication while he made a flaming black aura surround him, and one of his eyes turned red with the pupil slit like a dragon. And then. Vritra promotion. Saying that, a large pillar of black flames appeared where Saji was. And when the pillar dissipated, he was seen as Vritra had appeared in the place, and his tentacles were around him. Vritra would roar into the air, demonstrating the majesty of him. How long, Vritra? Tiamat greeted with an ironic half smile. I say the same, Tiamat. Responded Vritra. And it's time for us to battle against these evil dragons that are the evil in the world. We are not going to deny it, because it is what we are. Grendel laughed evilly at what he heard. Then let's begin. Saying that, Tiamat surrounded herself with a bluish glow that, when it dissipated, revealed the Dragon Queen in her dragon humanoid form. Are you ready, Grendel? After all, I am the strongest among the Dragon Kings, and I can't back down, even if my opponent is you. Yes, very good, Grendel roared with happiness and absolute malice. This is what I've been waiting for. Come here, Tiamat, that's what I want. Let's have fun, Vritra. Layton was enveloped in a gloomy grey aura when saying that. I say the same, Layton. Vritra was enveloped in his black aura when saying that. An epic battle between legendary dragons was what was going to be unleashed. King's dragons vs evil dragons. Meanwhile, in the eastern region of Oro's academy, Haidu, Issei and Nomura Ruko had been battling the evil dragons for more than 7 minutes. Issei with only his red tauki and the 2 gauntlets of the boosted gear without the armor and the 2 red swords of his sacred gear, the sword's boosters, fought without many problems against the evil dragons that were barely a warm-up. The boy, even on some occasions, he would launch dragon shots wrapped in Ascalon's Dragon Slayer aura at the same time as he slashed them. And even if they attacked him from behind, thanks to his enhanced senses along with the senjutsu of perception, he would dodge or block their attacks. Enemies without any problem, it almost seems as if it had no opening. Iruko fought against enemies using her artificial sacred gear, which were the armor parts that only covered her legs up to her waist. And the aura that her artificial sacred gear emanated was such that Ruruko's strength and speed combined with the promotion to queen made her a hand-to-hand combatant to be feared. Even Issei admitted that her speed was similar or slightly superior to that of Kiba. Issei, seeing how several evil dragons were going against him, quickly began to charge aura and power into her 2 swords and crossed them in the shape of an X. Boost, 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 burst. Welsh Cross Issei would launch his powerful energy attack from her swords that was in the shape of a red-green X. The attack would hit the group of evil dragons that went against Issei, creating an explosion that wiped out those things. Good thing he added the Dragon Slayer aura into the attack to make sure he finished them off. They drop like flies. We will end this disaster in a jiffy. Issei laughed somewhat mockingly and optimistically at the situation of the battle. You're not the only one who can show off, Haidu-senpai. Saying that, Ruruko took flight with her demon wings, and a large amount of demonic aura began to concentrate on the armor on her legs. Bright burst. Ruruko would kick strongly in the air, thus launching a powerful demonic blast from her foot that hit a group of evil dragons and created a strong explosion throughout the place. Wow, that's incredible. Issei, who didn't expect that, raised his thumb in congratulations at what he saw. As he slit the throat of an evil dragon with his sword. Anyway, there don't seem to be so many left. And Ruruko would not finish his words because, in the distance, a pillar of purple flames could be seen in the sky. That's it. Something tells me that Riaz and Benia-san must be fighting against that Wolberga. Issei pointed out what seemed to be the most obvious, since those 2 were in charge of finding and trying to defeat the bearer of the Incinerate Anthem. Issei would suddenly feel a familiar presence in the place, and when he realized it, a large red-gray gust landed on the place, kicking up a lot of smoke and apparently sending the mass-produced evil dragons flying. Hello again, Sekiruite, Haidu Issei. The one who said that coming out of the smokescreen was Euclid Lucifuge. Euclid? Issei became alert when he saw this idiot in the place, while he was surprised to see him. Have you come here? Pretty simple. I came for revenge, I'm going to get revenge for Romania. Euclid had a dangerous gleam in his eyes when he said that. What's more, your friends must be struggling right now. Are you serious? Kaichu Ruruko's scream caught the attention of Issei, who saw that the Citri pawn had a communication circle in her ear. She looks like she talks to Sona. What's wrong, Nomura-san? Haidu-senpai, enemy reinforcements have arrived. According to Kaichu, she along with Roswa-sensei, Gasper-san and Asia-san are fighting against that woman named Nehema and an evil dragon named Yamada no Arachi. But what the hell? Issei was amazed at what he heard. And also that Jen Senpai and Tiamat-sama are fighting Layden and an evil dragon called Grendel. Grendel, this has to be a joke, did they revive that crazy guy too? Even Drake was amazed at what he heard. Ifufufufu. Euclid's laughter caught the attention of both young people. Don't think I'll let you go help them so easily, hi do Issei. Your fight is with me, whether you want it or not. Damn. Issei clicked his tongue at what he heard and put himself on guard. Nomura-san, go and support others however you can. I will take care of Euclid. Issei would give the girl a thumbs up. Don't worry, I'll be fine. I'll catch up with you later. I trusted you, Haidu senpai. Beat that crazy man taking out her demon wings. Haruko flew away from the place with the best flight speed of hers. So shall we begin? Asked Euclid with his arms extended to his sides. Since as I said before, I have a new toy that I want to try with you. What do you mean? Issei asked, looking at Euclid with suspicion. Simple, it's this. Activate absolute gear. As he exclaimed that, there was a black-blue glow on Euclid's right arm, which dissipated. He gave way to a gauntlet similar to the boosted gear in appearance, only this time it was pure black and a blue gem with yellow spikes. But what? Don't think that the color is the only thing that changed. But also the skills. I have some extra ones to highlight and I still have the previous ones. In addition to Balance Breaker. A black-blue glow enveloped Euclid and when it dissipated, it revealed Euclid wearing armor similar to Issei's in black appearance, blue gems and yellow spikes. Come on, Haidu Issei. Let's have a better battle than the previous one. Red Sekiryuite vs Black Sekiryuite. Black. What a cliché name. Anyway, the color won't make any difference. Issei went on guard as he crossed his arms and his aura began to surround him as he put on his armor without making a sound. And to top it off, me, who is about to wake up, I am the Sekiryuite who carries with him the real truth on high. I will walk the path of justice and carry the hopes of unbreakable infinite dreams. I will become the Crimson Dragon Emperor and I will lead you to the path of heaven shining in the true and deep crimson light. Crimson Cardinal Overdrive. An intense crimson jade glow was present in the place after the last verse and when it dissipated, Issei was seen with his crimson armor while he emitted a crimson jade aura with gold. Another epic battle between opposing Sekiryuites was going to break out. At the same time, in the southwest region of the school. The fierce roar of 4 powerful dragons was heard throughout the place, beginning the draconian battle. Tiamat, expelling her blue aura, attacks Grendel with incredible flight speed with her wings, who counterattacks with a strong blow. But even in mid-air, Tiamat was able to dodge Grendel's blow by turning on her axis. In order to position himself on Grendel's head and deliver a strong blow charged with blue fire to his face. A blow that managed to push Grendel away a couple of meters, leaving ditches in the floor. TSK. Shit. I had forgotten that you have the hardest scales of all the dragons, it's as if you were wearing a shell for skin. Tiamat looked at his fist and feels it numb. Now I understand why even Drake took longer to beat you. Your strength and power are almost nothing compared to your resistance. Yes, that's what I was waiting for. Here I come. Tiamat in saying that, Grendel took some air and then spit out a large ball of fire. Tiamat, still in the air, using her wings, dodges the fireball by moving to the sides with good skill. It seems that she has become too accustomed to fighting in this dragon humanoid form that has become a habit for her. But Grendel took advantage of that and would move into a position unpredictably in order to hit Tiamat who couldn't dodge or block said blow. Shit, even with that giant body, Grendel had acceptable speed. The blow itself disconcerted Tiamat a little, who tried to stay in the air and by pure instinct, she managed to narrowly avoid another blow from Grendel that was with both hands together, that could have been ugly. Let's have fun like never before, Tiamat. Grendel with happiness and madness once again launched another blow that Tiamat dodged in the air due to inertia in order to approach Grendel and give him a strong blow in the stomach with her claws wrapped in fire. Grendel spat out a little bit of blue blood at that, but smiled anyway, that's what I was definitely waiting for. You're still a pain-loving psychopath, right? Damn crazy dragon. Tiamat with a somersault in the air would kick Grendel hard in the jaw, making him look up. But Grendel would launch a blow that Tiamat counterattacked and both clashed their fists forcefully, creating a shock wave through the place. Their battle is only going to intensify even more. And at the same time, Saji Vritra and Layden had their own fight that was different from Tiamat and Grendel's brute force only fight. Saji Vritra extended his tentacles wrapped in his black fire and these went against Layden, who protected himself from those tentacles by creating a barrier around him and then attacked with sharp roots that came out of his body. Saji Vritra counterattacked those roots with a black flame that completely burned those roots and turned them into dust, as the black flame also went against Layden, who covered himself with his barrier. But said barrier seemed like it was going to give way inside to those black flames. As always. Your black flames are still dangerous, Vritra. Layden complimented the prison dragon who seemed to laugh. Even though we are both evil dragons, Layden. We too do not match the other evil dragons in terms of power and strength. My greatest strength is my techniques and abilities along with my cursed flames, but my defense is somewhat poor. Well, you don't have powerful attacks, you only have a resistance similar to Grendel's, and that added to your barriers is worse. Ha, it's true. They even considered us the weakest among the evil dragons. Layden laughed ironically. But our different abilities meant that we were taken into account as great threats. True, but enough of the talks. Vritra would cut off the conversation to return to the attack. Thus sending his tentacles with black fire that hit Layden's barriers, wanting to break through them. I have new tricks too. Layden would make cannon-like nozzles appear on his body, thus starting to shoot sharp wood and yellow blasts. In addition to breaking down his barrier, Layden's attacks would hit Saji Vritra's black fire tentacles, thus undoing the attacks. But it was in that I'm here Vritra Layden would have made a great jump, attacking the prison dragon head-on, which was hit squarely in its body, and making it fall to the ground. Let's see if you like this. Layden would make several sharp roots appear around them, so that they attack the prison dragon, but unexpectedly, a black shadow appeared under Saji Vritra, and he sank into said shadow which then disappeared. Layden, somewhat surprised, seemed to recognize what happened and with a smile he looked elsewhere, where the same thing appeared. Black shadow on the floor and from it came Saji Vritra. Yo, I see that you still control the shadows as usual, Vritra. My most special abilities are somewhat limited even in this form. Since my other half has not yet unlocked all my power and I just resurrected recently. But I can still use them to a lesser extent. Then let's continue with some excitement. Layden attacked again with sharp roots that came out of his body. And Vritra counterattacked with his tentacles wrapped in black fire. This battle was also intense in his own way. In the eastern region of the school, the battle between Issei and Euclid had begun. Both had disappeared at a high speed and then reappeared after colliding their fists. The force was such that the place where they were fighting shook. That speed and strength were not common. Euclid was surprised to see that Issei managed to keep up with him, but it is not enough, and he will prove it. And immediately both opposing Securities engaged in a fight of rapid blows, with an overwhelming force so intense that the stones they began to rise due to the breaking of the air with each blow. Issei knew that Euclid wasn't going all in yet, he was confident and just playing with him. And more so because this new Euclid armor seemed stronger than the previous one. Okay, he must even things out. It's not for nothing that I trained for this moment to surpass even the Mao level. Issei's red Tauki seemed to increase due to the strong emotions he had. And that caused Issei to gain such an increase in speed and strength to Euclid's surprise that he was barely able to dodge one of Issei's blows, who seemed to understand the sudden change in his body, and boost, 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 burst. Take this. Issei launched a strong blow charged with crimson jade aura, along with gold and jet black. And said blow made Euclid retreat a couple of meters, a little surprised. And even more so when seeing that a slight jet black color had been added to Issei's crimson jade aura. What was that? What's wrong? Is that all, Euclid? Don't make fun of me, Securitate. Boost, 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 boost. Euclid in rage attacked Issei again, and they both clashed their fists again, making the place where they were tremble even more. And so both opponents resumed their attacks, beginning to launch their flurries of blows with much more power. Each blow collided with the other, and that did not stop either of the contestants, who incredibly continued without receiving any damage from the other. After clashing fists again, Issei transferred power into his punch at the right moment and managed to overcome the strength of his opponent who was not happy at all, and raising his aura and concentrating energy, Euclid would create an explosion of energy around him that I push Issei a few meters back. With his energy claws on the ground, Issei stopped his walk and regained his balance to see black bluish and grey blasts coming towards him. Issei raised his hands and covered himself with a red-black barrier. The impact of the attacks was blocked, although the Securitate was pushed backwards by that. And it was at that point that he felt his instincts being at their maximum. And he noticed 5 bursts of energy going towards him. Very good, continue dodging, it is not an option, and if you want to win, you must take the risk. Jet. Ejecting flaming energy from his thrusters, Issei lashed out against those energy blasts with his hands in front, in which he made the dragon claws appear that were made of crimson and jet energy combined. And making a turn as if it were a tornado in his path, he managed to attack and repel the spheres that were going towards him, and then finish his turn and attack Euclid with his raised fist, who was waiting for him for everything. They both clashed their fists again, and that created a large crater beneath them, but they did not pay attention to it. In order to start a fight at high speed on the ground, where at the speed that both were moving, it was like seeing 2 orbs of light collide. And again. And in the middle of that, Euclid took the opportunity to launch several bursts of shock between the two. Issei was forced to distance himself to avoid those blasts hitting him. Even though he is stronger and more resilient than before, it is not an option to constantly receive those attacks and wait to resist them. Overbooster, but that increase of several times in one, Issei launched a single shot from his right hand that was so powerful, and that single shot got rid of the enemy blasts to continue its path towards Euclid, who deflected the attack by hitting with both hands together. Only to feel that that shot was slightly superior. The explosion that was generated in the distance was felt by both opponents, who still did not take their eyes off the other and looked at each other analytically. I'm glad that the new method of using several boosts in one works. Issei looked at his hands and the aura that surrounded him for a moment. He never imagined that he would have this kind of power. That's how it is. Even I could do something similar when I was alive, but don't overdo it. Remember that this is a new power that you must perfect. Drake advised him, and Issei nodded in agreement. While Issei was having his internal talk with Drake, Euclid didn't believe what was happening. That brat was keeping up with him. Very different from what happened in Romania where he could barely keep up with him, but now he follows him as if they were equals. Although he has not yet used all his power in this new armor. That this is happening is unheard of. Euclid clenched his fists and teeth as he felt rage invade his being and expelled more aura to create two swords in his hands. These had black blades and handles, along with a small blue jewel on the handle and slight yellow details. Equalize things, Issei. The aforementioned nodded to what Drake suggested and would take out his two red swords boosted. And they were immediately enveloped in the strange jet energy that appeared in Issei, along with the dragon slayer aura of Ascalon that was still stored in the sacred gear. And with that, as they exchanged glances again, both opponents immediately went to meet the enemy with their respective weapons. And the collision between them created a strong crimson jet glow in the place, along with the sound of metal colliding. Returning to the battle between the two king's dragons and the two evil dragons. Grendel continued to throw punches almost without stopping, causing Tiamat to have to block or dodge them. Tiamat knows that in brute strength and endurance, he will never beat Grendel. He is a being that surpasses the Dragon King and Mao level, possibly being at the level of a low-rank god warrior or a demigod. The good thing is that he does not enter the top 10, not even close to the last place. But his great brutality and resistance could cause problems for beings from said top. Tiamat would dodge a blow from Grendel by somersaulting forward in order to start running on the arm with which Grendel gave said blow and give him not just one, not two, but several consecutive blows charged with fire to the face. Grendel he seemed to recoil from said blows to his face and that made him laugh madly. And one last blow from Tiamat, this time to the stomach, caused Grendel to vomit more blue blood. This is definitely fun although I was hoping to face you in your giant form, you being able to face me even in your small form makes it more fun Tiamat how I enjoy this, with an ecstatic expression on his face, Grendel attacked again with happiness. Well, I'm going to take advantage of your pleasure in receiving damage to take advantage, Tiamat launched a strong blow that collided with Grendel's, causing the place where they were to shake and the ground to seriously crack. At the same time, Sajiv Ritra had his snake body coiling laden around his body, as if he had imprisoned him. And the tentacles and black flames of the prison dragon tried to absorb Layden's power and hurt him to win, but this was not easy. Enough of this nonsense expelting a grey-green aura, Layden would make several wooden blades appear around his body that wounded Sajiv Ritra, causing him to let go and take distance. The games are over. Vritra Layden would make several thick roots with sharp wooden mouths and teeth on them, go against his opponent who was ready for what was coming, but out of nowhere, a glowing dark luminous orb appeared on the spot. And said orb mercilessly cut the roots of Layden, to the astonishment of him and Sajiv Ritra. While Tiamat and Grendel stopped their fight for the slightest of moments to see what was happening. And when the dark bright light got rid of said orb, the person who had arrived at the place was seen. The Valery. Tiamat was surprised, but at the same time relieved that the hacker Yuku had arrived at the place. Sorry for the delay. Some of those things got in my way. Valery would then go to see both evil dragons legendaries. They are certainly somewhat intimidating just by looking at them. It seems that the carrier of Albion came here. That will make things more interesting. Said Layden somewhat pleased. Finally a real challenge. Grendel sounded totally happy for the new challenge that arrived. Hey Albion, you will fight me. It won't be like that. Taking advantage of the commotion created, Tiamat would make her right fist become giant, and with this, she would give a strong blow to Grendel who was moved several meters away. Valery, I will take care of Grendel as can you and Vritra for now. Try to take down Layden and then take down Grendel. Don't be ridiculous Tiamat, you know you can't beat Grendel on your own. Valery replied. I know, but it's the only option we have if more help arrives, and you can't help us both at the same time. Tiamat would then see how Grendel was rearranging himself again. Do as I say Valery, it's the only option we have. I agree with Tiamat, Valery. Albion supports what I heard. The best thing is to defeat Layden as soon as possible, who is the weakest between those two, and then defeat Grendel. It's not very easy to have 3 against 2, especially if the two opponents are ridiculously strong. So we have to make do with what we have. TSK. It's okay. He trusted that you will be fine, Tiamat. With his decision made, Valery would go to see Layton. I guess I'll be your opponent too. You don't care, right? Not at all. It would be an honor to fight against the strongest hacker Yuiku of all, who is the descendant of Lucifer. Hey, Layton, I was going to be the one to fight Albion. Grendel showed his anger and complaint at this. Well, it hurts. He and his possessor just rejected you. Better have fun with Tiamat. Responded Layton somewhat mockingly. That's why I hate fighting with someone. Grendel stepped on the ground hard, cracking it hard. Showing his anger and disgust. Well then, I'll let it go this time. Let's have fun again, Tiamat. And with that, Grendel charged at Tiamat with a decent and incredible speed, even for his great size. And both dragons bumped fists in the process. Then it's my turn. Wrapped in a powerful aura, Valery would attack Layton with great speed. And when the girl was going to hit her, she felt like she hit something invisible that was hard, and that wasn't Layton. It was a barrier. Valery would notice that she was locked in a barrier just a few meters from Layton. Don't worry, hacker Yuiku, I'll attend to you in a moment. I'll take care of Ritra first. Layton sounded a little mocking, indicating that he put up that barrier while he set her sights on Sajiv Ritra. Unlike Grendel, who is a madman and wouldn't mind fighting the three of you at the same time, I am saner and smarter. I won't be able to win if I fight both of you at the same time, so I'll finish off one first and then the other. And without moving from my place. Damn cheater. Valery angrily launched a powerful white blast with blue rays. But the attack failed to penetrate the barrier above her. And it can't be. It's useless. Such a simple attack will not destroy my barriers. Layton would see Sajiv Ritra again, who had gotten up to continue. Let's have fun, Ritra. Layton would make thick and sharp roots start to emerge from the ground that went against Sajiv Ritra, who took evasive actions, trying to destroy or avoid those thick sharp roots. Shit. Valery would hit Layton's barrier with his fists, but he still couldn't break it. He tried the same with his swords, but the result was the same. Damn, there's only one option left. I will not stay here like a caged dragon. Valery, upon concentrating, would begin to expel the white-blue aura from him, and then. Me, who is about to wake up. I am the hacker Yuiku who will bring the truth to the darkness. I will walk the path of illusion and domination of destructive infinite dreams. I will become the Silver Dragon Empress, and they will have to obey the illusions of Silver White in the perfect bad ways. Empire Juggernaut Overdrive. A silver turquoise glow surrounds Valery, and as it dissipates. Let's see his changed armor. And at the same moment it changed, Valery quickly gave a strong blow charged with aura that managed to destroy Layton's barrier. Very good. Now, yes, happy for her achievement, Valery would attack Layton, ready to give him a strong blow. But his blow was blocked by another barrier that suddenly appeared, and it barely resisted him. But what? I see, so this is the rumored hacker Yuiku's silver armor. And it is undoubtedly terrifying, since it can destroy my barriers, but would it work with 2 or 3 more layers? By making his eyes shine, Layton would make 3 more layers of his barrier appear and surround Valery, so as not to leave her. Go. I told you to wait. It will soon be your turn, hacker Yuiku. I simply have to destroy them. Valery, wrapped in a fierce silver aura, began to launch strong blows to destroy those barriers, and she succeeded. But every time she destroyed one, a new one appeared and the cycle repeated. Damn cowardly dragon, fight head on. There is no point complaining to him, Valery. For the evil dragons, there is nothing like honor or pride. Albion report, they are beings that enjoy wreaking chaos and destruction in the world, and only very few still retain that honor and pride of normal dragons like me. But for someone like Layton, who along with Ritra are the weakest evil dragons in terms of power, for Layton there is no such thing as honor and pride. He only cares about winning, no matter if they call him a coward for not facing 2 opponents or even several at the same time. Damn. Valery clicked her tongue, annoyed at this, but still trying to free herself from this prison of barriers that Layton put her in. Ooh, an agonizing roar was heard throughout the place. And it could be seen how Sajiv Ritra was trapped by Layton's roots, while other sharp roots repeatedly stabbed him in different parts of his body, and the blood of the dragon fell to the ground. How boring. Your possessor is too weak, Ritra. He doesn't even have powerful attacks like the hacker Yuiku, and he also can't bring out your true power. What a disappointment. By saying this, Layton would make a large amount of roots come together, thus creating what seemed to be a large wooden fist with spikes around it. If you manage to survive this, I will recognize you properly, prison dragon. Curse. I'll probably kill him with that. Valery, with no other option, even knowing that he might run out of energy. She created a complex magic circle with different runes in front of her and began to charge energy for a powerful attack. That accumulation of energy is interesting. Layton looked with interest at the attack that Valery was carrying. Let's see if he is able to break through my defenses. Keep talking, cowardly dragon. Valery would then notice that the charge of his attack was already ready. Alright, it's time silver cannon. The powerful torrent of silver energy with blue rays around it impacted Layden's barrier and not only destroyed the first layer, it also completely destroyed the other layers around it and the attack was towards Layden. Whereupon impact, it created a strong bright silver explosion. What was left after the explosion after the attack dissipated is the evil dragon Layden with smoke coming out of its body. And there were parts of his wooden body that were gone, but the main parts were unharmed. Shit. And it can't be. I barely did anything to him. Valery didn't know what else to say to what he saw. Without a doubt, these evil dragons are as hard as solid rock. Good attack. I never thought that you would penetrate my wall of protection. But my body is also quite resistant, you know. Although not as much as Grendel's, but it will be more resistant if I include my barriers. As he said that and made his eyes shine again, other layers of barrier appeared around Valery again, trapping her. Is this serious? I think I better finish Vritra once and for all, and then we can have fun, hacker Yuku. Damn, Valery hit the barrier again, breaking it. And when he was going to break the other layer, another new layer appeared and so on. Damn, this jerk is playing with her. Layden would manipulate his roots, and with that large wooden fist with spikes made of these, which was still intact even after the previous, he would deliver a strong blow that went against Saji Vritra that he could do nothing to avoid, receiving it squarely. And said the blow sent him backwards, making him return to normal. Saji would crash into the ground, bouncing violently to stop after colliding with a windmill that was destroyed by the impact. Saji would try to get up from the rubble as best he could. His face was covered in blood and he had few needles stuck in his body, indicating that some were stuck in him because of that spiked fist made by Layden. How pathetic. Oh, I know. Should I destroy that place called school that you built so that you can be more serious? Valery and Saji were speechless at what Layden said. We find out what you want to do with this place. And all I can say is that it's a pathetic dream and they told us that we could destroy this place if we wanted to. What do you think? And no. I won't let you. Destroy. The school. That place is. Saji tries to walk as best he can while he tried to regain his strength and his voice was weak. Sorry, what did you say? Layden acted deaf as if he hadn't heard when in reality he did. And he began to laugh. I didn't hear you well. But I'll still destroy it. Let's see what you guys do. I won't let you go, definitely. I won't let you destroy the school, raising his voice as best he can, and with his flaming black aura surrounding him, the spikes on Saji's body turned into dust and the flames seemed to cover the wounds but did not alleviate the pain. Even with that, Saji's sacred gears created a large amount of lines that went against Layden, enveloping one of his legs, but pathetic. With a root that formed a blade, Layden would cut the lines that tied his leg without problems. What a pathetic possessor you have, Vritra. But I think we need to give him more inspiration. Layden with a single sharp root would attack Saji, stabbing and piercing his right leg near the knee. Making the blonde agonize as he knelt on the ground. And now. With that, several thick roots went towards the school near them, destroying several of its walls. Damned, I won't let you do that. Valery, more than angry, began to put more pressure on destroying the barriers that had imprisoned her, but these were restored shortly after new ones appeared. It was practically the same. How pathetic you are. Not even Albion can do anything against Layden. What a disappointment. Grendel was laughing at the situation while he had little blood and wounds on his body. And Tiamat was panting still in the air near his opponent. I won't let them destroy the place we have worked so hard for. Increasing the black flames around him, Saji attacked Layden with his lines wrapped in black fire. But a barrier protected the dragon from those lines. You have a great will, possessor of Vritra. And I recognize it. But that's of no use if you can't show that will as it should. By saying that, Layden would make several roots come out of the ground and these tied Saji, who was trying to free himself even with his black flames, but it didn't work. I think I better finish you off. I'm not interested in the weak. Denshuru Saji. Damn, Valery began launching energy blasts to destroy the barriers imprisoning her, but Layden kept creating more to keep her in her place. This was the last straw. So, last words, Vritra possessor? Layden asked somewhat mockingly. I wanted to be like Haidu. Saji spoke with a weak voice that could still be heard. He is someone who always gives his all and always moves forward for his teammates or someone. I was envious of his power and ability. I wanted to be like him. But when I think I have achieved it, he is already 5 or 10 steps ahead of me. No matter how much I train, he still surpasses me by miles. I felt so frustrated with myself, but as I said that and looked up, there was a red-black glow in his eyes by Saji. And the black flames on him started to burn even brighter than before. Now, I realized that I can't be like Haidu. But there is something I can do. There is something I want to do. Saji shouted from the bottom of his heart. I will become a master, and I'm going to teach those students who will attend this school. I will teach them that there is something only they are capable of doing. How pathetic. Are those your last words? Layden asked, somewhat mockingly. To then realize how some of his roots that wrapped around Saji were turning to ashes one by one, little by little. Laugh if you want, I don't care about a coward who doesn't fight properly. You don't even deserve to be called a dragon with pride or honor, you're just a pile of talking wood. The black flames around Saji began to rekindle even more, to the surprise of the others. In this place, there is a dream that I want to fulfill, together with my master and my companions. And to achieve that, I will not let you destroy this place. The black flames around them began to behave strangely. That was. Valery seemed to recognize this phenomenon, especially when a suspicious aura began to surround Saji. That state that the holders of sacred gears can reach, and it is said state that can change the balance of the world itself. Evil dragons, Layden and Grendel, don't underestimate my black flame, said Vritra, appearing in the form of a small snake on Saji's shoulder. My other half, let's show you the power of my cursed flames that make me be called the prison dragon. Let's do it, balance breaker. With those words, the flames enveloped the young demon and little by little began to take the physical form of a armor. It was an armor that was black and had several tentacles coming out of it. Those flames curse those who are burned by them, a curse that will follow them beyond death. And the black flames that enveloped the young man freed him from the bonds of his opponent's roots. Balance breaker Malabolge Vritra promotion Malabolge, one of the levels of hell, the one above the deepest. Perfect name for this form that has the potential to punish sinners. Balance breaker, right now. TSK. Lucky brat. Layden looked a little upset, but at the same time pleased at this event. It's not luck. We finally decided which path to take, one that we feel proud of. And this will start with defeating you and not letting Klepeth get away with it. Saji and Vritra were talking at the same time. Were they fused? That's crazy. Time for revenge. Let's see how good you are now in that form. Layden would make several sharp roots go against Saji, who only raised one hand and created a shield of black fire. And Layden's roots turned into dust when they came into contact with the shield of black flames. How? Now it's my turn. Saji would send his tentacles with black fire against Layden, who covered himself with his barrier. But those tentacles with black flames achieved the unthinkable. Cross and make the dragon's barrier disappear, and it was burned by the black flames. This fire. It's like Vritra's when he was alive. It's the same one. Layden, as he could, created a stronger barrier around him that kept away those tentacles with black flames, and his wooden body burned, and some parts turned into ashes. And to think that the balance breaker would have Vritra's true abilities. This is absurd. And to top it off, Saji would send several tentacles towards where Valery was, freeing her from that prison of barriers. No, you won't. Layden tried to activate her barriers again, but Valery would quickly disappear wrapped in an orb of light and then reappear next to Saji. Damn, you're late. I know. But now, let's finish him off. Saji put himself on guard as did Valery, both ready to fight the insomniac dragon. Wahahahaha, this will make things more interesting. Grendel tried to go to where Saji and Valery were, but someone would get in front of him in the air. It was Tiamat. I already told you. Your opponent is me. Tiamat would give a strong blow to Grendel's face, making him retreat a couple of centimeters. Then don't disappoint me. Tiamat. Grendel sounded angry at being interrupted, but he still accepted the challenge. Yo, I see that things are very interesting in this place. A new voice was heard around the place. And when the 5 dragons tried to search for the origin of said voice, they saw that on top of a building near the school, there was a black-haired man with a muscular body. And next to him was a young man with a mask on his face. Do you mind if I join in the fun? Sarayerg San Sarayerg Bale. Saji and Valery were surprised and at the same time relieved that help had arrived. Although they did not expect that said help would be Sarayerg, but that still relieves them. Who is that pathetic demon that just arrived? Asked Grendel, laughing a little. It is probably Sarayerg Bale of the House of High King Bale. I have heard that he lacks demonic power since his birth. And apparently, he defeated many terrorists with just his bare hands and is considered the strongest young demon. Layden informed about the newcomer. It seems to have arrived just in time. And apparently, just when he was getting good. Sarayerg would jump from where he was, landing on the ground smoothly along with his companion. We have the advantage and agrees, and that's why I was sent here. I arrived by force using my Tauki to pass through the flames of the Saint Cross. Sarayerg Bale, we will take care of Layden. While you together with Tiamat take care of Grendel, he is the craziest in the place. Joe, I understand. Sarayerg with a fearless smile would go to see the dragon that was in front of Tiamat. I have heard that they want to destroy this school, and that. A dangerous wide aura began to surround Sarayerg, who clenched his fists with a certain murderous instinct towards his opponent. I will not allow it, you're going to die here, evil dragons. Meanwhile, right in front and at the main entrance of the Oros Academy. The fierce battle against the enemies began a long time ago. and the atmosphere seemed to be normal as before, and it is because Dark Gasper decided not to cover the entire place with darkness again in order to save power, since he still does not fully control his new power. But at least there won't be any more evil dragons coming, for now. Anyway, Dark Gasper suddenly went against the evil dragon, Yamada no Orochi. The dragon attacked his opponent by launching blasts of fire and a substance that was poison from the mouths of his 8 heads. The Dampiro calmly raised a wall made of darkness and said wall swallowed the attacks of Orochi, who did not believe what he saw. Dark Gasper would then launch dark blasts that upon impacting Orochi, the darkness seemed to stick to his body and tried to consume him. But Orochi would increase his aura, trying to free himself from that darkness, but little or nothing worked. And it was then that some light attacks hit Orochi, right where the darkness was, making it disappear from his body. "Don't trust yourself, you idiot," Nehema shouted, indicating that it was she who saved him. Of course, light and darkness are two similar but different forces. And although they can counteract each other, neither can live without the other. "Don't let your guard down." Roswis attacked the succubus with her attribute attacks, making the latter defend herself a little and then attack with her demonic light. Which Roswis was dodging or blocking, she can't let that hit her. She was a demon too, and she can't let the light hit her because it will be painful, and her enemy can use a light that can harm both angels and demons. Nehema would create a magic circle above her and then throw it at Roswis as if it were a disc. Roswis would attack said circle and destroy it with her magic, but that was when she realized that Nehema was already close to her, indicating that the above was a distraction. Shit. Nehema would hit Roswis hard in the stomach, causing her to die. Damn, that hurt. To then receive another blow, this time in the face that made her move away. Roswis would compose herself as best she can, only to see that Nehema went against her again, this time with her claws drawn. Roswis would quickly and by inertia draw a sword from a magic circle, thus narrowly blocking the succubus's claws. "Joe, I didn't expect that, but that will make it more fun." Nehema would put more strength into her struggle, making Roswis try harder. "I'll make sure to get you as unharmed as possible, so I'll knock you unconscious. But you can still stop this if you want, you just have to join us and cooperate, and we'll just retreat. So that to cause even more damage than this, I would rather die than join you." Interesting words, Valkyrie, but they are of no use. You are a key element. But for now, let's have fun. Maintaining the struggle with one hand, Nehema with her other hand would launch a light burst of demonic light that hit Roswis squarely, sending her away a few centimeters and with smoke coming out of her body and a few burns. Ah. Now I understand the demons even more. The light is horrible for them, and now for me too. Roswis complained a little while, cursing her lack of resistance. Even if she is a rook, she does not have absolute defense. Damn, not even Kaneko would have been flinched by a light attack since she had better resistance. Come on, entertain me a little more. I'm going to attack again." Nehema went on the attack again, apparently now with madness and amusement on her face. Roswis stood firm with his sword in hand and also went to meet the enemy. She is determined to fight to win, but if the situation arises, she will not hesitate to take her own life, all in order to save others, no matter how sad they become about it later. "I won't let that happen." Unexpectedly, Issei's words came to her mind. "If they appear again, I will definitely defeat them. I can't accept this. Call me an idiot if you want. I understand that sometimes sacrifices have to be made to achieve the greater good, even if it means sacrificing one life for many others, but there's no way I think that way. Roswis-an, I promise that I will protect you even if I have to give my life for it." Roswis shed a couple of tears at the memory of her. She doesn't want to do this either. She wants to live, she wants to continue being with those she cares about. And she can get even closer to Issei, the first man who captured her heart, but saving the world always requires sacrifices. But still. Even in her thoughts, Roswis would crash her sword against Nehema's claws, starting a struggle. "I will fight to find another way." Interesting. With an animated tone, Nehema would begin to block Roswis's different sword attacks with her claws. And it was then that a figure in the distance jumped from a building and bright burst unexpectedly, a powerful demonic sphere went towards where Roswis and Nehema were fighting, and both would jump to their respective sides, dodging that attack that destroyed the ground. "A little. You do you mind if I join the party?" Nomura Sona was a little happy to see her second pawn okay. Plus she already knows who Issei is fighting thanks to Raruko, who informed her on the way here. "Roswis-sensei, do you want help with that woman?" I would really appreciate it. I can't win alone." Roswis accepts the first-year girl's offer. No matter how many of you come. Nehema would increase her aura and her demonic light, it will be the same result. "We'll see about that." With a jump, Raruko would stand next to Roswis. It's a little scary having to fight someone very strong. But maybe the two of us together will make a difference. I'm wondering the same. And I hope the others are well. Roswis would stand firm again with his sword in hand, which began to emanate a magical aura. It was time for the counterattack. Chapter 30 Oros. Battles and Beliefs. The tension in the Oros Academy was completely high, and even more so due to the large number of battles that broke out around the place, as if the school had become a battlefield. But among all those battles, 3 of them were the most notable as the others fought against the endless army of evil dragons that, no matter how many they kill, more continue to appear as if they had no end. And in the southwestern region of the school. I heard that there is a great King Baal who fights like an idiot. So they were talking about you? Grendel laughed fearlessly at Sererg who was facing him. Evil dragon, Grendel. I've heard stories about you and what you've done in the past. And I heard that you are an evil spirit who even enjoys death. Sererg said. I find it very sarcastic that a great King Baal calls me an evil spirit, although I don't care about those things. Grendel would then make a defiant face with a light laugh. The problem is whether you can fight me or not. Joe, then. Sererg with a defiant laugh would begin to emanate a wide aura from Tauki. Come and check. That's how you talk. Grendel with amusement would throw a blow toward Sererg, who blocked the dragon's blow by crossing his arms and causing a strong shock wave to be created. Sererg gritted his teeth a little as he resisted said blow, his Tauki protecting him from worse damage. And that was enough to know that he shouldn't let himself be hit in a row, and maybe he would have to use that. So, with all the strength possible, Sererg would take a big leap against Grendel and hit him. Strong blow charged a Tauki in the dragon's face. The impact and shock created by the collision vibrate the air violently. Grendel recoils a little from that blow to his face, and with blood coming out of his mouth, he laughs as if he is really happy. Oh seriously, I never thought there was a demon who fought only with his hands and used hand-to-hand combat. And he even managed to attack me back. Grendel smiling and cracking his fists. Come on Baal, I will face both you and Tiamat without any problem. Well, let's go then. And with what I have seen, I won't be able to do much if I'm not serious. Sererg said. Joe, do you have anything else in store, Sererg Baal? Asked Tiamat with some interest. That's right. Sererg would go to see his companion like the others. Regulus. Yes sir. The one now identified as Regulus would remove the mask from his face, revealing his face. And with that, his body began to mutate, becoming larger, about 5 meters long. Hi. His body was golden in color and had a golden mane. What everyone saw was a majestic golden lion in the place. I formally introduce myself. I am the sacred gear Regulus Nemia, one of the 13 Longinus. Regulus Nemia. I can't believe it. Valery didn't know what to say to what he saw. And to think that the demons, especially the Baal, had such a hidden relic until now. An autonomous Longinus. Layden was also surprised at this. As I understand it, the owner of that Longinus died years ago. How is that possible? I don't know, when I found it the owner had died at the hands of a mysterious group and only the Regulus Nemia axe remained. Sererg reported. How capable is the Regulus Nemia? Saji asked interested. Regulus Nemia, one of the 13 Longinus, was created after the biblical god took a Nemian lion and turned it into said sacred gear. It is said that if it is mastered 100%, it is capable of breaking the land in 2 in one fell swoop. It can also turn into a giant lion and protect its owner from projectile weapons. It is inferior to boosted gear and divine dividing, but it is not far behind in terms of great power. Reported by Valery, leaving Saji and Tiamat almost speechless, while Grendel seemed to become even more interested. When he found it he was in the form of an axe, but before disappearing he turned into a lion. And he killed the guys who attacked the person who owned it. And I decided to make him my servant. It is a funny encounter. Because of my mother's blood I am able to tame lions, the blood of Vapula. Due to his instability I sealed his power using the 7 pawn pieces that I used with but it's time to stop doing that. Well, I can only calm him down if he gets out of control. Now he behaves better. I got tired of being limited by those idiots from the House of Baal. I tried hard not to lose control and be more sane in my actions. Valery, Saji and Tiamat looked at the lion with a raised eyebrow and a drop on the back of the neck. I admit it. He had bad behavior. That makes it even better. It doesn't matter if there are 3 against me now, they won't change anything, but I hope they entertain me. Who said he would fight at our side? Sererg would touch Regulus's head, making him feel a pulse of energy. Indicating that he got rid of the seals on him, and that caused the lion to roar as he felt his power return. A while ago, I obtained a unique power with Regulus. With this I can put myself on par with supreme class demons in terms of pure power, but I swore that I would only use it for an emergency that threatens the underworld. It's not time for him to think about foolish oaths. He must show his determination now before these dragons, the determination that was born from the words of his mother. She believed in you, Sererg Regulus exclaimed, so that his master would stop nonsense. You. I see that time with Kusha has made you become better with words. Sererg would hit his palm with his fist. Yes. I must demonstrate my determination, the one that has brought me here. And it will allow me to achieve my dream. The lion nodded while Valery, Saji and Tiamat were surprised by his words. And then, Regulus would turn into golden particles that went towards the heir of Baal, who was surrounded by a golden glow. "My lion, king of Nemea, you who were called the king of lions, answer my roar and become my armor." The place shook a little at that. And Grendel watched what was happening with a smile. This was getting interesting. Balance breaker. The golden light shone more intensely, everyone covered their eyes and after it went out. Saraerg was seen wearing golden armor, you could see the base of the lion there. The helmet that showed his face had long golden mane and on the chest was the head of a lion whose eyes were shining. It was like seeing a lion, but in human form, but without a doubt. A lion king. The balance breaker of Regulus Nemea, Regulus Ray Leather Rex Saraerg would step forward, ready to face his enemy, standing next to Tiamat who was amazed at this. "It will be an honor to fight alongside him, Tiamat Sama. Heh, you impress me. Well then." Tiamat would be put on guard and the flaming blue aura emanated from her again. "Let's go there." Seeing that, Valery and Saji also prepared to fight their opponent. Grendel and Layden looked carefully and excitedly at their respective opponents. Finally a real challenge. And while everyone looked at each other expectantly, ready to start the great battle at any moment, a small piece of rock fell to the ground from a high point. And that started the fight. Tiamat and Saraerg went directly and quickly against Grendel, who receives them both head-on. Both launched their blows in conjunction with their respective powers, but Grendel blocks them by crossing his arms. A powerful clash vibrates the surroundings, and the blows of both break his guard. Grendel is shocked the moment his guard is broken, but is glad as he makes a mocking smile. At the same time, Valery and Saji went straight towards Layden, ready to hit him. Layden used his barriers to block the blows, but divide. Using the power of his sacred gear, Valery would be able to break through the barriers more easily, just like Saji, who dispelled the barriers with his black flames. And with that, both would manage to land a strong blow on Layden's face, cracking the hit area. "Your barriers will not serve you." Valery would charge his fists in blue rays, thus starting to hit Layden hard, who tried to counterattack with his thick roots, but Saji's tentacles fought against said roots, turning them into dust as the young man hit him hard. Blows charged in black fire. Tiamat and Saraerg would start a fight against Grendel, in which there doesn't seem to be any difference in size. Saraerg would punch Grendel's face, who with a twisted smile, would hit him with his fist, hitting him squarely while using his other arm to block for a moment at Tiamat and then go for the latter. Each blow of the three hit the other in their vital points. The three of them punch, kick, hit and punch again. And even though blood is already staining the place and you can hear muffled sounds from their bodies, the Lion King, the Chaos Karma Dragon and the Crime Force Dragon seemed like they were not going to stop their barbaric blows. These three are the embodiment of strength. There is no single technique or magical power involved, but simply a clash of forces, a clash of spirits between the three brute force type beings where no one can get involved. Tiamat punches Grendel's face hard and Saraerg punches him in the stomach. They both launch their fierce punches and kicks at Grendel, but at the same time, they are hit by the dragon's powerful blows. Even if they crash into the ground or are thrown into the air, there is no way they can stop them after starting this fight. Saraerg would hit Grendel in the face, who counterattacked with a blow that impacted his entire body. The impact severely damaged the golden armor and pieces of it fell to the ground, but Saraerg smiled at that. What a great fight, the best even if he is accompanied. Saraerg knew that someone else, his own age, would fight him. He would give this challenge, and that is why he is happy to fight this dragon. The context does not matter. The rest does not matter, now it is only important to show his conviction, and he was going to do it. Tiamat would make a quick strong jump towards Grendel, regardless of whether he hit her in the face with his claws, which incidentally left some scratches on her face, charged blue fire, and slammed her entire fist into Grendel's stomach. A blow that made Grendel retreat a little while he spewed out a little blue blood, but he still continued smiling. Only to then receive a blow in the face from Saraerg. Layden was having a hard time against Valery and Saji. Both young men gave him strong blows that, although they did not hurt, did make him shudder and make him lose ground. Valery would wrap himself in his demonic light and shining intensely, at high speed, he would make a large number of cuts that would cause parts of the Layden's body fell to the ground, which took longer to rebuild his body. Saji with his black flames easily turned to dust the roots of the dragon that was losing patience. But it became clear to Layden that continuing to fight in this way was useless, especially with his giant body. Since he can't move at the speed he wants to dodge his attacks, and even though he blocked them with his barriers, they both destroyed them. Okay, new plan. With a loud roar and invoking a strong barrier around him, Layden would move Valery and Saji away from his personal space. I better equalize things a little. As I said that, suddenly, a dark glow enveloped Layden, and both young people covered their eyes for a moment. When the dark glow dissipated, a being was seen with appearance of a dragon humanoid. Only his body was made of wood and his size was about a little over 2 meters tall. He was a little taller than CANCELADA. So now I will go at his pace. I should have done this from the beginning. Well, let's see if you can keep up with us in that new way. Let's keep going. Valery and Saji would once again attack Layden head-on, who in his new form also went to attack them head-on, clashing fists with each other. On the other hand, Tiamat and CANCELADA just kept punching and kicking Grendel. This was now a fight of overwhelming the enemy, they simply needed to overwhelm him. They were both attacking to oppress Grendel and make him lose. Hitting him and hitting him even more. There is no tactic involved. Even if CANCELADA's armor breaks or Tiamat has wounds and little blood on his body. They both just continued punching and kicking Grendel like fools. Both of them would deliver a strong blow together on Grendel's face, who retreated a couple of meters. The dragon breathed a little heavily as he took in air, but he still continued smiling gloomily. Even if he is an evil dragon, he will reach his limit if he continues to receive attacks that prevent him from taking a break. Gujahahaha, amazing, really amazing, you two are trying to corner me with simple hand-to-hand combat, coughed. Grendel coughs up little blood, but he keeps smiling. Most of those who fight me don't want to face me in a fight and use traps. Well, I'm sorry. This is the only thing I can do. I have come this far only with this. CANCELADA replied. What's wrong, Grendel? Are you tired already? Tiamat mocked, panting a little, but he could continue. I thought you could continue, but it seems I was wrong. We'll see about that. Grendel apparently fell for the provocation. And inhaling air, he would launch a large fireball that went towards his opponents. Tiamat and CANCELADA, upon seeing that, did not back down and faced him head-on. Both with their fists loaded with their respective powers, destroy the great fireball that apparently burned them a little, but they still continued. However, when they both destroyed the great fireball, they saw that Grendel was no longer in the place where he should be. And just when they managed to sense his presence, they both found Grendel in the air and he went towards the two of them at a great diving speed. But even with that, CANCELADA and Tiamat do not back down from Grendel's attack. They both stand firmly on the ground without any hesitation and prepare to counterattack. Tiamat would envelop her fist in blue fire, and when he launched her punch, she turned her fist into the giant form of her. And Grendel's blow would collide with Tiamat's, creating a strong shock wave, and both starting a struggle. TSK. Tiamat gritted her teeth at the overexertion he was doing, while her feet sank a little into the floor. Go and give him a good hit. Understood. Tiamat saw Miss CANCELADA charged her fist at Taki, and with a jump, he would hit Grendel's face hard, and said blow made him retreat a little, breaking the struggle with Tiamat, who sighed a little relieved. Blood continued to flow from the wounds on Grendel's face, who still continued to smile sadistically. That was strong. The punch from the air of the great king over there is causing not only my body, even my soul to be damaged every time I am hit by it. Although it is a strange way of saying that my soul hurts. But my body hurts so much that I feel like my consciousness is almost fading. I'm sure I'm not wrong. Tiamat was a little surprised by what Grendel said. CANCELADA's fist is not only reaching her body, but also her soul. But now that he thinks about it better, it makes sense. The Taki that is said to come from the force of life and that CANCELADA's attacks are full of it. It actually makes it more effective against Grendel, since he's actually taking damage. Let's continue. Tiamat positioned herself next to CANCELADA, who was looking at her fist. If we continue like this, she will accumulate damage and lose. It's our only chance to win. Ha, fighting side by side alongside the strongest among the Dragon Kings is quite an honor. CANCELADA cracks his fists as he sees his slightly cracked armor. Even in this state, I can continue. Come here and fight this cruel evil dragon, as Grendel said. The three resumed their combat of only brute force. Meanwhile, Valery was in a fierce exchange of blows against Layden in his new form. The dragon had even wrapped itself in its barriers that were attached to its body like a second skin, and that gave it more resistance to fight without any problem. Layden would release a strong pulse while creating a barrier, thus keeping away to Valery, and then go to see Saji, who went against him with his fists wrapped in black fire. Layden stopped Saji's blow without any problem to his surprise, and then delivered a strong blow to his stomach that made him spit out blood. Damn, that hurt. And that made Saji understand that his armor lacks the super resistance that Issei, Valery and CANCELADA have, but at least it protected him from even worse damage. Layden would hit another blow, this time in the face, moving Saji several meters away. Valery would return to the attack, ready to deliver a strong blow. Layden counterattacked with his own blow. And the blows of both of them collided with each other, creating a shock wave. Layden felt a strong pressure on his hand, and that made him understand that Valery was superior to him in terms of strength, but his great resistance was a factor to take into account. Valery took advantage of the slight confusion in Layden and turned in the air to deliver a kick aimed at his face, a kick that, although it hit Layden in the face, the barriers that were attached to him, his body was covered in even greater damage. Layden would create a barrier around her that expelled Valery from her personal space. Valery was propelled back but did a spin in the air to recover, and as she did so she saw several yellow blasts coming towards her. The girl used her wings as an air brake and would begin to jump to avoid those attacks, which she achieved. But then she saw more yellow blasts coming towards her and decided to kick or punch them to get rid of them. And as she kicked a blast upwards to avoid worse damage, the blast finally exploded in the air, and the explosion was of care. Layden also has a certain gift for magic. Not at the level of Ozzy Dahaka, but he still has the tricks. Don't let your guard down, Valery. Valery listened to what Albion said, and with what he saw and experienced, several things became clear to him. Layden had a strength a little close to that of the Mao level, but his greatest strength was his almost impenetrable resistance, and that added to his barriers on his body, they made him almost an impenetrable wall. And it was that combination of resistance that made Layden more resistant than Grendel, and that was to be feared. But this, Valery charged magic and surrounded himself with several spheres of pure blue lightning, and would launch these spheres against the evil dragon that destroyed those attacks with its roots. Just by seeing that, it became clear to Valery that he needed more power to penetrate Layden's defense. And maybe he has to use that. But he still wants to leave it as the surprise factor. Albion, tell me you already made the arrangements for the special abilities. Valery said mentally as he weighed his options. That's where we are. And Drake is also here helping with the update. Hold on until we finish together with the others, Valery nodded to what Albion said. At times like these, it is somewhat useful that her and Issei's sacred gear are linked together to make this feat easier. For now, she just has to hold on. Come on, we can still beat him. Saji would appear again next to the girl. We will attack at the same time and weaken his defense. Although I will try not to let him hit me several times in a row. Very good. Valery nodded, ready for anything. What's happening? Are they desperate that they can't do anything to me? Asked Layden somewhat mockingly. Not at all. Valery laughed sarcastically. Rather, the one who will fall here is you, talking pile of wood. Meanwhile, in the eastern region of Oro's academy, the sound of metal colliding with each other and several cuts that seemed to cut the very air could be heard as two very fast orbs of light, one red and one black, collided with each other from time to time. And a crash would occur as the glow disappeared, revealing Issei and Euclid, who struggled for a moment to then return to another exchange of attacks between their weapons. The red swords clashed against the black ones with such ferocity and strength that they made the place where they were tremble. Seeing himself a little forced to increase her speed, Issei increased her and Tauki's red aura black so he could increase not only strength but also speed and reflexes. The exchange of weapons became a fierce battle between both opponents who did not give up a truce at any time. With precise and even terrifying movements, Issei used one of her swords to block Euclid's slash and expel the latter from his personal space after creating a barrier around him through the gems of the armor. With that, Euclid stepped back and released several black blasts that were shot from the tip of his swords. Boost, 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 boost. With these increases, Issei raised one of his swords and launched a half-moon-shaped cutting attack that destroyed the enemy blasts, and then launched another cutting wave from his other sword, this time with the Dragon Slayer aura. Euclid would manage to block and cut the other slashing attack, but the tip of his swords broke because of that, and that was when he felt the Dragon Slayer aura. But even with that, Euclid would go at high speed against Issei, who created a shock wave with both swords to keep his enemy at bay, and he put away one of his swords to immediately charge a burst of power. Over booster, with an increase of several times in one, Issei launched a dragon shot that was a large torrent of concentrated energy that seemed to destroy everything in its path, including the ground. The shot was towards Euclid, who, with his weapons repaired, put them in front of him and gave a strong joint attack that managed to destroy the Sekiryute's attack for almost nothing and then tried to attack the latter, but I would see that Issei was already a few centimeters close to him, indicating that the previous thing was a distraction. And releasing a sonic boom from his thrusters and increasing his speed, Issei would charge his fist in Dragon Slayer aura and deliver a strong blow to Euclid's chest, who could not dodge or block the blow in time, and the sound of the blow was heard in the entire area where they were. The force of this was such that the victim of the blow was sent flying with overwhelming speed and force. And Euclid crashed into a nearby pile of rubble heavily. Wow. I still have a hard time believing what I can do now. Issei looked at himself in amazement. Before he wouldn't have been able to do what he just did. Without a doubt, all the training was useful. But what caught your attention the most was feeling how your wounds closed and the pain eased a little. Why does it seem like I'm healing without even trying, and why don't I? Do I feel as much pain as before? Maybe it's due to your new body. Drake spoke to clarify the doubt. As Offa said before, your new body is made of her and Great Red's powers and blood, however. Before, Offa's power in your body was unstable, and that was because she lost half of her power. But when her sire, Lilith, came with us, she passed on some of the other half of Offa's power to you while she remained at your side. Therefore, now the power of office in your body is more stable and has given you other advantages, such as being able to heal yourself and being a little immune to pain, similar to Office when she was stabbed by Cao Cao and still did not feel pain and regenerate his wound. And maybe even if you do flashy attacks in a row, your energy will remain at the same level without going down, like unlimited energy. Maybe, I don't know yet. Are you saying that I can do that too? Issei was both surprised and a little terrified at what he heard. Without a doubt, the power of the two strongest beings in the world is no joke. Am I now a being who cannot die and with inexhaustible power? What? Literally you can die, but not naturally. You can only die if they kill you. But because you still have to get used to those new powers, Office's regeneration and her insensitivity to her pain are very minor to you, as is your inexhaustible energy consumption. So don't overdo it. You are an existence that is totally forbidden, but one that has yet to mature. You could say that for now you are half raw. Thank you for the advice. Issei responded sarcastically, but still not being able to believe the capabilities she now has. At that, a great aura was present. From the rubble where he was, Euclid emerged at a slow pace. The demon stopped when he heard the sound of something breaking. It was something that came from him, from his armor. I looked down at him, and he widened his eyes in horror as he noticed that the chest of his armor was cracked and several pieces of it had fallen off. This is. Euclid went to see Issei, who had already put himself on guard, and he didn't look hurt or anything. Nah, maybe just an exaggeration, even so. You. Euclid, what are you thinking? The aforementioned was a little confused by Issei's question. Why did you appear at this moment, also as a terrorist? Is this a rebellion against the current demon government? There are many reasons, hi do Issei. Euclid decided to play along for a moment, he needs a slight rest. But the main one is this. Can you tell me that he is a demon? I don't understand. I see. Euclid shrugged his shoulders at what he heard. If you can't give me an appropriate answer, then neither can I. Are you saying that you have the same ideology as Rizivum? You could say, though. Everyone has their own ideals. Euclid would take off his helmet of armor, revealing his face. But even I consider that what Rizivum Sama says about how demons should be is true. That simply means that we have to be more evil than any creature and be. Euclid would clench his raised fist. I want everyone to see how brutal, cruel and dangerous the evil species called demons are. We don't care about government and politics. And in the final stage, I also want to show what demons are to the human world. What do you plan to achieve with that? Issei asked with a trembling eyebrow. If there's one thing you appreciate about his academic and mental training, it's learning to be patient and trying to understand others. Why do you want to go so far with that? I will answer you with another question, hi do Issei. And I hope you answer it. Tell me, what comes to mind when you hear the word demon? And I mean the definition itself. Issei put his hand on his chin and then responded. I think it's like this. Demon. A being that is the personification of evil, cruel and ruthless, restless and rebellious, cunning, scheming and skillful. A being that brings chaos and hopelessness to the world. With just that, Issei seemed to more or less understand what Euclid meant. You. Aren't you happy with how the demons are today? That's how it is. Congratulations on discovering it. Euclid sarcastically applauded Issei's deduction. I also think the same. We demons must be evil beings that bring chaos to the world and rule it. Peace. Ridiculous. We demons do not want peace, we are here with a purpose, to plunge this world into chaos. However. Euclid would make a disgusted face as he clenches his fist. Back then, when the children of the mass ruled, we hoped one day to start another war and at this time, we demons would emerge victorious. Rizivum Sama and the other children of the original mass were stronger than their parents and everything was going perfectly, but Surzich's Gremory and those who opposed the will of the original mass had to appear, all because they did not believe in the evil ideals of our race. May the demons prevail without a fight. That we should no longer be evil beings just because God and the original mass were no longer there. That's absurd. Euclid, a little angry, accidentally launched a blast of energy towards Issei, who smoothly deflected it to the side. She could even notice that the attack did not have that much strength, indicating that Euclid attacked without thinking. We demons are still demons and that cannot change. We must spread evil in the world because without that, what will we be? Demons that pretend to be saints or false demons. Euclid was enveloped in a black aura, the product of his anger. Demons are descended from angels, and that is unpleasant. We were born with evil and an ideal, and then those idiots come who say that if we want to live, we must change and forget our principles of why we are here, and that is unacceptable. Surzich's just wants the demons not to become extinct. After all, his faction suffered a very heavy blow by losing many of his pillars. The hell with prevailing, we cannot abandon our principles and ideals. Euclid would close his eyes in anger and then open them. We are different from that idiot Shalba and the rest of the old mass. We don't care about the underworld and its current government, we only care that everything is as before. But in my case, it's a little different. Do you want to know what I really want? What is? Issei risked asking, having a bad feeling. My older sister, Graphia. The brunette didn't know what to say about what Euclid said. I admired her. She was my role model. She was stronger than anyone and braver than anyone. She was my own pride. I even believed that supporting my sister was the reason she lived. But in the end, Euclid would make a disappointed face. She joined the rebellion and did not support the will of the true demons and handed her will over to those idiots who destroyed our entire empire. But even after that, we spent a lot of time planning this moment about how to show what demons really are. And we care little if we also end up destroying the underworld. Demons that were born in that government led by Xerxes and his compatriots deserve to perish. Just the four of us is enough as devils, and so is my sister. TSK. You. Do you want to destroy the current underworld and the rest of the world just to demonstrate what demons should really be? Issei sounded furious at that. Although he doesn't deny that in truth, the demons should be the bad guys. But what you have experienced with them shows that even evil beings can change. Do you think Graphia-san would be proud of you for what you do? What's more, why do you want her? Something tells me that maybe if they let her live well they kill the others. But insight security, and answering your question. You could say it's anxiety. Euclid would make an expression like longing. Do you know how difficult it is for female demons to have children due to their low fertility rate? Issei was confused by the question, but he still nodded as if understanding that. Well, having only one child after so many years of trying is already an achievement. Being able to have two at the same time is basically a miracle. But waiting so long for another to be born is already a pain. Although it was not unusual for pure-blooded devils back then to have relationships between brothers. What? Issei was almost shocked at what he heard. As if a great truth had been revealed to him. What you heard? I want my sister back so I can have her for myself. I always longed for her more than any other woman. After all, how can you explain Xerxes and Seraphol's great obsession with her younger sisters? That's it. Issei stayed for a while digesting what he heard. And now that he remembers, Xerxes always acted like a siskin with Rias, while Seraphol didn't hesitate to say in public that he wouldn't mind doing Uriacs with Sona. Indicating that. How disgusting. They are sick perverts. True? That's why we are demons. Euclid would put a hand on his cheek with a friendly laugh. I know my sister better than anyone. She may be a strong and brave woman, but she also has a weak mentality. And I plan to take advantage of that. When I show my sister how the world she knows is destroyed and she is the only one left, she will break emotionally, and then I can take her for myself. In fact, I bet she screams Xerxes' name, but it will be worth it. In time he will accept me, it's just a matter of time. TSK. GGGGRRRRR. Issei clicked his tongue as he trembled slightly, and a dangerous murderous aura surrounded him. They want to destroy the world on a whim, just because your own species turned its back on its old ideals, but the most unpleasant thing are the atrocities you plan to do to Graphia-san. And I won't allow that. She even started to suffer when she knew that you were alive, so I will take you to her. Let's see what you'll say. If you manage to take me. Euclid would close his helmet and wrap himself in aura. The world is doomed. Security. The resurrection of 666 is inevitable. Boost, 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 boost. We won't let that happen. Boost, 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 boost. With their respective augmentations, Issei and Euclid went against each other to continue the fight. They both disappeared at high speed. And only the bangs could be heard in the air. And soon, Issei and Euclid reappeared for a moment, this time in the air. The two engaged in a fight of pure speed and power. One that had its consequences in the place since everything shook. Every time their fists collided, it seemed like the energy created lightning bolts that fell to the ground and split it open. Every crash, every blow only exuded power. Pure power. Issei channeled the Dragon Slayer aura throughout his body and gave Euclid a blow to the face that cracked his helmet, but the demon counterattacked with a strong kick to the Security's stomach, making him moan a little from the blow. And damaging that area a little. But Euclid still suffered damage from that. Now just by touching Issei, who was completely surrounded by Dragon Slayer aura, he made touching him hurt him. Maybe it's time for me to use his other abilities. Both opponents immediately recovered from the damage and went back to their business, this time flying at high speed in the air and from time to time pushing the other in an attempt to make the other hit the ground and attack, but both were stubborn, not they gave their arm to twist. Over booster, Issei would launch several repowered dragon shots in order to distract the opponent from him. When Euclid dodged the attacks, Issei immediately ordered the energy blasts to deflect slightly and go to Euclid. He was surprised to see that the blasts were spinning in the middle of their path, so he covered himself with his armor wings to block the imminent impact, and boy was it strong. Even so, Euclid went to where Issei and he would hit him with a blow that he narrowly avoided and then counterattack with a knee to Euclid's stomach, who spit out a little blood at that and gritted his teeth in annoyance. Damn now. Quickly, Euclid would deliver a strong blow to Issei's face, cracking his helmet on the right side and divide. Issei was surprised to hear that command as he was sent to the ground and managed to land very barely, feeling his strength somewhat reduced. That's. Issei spit out little blood at what he heard and felt it was no problem. What's more, how was that possible? That's why I told you I had a new toy. Euclid landed on the ground a little more relaxed. And answering your question. You could say that Razavum Sama managed to obtain one of the jewels from Valery Lucifer's armor during what happened in Romania, so, well. You should already imagine what I did. How crazy. And that explains the name of that sacred gear of yours. Issei clenched his fist a little frustrated at this. Valery's powers would come in handy too. But a sacred gear created by you and with more than 2 abilities at the same time. How crazy. And don't you think that the Longinus are the greatest madness? Euclid asked sarcastically. If it weren't for a missing element, possibly. This sacred gear of mine would be a real Longinus. A unique and powerful one. Well, I have to take advantage of the fact that it's not like that. Issei forced a smile and put himself on guard. Drag, I could use the other skills now. We are on it. Drake responded to his partner's subconscious. I will go with Albion and the past hacker Eucus to the matrix of both sacred gears to make the necessary adjustments for the skills. Hold on until then. Drake would cut off the communication by saying that, indicating that he left to do his part along with Albion and company. Well, I'm alone for now. But it's worth it. Boost with this increase, Issei would recover the power that Euclid stole from him. Let's continue, Euclid. This is just beginning. That's what I wanted to hear. Euclid smiled defiantly and increased his aura. The fight between both opposing securities had only begun. Returning to the battle in the southwestern region of the school. The place looked very destroyed because of the 2 battles of the 6 powerful beings that were fighting. Valery was in an exchange of blows against Layden, where the girl attacked with her great speed and acceptable strength. The dragon could barely keep up with Valery's speed, but when it seemed that he was going to deal a blow, it was an illusion. Which ended up hitting and Valery appears on the other side of Layden, managing to deliver a strong blow loaded with lightning. Valery even discovered that the elements indicated to do the most damage to Layden are fire and lightning, since just by seeing Layden, many would think that before it was a tree that turned into a wooden dragon, although it is not known for sure, and that makes it vulnerable to fire and lightning. Saji would use one of Vritra's special abilities, disappearing through a shadow on the ground and reappearing at Layden's side, managing to deliver a blow charged with black fire that crossed the barriers attached to his body. Layden would create a strong barrier that distanced his opponents from him and then attack them with wooden needles wrapped in yellow energy. Saji would create a wall of black fire in front of them and this managed to dissipate Layden's attacks and once the wall of fire was undone. Valery attacked Layden at divine speed, who launched another yellow blast, this time a very large one. Divide. Valery would divide the power of the attack and it would shrink to more than half and what was left he deflected with one hand while continuing to go against Layden, who was prepared to receive it, but Valery would be enveloped in an orb of light demonic and would disappear as if nothing had happened, where when she reappeared, she was already in front of Layden and attacked him with her body, grabbing him forcefully and beginning to drag him along the ground, leaving a path of destruction. Saji didn't know what to say to what he saw. Is that girl more insane than before? It doesn't matter. Dragons are always brutal regardless of their gender. As Layden could, he would expel Valery from his personal space with a strong barrier, but the girl, despite that and still in the air, resumed her attack and launched a burst of combined fire and lightning, managing to do some damage to Layden, although he does not show signs of pain, but does show signs of fatigue. At the same time, Tiamat and Saraerd continued hitting and kicking Grendel as if there were no tomorrow. Tiamat with great flying speed began to give Grendel multiple blows on the body with her claws wrapped in blue fire. Grendel tried to counterattack that, but Tiamat was too fast in her small form. Saraerd kept delivering fierce charge blows at Taki that penetrated Grendel's scales and blood stained his body. Bruer with a roar, Tiamat went at Grendel and gave him a strong blow to the face, followed by a fierce blow to his right eye, making the evil dragon roar perhaps in pain or laughter, it is unknown. Even with it you still enjoy it, damn sadomasochistic dragon. They took my eye and left me in such a state. This is funny. Well, let's see if you like this. Saraerd would raise his fist, wrapping it in a very dense golden Taki. With this blow. Everything will end for you. Yes, go throw that punch, I will counterattack him with pleasure. Grendel raised his fist charged in a very dark green aura, ready for the counterattack. Ooh. Sarerg launched himself into the attack head-on, while giving a war cry that even sounded like the roar of a lion, with his fist raised. And Grendel was waiting for blows to land, however. So unexpectedly, a pillar of purple fire was falling from the sky. In the direction where Sarerg was going to be. And when he was at the exact point. The agonizing scream of Sarerg was heard, who was inside that great pillar of purple flames, an event that surprised everyone and caused the other fight to be paused for a moment. And when the purple fire disappears, Sarerg can be seen still with his armor on, but with parts of it destroyed, revealing his burned body and smoke coming out of him. And without further ado, Sarerg fell to the ground in silence. But what the hell? Where did he come from? Ho. I'm sorry, I accidentally fell a pillar. Upon hearing that voice, Tiamat and the others would see how Wilburga was in the place, flying in the air. Hey, don't get involved, bucking Wizard Grendel criticized him with total annoyance. I told you I had dropped it. Also, what are you worried about? I might drop another pillar later. So I'm hoping for a thank you. Don't buck with me with total rage and annoyance. Grendel stepped on Sarerg who was on the ground before everyone's eyes. You fought very well, Bale. However. You are no longer of any use to me. In total disgust, Grendel would kick Sarerg with full force, lifting him into the air and causing the demon to hit a nearby building. Damn it, Sarerg and Saji was worried about the air of Bale, but they had bigger priorities now. Anyway, another reason I came here is to give you two a heads up. Both evil dragons stopped by to see Wilburga with intrigue. The plan is almost complete. But there are some setbacks and agrees, so it is necessary for one of you to go there and provide support. I will stay here. This is getting good, Grendel exclaimed. Well, then I'll go. Layden shrugged his shoulders, as if not caring, and went to see his opponents. We'll see each other another time. Well. With a malicious laugh, Wilburga would create a transportation circle under Layden. And within seconds he left the place surrounded by the teleportation light. Well. Seeing the state you're in, Gren-chan. I'll take care of that. The witch would approach the evil dragon, and taking out a small bottle with a red liquid, she poured said liquid into Grendel, who began to glow, and all his wounds were healed, to the astonishment of the others. Shit, I didn't expect them to have phoenix tears with them. Valery clicked her tongue at that. Bad time for them not to have theirs. Ready, and now. Come back here, Witch of the Saint Cross. Upon hearing that voice, everyone saw how Riaz along with Benny arrived at the place, one flying with her wings and the other without them. And both of them were panting a little and had some minor burns that they still hurt, indicating that the slightest rose with those purple flames is just as fatal. Ho. The Gremory heiress and the Shinigami-san have joined the party. That's even better. Wilburga sounded happy as if she were a child. I think I better burn them to ashes. I won't feel satisfied if I don't kill someone. The witch raised her hand and created a sphere of purple fire, but you won't. Coming out of the shadows and unexpectedly, Saji positioned himself in front of Wilburga with his black flames surrounding him. Your opponent will be me. Oh wow, the prison dragon. You would undoubtedly be a better opponent. Yufu. Wilburga laughed evilly, and a flaming purple aura surrounded her. Let's see, she is stronger. Your black flames are my purple flames. I accept the challenge. Saji would go to see the girls. I will stop her. Hold on for now. We will take care of Grendel. You finish off that crazy woman. Saji nodded to what Valery said. And with that, both opposing fire users began a heat battle in the air, going to another place. Shit. Tiamat gasped regretfully. So much effort to leave it in a bad state and it recovers. I doubt we can last. Tiamat was surprised to see that someone handed her a small bottle with phoenix tears and seeing that it was Riaz. Bravel-san made them for us before the battle and we still have some left. Use it. The Dragon Queen accepted what the Redeed gave her and by drinking the phoenix tears, all of her wounds healed. They healed instantly. While Riaz applied a few drops to her burns to make her arms feel like new. Oh well, I think I'll harvest the soul of a legendary evil dragon. Yufu. Benya laughed with some malice as she wielded her scythe that emanated a black aura. This will be a big prize. No way. Valery raised his wings of light, absorbing the energy that was left in the air. Wahahahaha, that makes it even better. Come to me, Tiamat and Albion, I'll face them with gusto. Let's go. Tiamat launched the front attack first, being followed by Valery. While Riaz and Benya waited for the right moment to attack, they couldn't approach Grendel recklessly or things would go wrong. While the girls battled Grendel, Sarerg was almost unconscious in the rubble he was thrown into. Being bombarded by purple fire coupled with being beaten could have killed him long ago. Without a doubt, his Taki and his armor saved him from certain death. Still. He felt his consciousness fading, but his will made him remain somewhat conscious. Get up. That voice. Sarerg felt that he had heard that familiar voice, one that he has missed hearing again at least once, but it was impossible for it to be. Sarerg. The woman's voice had a somewhat weak tone of clarity. Sarah opened his eyes slightly. Her face was full of bruises and blood. And it was there that he felt that he saw her. Her. Stand up. Stand up, Sarah. The image of a black-haired woman entered his field of vision. His mother. And she had a very noble and strong expression. The voice was not that of joy, but that of a mother scolding her son. Didn't you promise me, weren't you going to be the strongest of all? Sarah started to react to those words. Didn't you become strong because of your dream? The one in which you would create a world where one does not go through the same pain as you, one where everyone creates their path with their own hands. Isn't that your dream? Isn't that why you have servants who support you with all their hearts? There are even people who believe in you. Did you forget? Sarah was barely able to look up to see how the girls were fervently battling Grendel. Even with Valery's skills and Tiamat's strength, Grendel almost had no problems keeping both of them at bay with certain injuries caused. Even Benia at high speed managed to deliver several cuts with her side, and Riaz launched bursts of Hakai no Chikara that destroyed some of the dragon's scales. Seeing that made up now, Sarah. The woman began to disappear. Go, my dear Sarah. You are my son. I. Ooh. Both demon and lion roared with such force that it could be heard perhaps everywhere, which caught the attention of the girls and Grendel. Sarah stood up regretfully, blood coming out of his wounds and covering his armor. Nobody knew how to react to that. Evil dragon, Grendel. Not yet. I'm not done yet. I must win and watch over this place. For my dream. Sarah looked at the evil dragon with determination, while the golden aura of Tauki enveloped him, which made the dragon laugh while the others still couldn't. They believed what they saw. Wahahahaha, not bad, you have a strong will, Bale, but I don't have room for broken toys that can barely stand up. If you think you can do something to me in such a sorry state, then come and try. I will crush you just like the insect you are. Do not underestimate the will of my master. Crime Force Dragon Regulus's voice was heard coming from the lion's head on the chest of the armor. Xererg, with unimaginable speed, went against Grendel and gave him a strong blow to the face that drew blood from the dragon. Grendel counterattacked with a blow that, although it hit Sarerg squarely, the demon clung to the dragon's great fist and used it as momentum to attack it and give it another strong blow, this time in the stomach, passing through it a little, and Grendel spit blood. Yeah, that's how I like Bale. Madly, Grendel tried to counterattack with blows, but several blasts of fire and destruction hit him squarely, and then he saw how Tiamat gave him a strong blow in the face, while Benia created a large wound with her scythe on the dragon's right arm, causing the blood to come out and making that arm almost unusable. This is better than I thought. This is definitely pain, and it's great. This is certainly a good era. It's worth destroying. Well, I will show you attacks that will really hurt you. Valery raised his fists loaded with fire and lightning. And it was at that he felt a pulse in his sacred gear and, Valery, it's ready. The girl was relieved to hear Albion's voice. The updates are now ready. You will now be able to use my other ability as well as Issei's improved powers. Without a doubt. In a good moment. Valery would raise his left fist while thinking about Issei, and then a reddish glow appeared on his raised fist, and when it disappeared, it was revealed that his left gauntlet was now red with a green gem and yellow spikes. Let's go. Over booster. With that command, Valery felt his previously lost strength and energy restored and even increased. Wow, the power of red is undoubtedly incredible, and he is also starting to like the color red. Issei's power be, but how? Afterwards, now we must win, Valery shouted, interrupting Tiamat, while Riaz and Benia did not know what to say at what they had seen, and Sarerg. It seemed like he was regaining consciousness while he breathes with regret. Ooh, great, you also have Drake's power, Albion. Wahahahaha, that makes it even better. Grendel stood on guard while emanating a gloomy aura. Let's go. At Valery's words, the three forward attackers went against the evil dragon. Tiamat would hit Grendel in the head very hard. Sarerg would attack with a charged blow into Golden Tauki. Grendel counterattacked that blow with his damaged right arm, causing Grendel's wrist to fracture when they clashed fists, and his blood began to flow more. Over booster. Let's see if you like this. Valery, who had in his hands two large magic circles that gave off sparks, indicating that they were very charged with energy, attacked Grendel and hit him twice on the body, while the circles in his hands adhered to the body of the dragon, so that later they disappeared. Very good, and now, once we have distanced ourselves, penetrate yourself. Butsus in Kajk. Valery snapped his fingers as he said that, and ooh, Grendel began to roar, apparently in pain as his entire body was electrocuted by the lightning bolts coming out of his body and damaging him even from the inside, as well as destroying some of his scales. Hey Grimory. Iridid went to see Valery, who called her. It's your turn, destroy it. The girl pointed her hand towards Riaz, and full transfer. But that command, a green sphere went towards Riaz. And this was enveloped in a powerful green aura combined with her crimson aura. Very good. If Valery trusts her for this, it is because it is necessary. It is not time for indifference. Rias would raise her hands above her head, causing a terrifying large amount of Hakai no Chikara to accumulate in a spherical shape that was growing by the second. Rias had long had an idea for a special technique that she knows she won't be able to use in the raiding games, but it could be used in battles to the death. But she could not continue with the training of said technique due to her sunken fighting spirit, and even with Klippa situation, she did not have time to restart said training, which was necessary, but with this power that Valery gave her, she is sure that you can do it even if you haven't practiced it. And within seconds, a large crimson and black sphere of Hakai no Chikara was above Rias. The sphere was almost as big as Grendel. And the attack was surrounded by a layer of green aura. Disappear extinguishing star. Rias would launch the most powerful attack of his ever created so far, towards Grendel. And when the static charge ended, Grendel would see how that great attack of destruction was against him. And no longer being able to do anything, the attack hit him squarely. Grendel roared, apparently in pain as the destruction attack destroyed his scales and spread throughout his body, and then a large explosion along with a crimson glow was present in the place, causing the girls and Sarayer to be covered by the shock wave. And when the explosion ended and the glow disappeared, everyone could see how Grendel was in a state unfortunate. The dragon no longer had many of its scales on its body, which even had a lot of blue blood. His right arm was gone, as well as the bottom of his mouth was gone, he didn't even have a tongue left. But what surprised and scared everyone the most is that, even in that state, Grendel was still alive. Since he still seemed to move and he couldn't say something even if he wanted to. We have to take advantage of killing him as soon as possible. Tiamat made the suggestion, but even if we kill him. Rias gasps tiredly. Klippa will be able to resurrect him as long as they can recover his soul with the Saint Grail. And I don't think we have anything to seal it. I have something that can help. Benia spoke as she took a few steps forward. I have a technique that will be able to retain his soul once I kill him, but the drawback is that we need something that can be used to store his soul. Otherwise, I will lose control over his soul and it will be gone, returned to Klippa. And this is enough for you? Valery would raise his hand, showing a blue gem from his armor. Kuroko also thought about sealing them and said that my gems and Isseis are perfect storages. And she knows jutsu to seal her souls, but if you have something similar, do it yourself. That helps. Benia smiled as she caught the gem that Valery threw at her and began to approach Grendel, who still in pain raised her arm as best he could to try to land a blow. I will finish you. Sarayer walked with all the strength he had left with his closed fist. You won't leave. Until I hit you. His fist began to surround itself with golden tauki. Sarayer used this too. Rias threw a red magic circle at his cousin that she assimilated in his fist. And as he concentrated energy to activate it, the Hakai no Chikara also wrapped around his fist. Well. Sarayer put on a half smile at this. This power is borrowed and single use, but it will help you take down that guy. My days of hitting alone are over. That is the place where those who learn, teach. And even though I don't have the Hakai no Chikara or my fist has a borrowed Hakai no Chikara, yes or no, I will destroy you. My name is Sarayer Bale. The next heir to the house of the great King Bale. Sarayer, with all the strength he had left, jumped towards Grendel head on with his fist raised and with Ria's Hakai no Chikara in it. And Grendel, unable to do anything to defend himself, received all of Sarayer's blow in the body, and the dragon vomits what appears to be the remaining blood he had left and falls heavily to the floor. Well, it's time. Benia raised her scythe while Valery's jewel floated next to her. Let that soul rest, evil dragon, Grendel. Saying that, the Shinigami would stab the tip of her scythe into the dragon's body. And while the weapon emanated a black aura, the dragon's body began to writhe for a few seconds and then turn into pure dust that went with the wind. And when the body disappeared, the only thing that remained in the air was a very dark green orb of light that was at the tip of Benia's scythe. And the others, along with Sarayer, recognized that orb as Grendel's soul. And now. Benia would raise her scythe with the dragon's soul, while said soul and Valery's jewel began to rotate with each other. So that later, the soul and the jewel would come together while giving off a glow that disappeared in seconds. Revealing the blue jewel with a very dark green glow inside. And the Shinigami sighed when she saw that she did well. How good. She is not as good as her father, but she has the tricks of her. She's done. Benia would take the jewel in her hand with a sigh of relief. At least now. We got rid of a troublemaker. Tiamat returned to her human form as he said that with a sigh. Yes. Rias nodded and then. She would notice a very bright light emanating from the school. That's the teleportation light. It seems that they have already finished with the circle to get the civilians out of here. Valery would look analytically at the brightness of the teleportation. He didn't like something about it, he had a bad feeling. And the magic circle would gradually begin to expand while covering the entire school. And then, doubt would come to everyone when they saw that the magic circle began to emit a strange glow. And that makes a single ray of light go in a strange direction. And looking in the direction where said ray of light went, it had reached the floating city of agres. But what the hell? Valery would then see how the great magic teleportation circle continued to expand and send rays of light towards agres, which began to shine intensely every second. What the hell was going on? Chapter 31 Oros. Conclusion and surprises. Moments before, the battle between both opposing securities had greatly grown in intensity. Both opponents moved at an unreal speed, looking like orbs of light, colliding in the slightest of moments. Both appeared for the slightest of moments. Moments after colliding their forearms, starting a struggle. This world is finished. As long as we are still alive, the world will not be finished. After saying that, both began to launch a great flurry of blows against the other. The blows of each one damaged the other's armor, the damage being more notable on Euclid since Issei delivered blows charged in a dragon slayer aura that shook everyone. Euclid, who I curse for not being able to correct that weakness that this dragon armor gives him. Euclid hit Issei's chest hard, making him feel the blood in his mouth, and then counterattacked with a blow to his opponent's face, and Euclid counterattacked with a blow to Issei's abdomen, who responded with a fierce slash of his hand. His dragon claws on the abdomen. After a clash of blows, both would take flight and continue with their machine gun attack of pure blows in the air. Issei blocked a blow from Euclid and then turned on his axis and gave him a strong kick in the face that broke the demon's helmet a little and moved it away a little, which made Euclid angry, but he knew he had to stay calm. After all, it wasn't his goal to win this fight, not now. What's important is the mission and Nehema achieving his part. He just has to wait until that transport circle is activated and Nehema gives him the warning and they can leave. But that in mind, Euclid charged at Issei again and the two clashed fists again. Both would stop the struggle between their fists to immediately intertwine their hands to exert force where they were. The power that both imposed was such that several small craters began to appear on the ground beneath them. And within seconds, the auras of both collided while they continued to grow. A simple contact of these began to create lightning in the place, and some surroundings were affected. Just like the place they were in was shaking almost as seriously. Issei knew that his fight with Euclid could damage even the school in the area where they were, and that is why he was fighting to end the battle as soon as possible, since he does not want to damage the surroundings. Even though Sona had predicted the possibility of the school, it would not be saved from much damage or even being destroyed, but they would still do what they could. And with that in mind, Issei would headbutt his opponent with such force that Euclid's helmet was completely broken while Issei's was destroyed a little, revealing the right side of his face, just like he saw Euclid's somewhat annoyed and impatient expression. And with a quick movement, the demon gave Issei a blow in the abdomen, causing more of the armor in that area to be damaged more, but causing some damage to Euclid from the Dragon Slayer aura on Issei's body. Although the latter still gritted his teeth due to the certain pain that he felt was beginning to subside in the most serious part. This healing factor he had was useful, but he should not abuse it since it is not unlimited. And with that, with great strength and speed, he managed to apply a strong knee to Euclid's face after holding his shoulders with his hands. They both retreated a little from each other to simply try to catch their breath, and even with the pain they felt, which was more noticeable in Euclid, they went back towards the other to attack again with their respective swords that they had kept until recently. Issei enveloped his sword's boosters in jet black aura, fire, and dragon slayer aura, managing to push Euclid back whenever he wanted, since he always tried to find an opening to attack. Although due to carelessness, Euclid managed to attack Issei in the face, leaving him with a slight and somewhat deep cut that was bleeding. Apparently he will have a scar. But he still didn't stay still and went on the attack, more seriously than before. Issei managed to cut Euclid's armor in the chest and then jump and try to hit him in the head with his other sword, but Euclid covered himself with his wings of his armor and then launched a high kick that Issei blocked with his knee. And as he fell to the ground, Issei launched several cutting bursts from his swords that Euclid blocked with a defensive circle enhanced by the boosts, and divide, 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 divide. Euclid used the power of the white to absorb some of the power of those blasts. Issei, seeing that, stopped his attack and mentally slapped himself for having forgotten for a moment that Euclid had that power. Damn. He could use those skills right now. If he wants to win. Brag, Albion-san, Senpais. Hurry. With that thought, Issei began to concentrate energy to use unique techniques. And internally he was grateful for the training with Kuroka and Biku. He is not as good as them, but he will help confuse his opponent. But what? Euclid would be surprised to see that, next to Issei, several copies appeared just like him, a total of 6. Does he know illusion magic? No, that must be more of a technique. But it's almost the same. And with that, Issei and the copies of him attacked Euclid while zigzagging along the road, as if mixing in and confusing even more the demon who still used his swords to destroy those illusions. He knew that they were a distraction, and that maybe Issei would attack him once he destroyed the last illusion. And just when he was ready to destroy the last copy and prepare for whatever comes, he was surprised to see that said illusion dissipated and. Issei would have appeared next to Euclid, thus giving him a strong blow to the face that drew blood and sent him flying. Euclid in the air was a little upset about that, he fell into the brat's game. But it still has to continue, it still needs to. And with that, boost, 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 boost. With the accumulated power, the demon would launch a huge burst of power into the air, creating a loud roar, and upon closing his hands. Within seconds, a large rain of bursts could be seen falling to the ground in the direction of Issei, and they didn't seem to leave escape routes and where to hide from. Boost, 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 boost. Issei, seeing that and with the accumulated power, created a strong repowered green barrier over himself, which covered him without problems from the rain of attacks. Which after half a minute, stopped and the young man undid his barrier, even being on guard. And Euclid was still in the air, without moving. It's good that you managed to defend yourself from that attack, hi to Issei. Congratulations. Euclid sounded somewhat pleased, or at least that's how he tries to appear. He must further maintain the performance until the right moment. That only makes this fight even more fun. Well, I'm glad to finally be able to match you. Romania humiliated me a little, and that's why I prepared myself for this moment. But anyway. Issei would blow his neck while putting himself on guard while emanating aura. Shall we continue? Go ahead. Euclid responded with a smile. Both expelled energy again, this time to go against the other in midair. Both slammed their bodies against each other at the same time as they threw several blows to try to break the other's defense. The flight between the two was such that it seemed like just flashes of light. Issei threw a blow at Euclid's face, he received the impact and agonized a little, that force added to the Dragon Slayer aura is painful. At that, Euclid kicked Issei's abdomen as best he could, who spit out a little blood. Because of the attack. And the air had been knocked out of him. With that, both of them attacked each other again without any respite. A blow to the stomach, another to the face, kicks, blows. The exchange of attacks continued for a few seconds until, in a quick act, Euclid landed on Issei and kicked him in the stomach again, sending him to the ground, but not before. Divide. Issei's power was reduced the instant he heard that. Issei hit the ground with his reduced strength, while he spit out blood and grabbed his stomach. That hurt. Buck. Issei stood up while the pain was relieved a little thanks to his healing factor. Drag, hurry up. Is that all? Euclid spoke somewhat mockingly, and Issei made a sarcastic laugh. This is just beginning. Although it's not as easy as I thought for a moment. Boost. Issei, with his lost power already recovered, stood up and then stretched a little. While Euclid would go down to the ground, indicating for him to fight hand to hand. So? Shall we stop playing? That seems fine to me. They would both be on guard, ready for what was coming. Meanwhile, the battle near the main entrance of Oro's academy had escalated in intensity. Gasper snuck into the shadows in a unique way, managing to attack Arachi whenever he could. Even when it seemed that the dragon had cut off the Dampiro's arm with a claw, said limb regenerated, and that was scary. Isn't it possible to hurt him that way? No, actually he does feel it. Only the attacks don't hit him directly. Gasper gasped a little at his effort against Arachi. He can even stay longer in this form, but if he doesn't finish quickly, he will lose due to lack of power. And even Arachi knew that. Arachi would make one of his heads extend, and it would go against Gasper, who dodged the attack, and with a blade made of darkness, he would cut off the said head that attacked him to Arachi's annoyance. Damn. What the hell are you? You are not a simple vampire. I am more than you think, evil dragon. Or at least in part. But in the same way I am dangerous. It made you think he was talking about someone else. At the same time, Nehema was having a pretty close match against Roswis and Raruko. Both girls were making the succubus go on the defensive and making her have to attack when she had a chance. But the reality was that she was holding back a little and prolonging the fight on purpose, since she needs to wait until the other part of the plan is done, and then she can act, not before everything will be in vain. Roswis would attack the succubus with spears made of magic. And that alone made Nehema get a little more serious and block those attacks with a defensive circle. And thanks to her instincts, she managed to block a strong kick from Raruko with her raised arm, then turn around and give the girl a kick in the stomach that took her away a little. Not bad girl, I felt that strength very well. However, you still have many years left to be able to face someone who is at the highest level in demonic standards on your own. At least I tried. Raruko stood as best she could while she rubbed her stomach. That kick took the wind out of him a little. I think I will attack with a little more seriousness. Nehema smiled evilly at that and then attacked Roswis at a somewhat terrifying speed. Roswis prepared to repel it, no matter what. And just when she launched some bursts of magic, she was surprised to see that what she hit was just an illusion that dissipated. And when she realized, she felt a somewhat painful pain. Horrible in his abdomen. And when he saw her cause, he saw Nehema before her. And the succubus lightly nailed her claws into the abdomen of the ex-Valkyrie, who coughed up a little blood. You shouldn't have trusted yourself. Nehema would take Roswis by her neck and lift her up, thus throwing her to one side of her and making her bounce against the ground several times. And now she would come. Ruko attacks Nehema with a strong kick that the latter dodges for almost nothing. The girl did not give up her attack and began to launch a combination of kicks and aura, charged fists that the succubus dodged almost without problems, and sometimes blocking them while she taunted. This is frustrating. And I'm glad to see that it is like that. Nehema would respond to the girl's attack, this time launching a blow that hit Ruko's kick, who suffered because of it. You do it well, but it's not enough. Nehema charged a burst of light and without mercy, it hit the Sitri pawn, who flew backwards, bouncing a couple of times on the ground and with burns on her body. Be damn. Roswis would prepare to continue the fight. And she would see how Sona fought against a few evil dragons that there were while she covered Asia, who healed her whenever she could, and Rasei backed them up. We're not getting anywhere. True. That's a fact. Nehema laughed for a moment. And then saw that a great glow was emanating from the school. In addition, a communication circle appeared in her ear and she smiled softly when she saw that it was already done. Very well. Just a little more. The teleportation light. It means that. Sona sighed, a little relieved to see that they managed to hold out until the teleportation circle to take out the civilians was ready. And with this, they just have to continue fighting and manage to win until the barrier that covers this region disappears on its own. And the teleportation magic circle would gradually begin to expand while covering the entire school. And perhaps the others would have already noticed it too, and however, the large teleportation circle would begin to emit a strange glow. And that causes not just one, but several rays of light to go in the same strange direction. And looking in that direction, everyone could see that those rays of light were towards Agre's, the floating city. Which, little by little, was beginning to shine intensely, and in the end, the entire floating city of Agre's would disappear in the teleportation light. Event that left all the young people shocked. But what happened? Asia didn't understand what was happening. Why did Agre's disappear so suddenly? Ho. Without a doubt, they fell into our game. When that voice was heard, everyone saw how Wilburga had arrived at the place with certain burns on his body. What the hell happened to him? Don't run away, which the girls and Dark Gasper would see that a black armor that they didn't know arrived at the place, chasing the human. And everyone could recognize the black flames on her body and her tentacles. That was Saji. What the hell happened? Why did Agrees disappear? Ifufufufu. The thing is that attacking both this place and Agrees was just a cover. What Wilburga said left the young people surprised. DCH. I see, that explains several things. Sona clicked her tongue irritably as she caught everything. His real target was actually Agrees, right? Which has existed since the era of the original mass. Ufufufu, as expected of the heiress of the house of Sitri, very perceptive. Nehema laughed, somewhat amused. Yes, it is exactly true. Rizavam Sama is very interested in that floating island. So we decided to attack it using this method. By using the teleportation magic circle of the famous wizards gathered in this city, there is a wizard who is associated with us among them. And we had the magic circle that was made by all the magicians adjusted just before it was activated and made it point towards Agrees. And it can't be another traitor in our ranks. Haruko couldn't believe what he heard, and right under his nose. What are they planning to do with that island? No, rather, what exactly is there in Agrees? Sona asked seriously, risking perhaps not receiving an answer. That would be ruining the surprise, Sona Sitri. But now. Nehema would see Roswis, who tensed before her gaze, as if understanding her intentions a little. The next objective is missing. The succubus would attack the former Valkyrie, ready to fulfill the part of her. Roswis Sensei Saji tried to go help her, but several spheres and crosses of purple fire in front of her prevented her from advancing. Ufufufu. You and I are not done yet, dear. Wilburga laughed with amusement. Nehema would attack with her claws, and Roswis would take evasive actions as best she could, but the wound on her abdomen somewhat limited her movements. And she would launch some magical blasts that the succubus cut with her claws. Don't forget about Miruko, now recovered, would launch a demonic blast from her feet towards Nehema, who destroyed it with her own attack, and then launch several blasts that Haruko had to dodge as best she could. Sona tried to go help, but the evil dragons wouldn't let her. Dark Gasper also wanted to help, but Yamada no Arachi wouldn't let her. Where do you think you're going, brat? Get out of my way. Ooh, or with that frightening sound, Dark Gasper would make a large shadow of darkness appear beneath Arachi, causing him to be captured by arms made of darkness. Brad Arachi, annoyed, tried to attack or break free, but this darkness held him almost as if nothing had happened. How powerful is the brat? And it was in that he felt several bites on his body, seeing that he had received several cuts from creatures made of darkness. Okay, stay there. With this, Dark Gasper would begin to attack the dragon with dark blasts that hurt him. Out a somewhat agonizing scream could be heard, seeing how Roswis was kneeling on the floor with her hand on her abdomen, trying to stop the bleeding from the wound she had. You fought well, but now. Nehema would grab Roswis by her neck, lifting her up. I'll take what we came for. Before. Dead. With the strength she still had left, Roswis would create a blade made of magic, pointing it towards herself. Indicating that she is going to. You won't. Nehema, seeing her intentions, with her other hand, would prevent Roswis from doing such a stupid thing, holding her hand very tightly. Now, I will take what we need. From your mind. Nehema's eyes would glow yellow as she said that. And Roswis, upon hearing that and seeing Nehema's eyes, felt like a trance that was not hypnotic. It was more like they were trying to snoop into her mind and. No, it can't be. I mean. That was his intention from the beginning. It was then that Nehema would see how Haruko had gone against her to attack her, but she smiled lowly when she saw that. And as a strange object on her waist gave off a strong glow, a white barrier covered both Nehema and Roswis. Haruko attacked the barrier, giving it several blows and kicks, but. Nothing. The barrier did not crack. Why the hell? Haruko didn't believe what she saw. And she would jump to launch several demonic blasts from her kicks, which although they collided with the barrier, did not penetrate it at all. I am possible. Yufufufu. Don't even try it, brat. This barrier is unbreakable. Not even the Sekiryuite could break it even if he were here. What Nehema said left the young people almost speechless. And while the succubus continued doing her thing, within seconds she would smile as she already had what she wanted. With it it's done. Now we don't need you anymore. Saying that, Nehema would throw Roswis out of the barrier, leaving her writhing on the ground as she gets up. Euclid, it's done. Everything went perfectly. Nehema spoke with a communication circle in her ear, and within seconds she smiled. Well, it's time. Why you? You. Roswis would stand up as best she could, while she clutched her wound. They planned it all. Right. Obviously. Nehema laughed, and then went to see the Oros Academy. Tell me something, do you care that much about that school? Because if so, how about we do some renovations? The young people began to have a bad feeling about what they heard. Moments before, Issei and Euclid would have resumed their fight, beginning to have a fierce combat in the air. The demon would launch several demonic blades that the Sekiryuite had to block with his barrier, and then fly against his opponent, while Euclid charged another attack. Said attack was against Issei, who counterattacked said attack with an energy sphere, and it exploded in front of Issei. That surprised Euclid, who did not expect that audacity was not common. He risked getting hurt, but. Issei emerged from the smoke and charged at Euclid with his body, grabbing him forcefully to take him down at speed, with all the intentions of making him hit the ground. Euclid was upset at that, and would create a strong magical barrier around him that he expelled Issei from his personal space, but Issei despite that resumed his attack and launched a blast of power with Dragon Slayer aura in Euclid's face, breaking his repaired helmet, disconcerting him. And before falling to the ground, both they recovered the axis and retreated a few meters from each other. Issei could see that Euclid was more injured than him and even somewhat exhausted. Without a doubt, his healing factor and almost unlimited energy give him a great advantage. He just has to keep pushing and he will win. Euclid for his part, while panting a little, he didn't understand how Issei seemed more whole than him. It had no logic, and it was in that moment that he could notice how a wound on Issei's abdomen healed itself. Did Euclid, thinking about it a little and remembering the kind of being Haidu Issei is now, clicked his tongue at that. Without a doubt, the power of the two dragon gods is no joke. He knows that now he will have to get more serious if he wants to continue until the plan is ready. What's wrong, Euclid? Didn't you say that you were going to defeat me and prove that the black Sekiryuite is superior to the red? Issei sounded a little mocking when saying that, since he expected Euclid to fall for the provocation. GGGRRR. Euclid, upon hearing the mockery for a moment, was tempted to attack mercilessly, but he managed to see that Issei was trying to provoke him and he wouldn't allow that. So taking a breath and putting yourself on guard. This is just beginning. Saying this, both opposing Sekiryuites resumed their fight again. Issei went towards Euclid, who dodged the attack by taking flight and letting the young man pass by, but Issei made his hands against the ground as an impulse to attack Euclid, this time with their swords in hand. Euclid, upon seeing this, took out his swords and both clashed their weapons even in the air, creating a strong wind around them. Both expelled their auras, thus beginning a high-speed combat in the air. And every time they collided, the sound of their weapons colliding with each other could be heard. Issei and Euclid exchanged sword blows with each other, with their own speed and precision respectively. Issei attacked with his sword wrapped in Dragon Slayer aura, causing him to a somewhat deep crack in Euclid's abdomen, who still complained about it. Issei took advantage of that and launched a large crimson flare at Euclid, who cut the flare with his weapons. Boost, 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 boost. Euclid using the augmentations would create a magic circle that had a lot of power charged, and then Chaos Knives' many black-gray energy blades shot out from the circle. Seeing those blades go against him, Issei immediately knew that the attack was very wide, so fleeing was not a very viable way out. So he raised his hands and covered himself with a strong barrier, which received the blades. That seemed like they would soon penetrate it, I had to reinforce it. Over booster, transfer. The transfer of power caused the defense to become more solid to the point of being able to withstand all the attacks that came towards him. Issei would then decide that it was time to use something that he had practiced, hopefully it works. So he raised his fist as if he wanted to strike and Draconian arrow at the moment of launching his blow, one of his sword's boosters, shot out of his gauntlet, which went against Euclid. Euclid tried to destroy or deflect that sword with his shots, but the surprising thing is that the sword moved on the road, as if it had a life of its own, while he went against his enemy. And you could see how Issei manipulated the sword with his fingers from the distance. Could I control it? What madness. Even so, Euclid, seeing that that sword was very close to perhaps hitting him, would cover himself with a repowered defensive circle. And the sword, upon impacting the circle, made force to try to penetrate it, causing some cracks to Euclid's astonishment. I couldn't believe it. And boost, 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 transfer. The sword's aura grew even more with Issei's transfer, and then, the sword would achieve the unthinkable. Penetrate Euclid's defensive circle and go against him, where although the weapon lost some balance, it managed to stab him in the leg. Right of Euclid. Euclid complained of pain because of that, damn. It even pierced his thigh. Damn. You should have predicted it, or at least anticipated it. Issei would raise his hand, causing his sword to come out of Euclid's leg and for it to return to him, guarding it. Still, don't think you'll be able to take advantage of this. I'm prepared to. And Euclid applied said liquid to the wound on his leg, healing it completely and without any pain. Damn. So much for seriously wounding him and now this. Buck. Issei cursed his luck a little. They are not getting anywhere, and something told him that perhaps Euclid will now decide to use the power of the white even more often, and that is worrying. Drag, how long will it take? And just when both opponents put themselves on guard, ready to continue the fight. It was when Issei felt a pulse coming from his sacred gear that began to glow and partner, we're ready. Issei felt a little relieved when he heard Drake's voice, we're done with the updates. Now you will be able to use the power of Albion along with that new power you obtained in Romania, just like the penetrate. Finally, Drake. Better late than never. Now, dividing gear saying that, Issei's right red gauntlet changed into a white one with a blue gem. Let's go. The power of the hacker Yuku again. I see, so you didn't have access to that power yet and that's why you didn't use it until now, huh? TCH, I let my guard down and didn't see the obvious. Euclid cursed his lack of attention for not having got that, but anyway. This will make it more exciting. Issei envelops himself in his crimson jet aura while Euclid envelops himself in his black-gray aura in addition to boost, 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 With their respective augmentations and with said great battle cry, both attacked the other with great speed and force that destroyed the ground where they passed, and the aura that enveloped both was enormous. And just when both of them collided their fists, a strong shock wave was created that sent the surroundings flying. And both began a great struggle to try to overcome the other, and divide, 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 divide. They both used the power of white to try to absorb the other's power and thus take advantage, but they were equal. They absorbed each other's power and became stronger, but they still couldn't gain ground against the other. Or so it was believed, as Issei smiled under his mask. She still has one skill left, which his opponent doesn't have. Penetrate yourself. That command was heard as if nothing had happened, surprising Euclid at that and his surprise increased even more when the armor on his arm where he hit him had cracked. Impossible. Now it's my turn. Issei would end the fist fight by pushing Euclid back a little and then deliver a strong blow to his abdomen, causing the Lucifuge to spit blood because of it. How? This is not over yet. Issei then raised his fist and hit Euclid in the face with such force that the demon felt his consciousness leave him for half a second. Divide the white gauntlet absorbed the demon's power. Affected by the same power he copied. How ironic. You still haven't received enough. Issei this time would give Euclid a hard headbutt that drew blood from his forehead. And this other hit. It's for what you want to do to your own sister. Issei would hold Euclid tightly by the neck while he wraps his fist in Dragon Slayer aura. Take this damn son of the demon. Penetrate yourself. Over dividing. The Sekiryute's blow hit Euclid's chest, sending him flying into the distance while the armor on the entire front was destroyed. And Euclid felt his strength greatly reduced. What kind of abilities did that brat have? Anyway, Issei gasped at what he did as he took a breath. And Euclid fell to the ground somewhat abruptly. What did you think? Issei gasped a little mockingly while, from the ground, in the distance, Euclid got up as best he could with a grim face. Yes, he was furious. The games are over, I'm going to kill you, Haidu Issei. Euclid seemed to have lost what little patience he had. That beating he received was similar to the one in Romania, only even worse. Well then, let's. Before putting himself on guard again, Issei would see how a very bright light was emanating from the school. And a great magic circle expanded throughout the school. That's it. Heh, that's good. We held up very well, now we can get the civilians out of here. Seeing the same, Euclid instantly remembered his mission and calmed down as he chuckled. It seems it's about time. You just need Nehemiah's sign and you can leave after doing the last thing. And it was at that the magic circle around the school began to gradually expand while covering the entire school. And then, several rays of light would come out of the magic teleportation circle, and these would go in the same direction to Issei's bewilderment. What was happening? And looking in the direction where the rays of light went, he saw that they went towards Agrees, the floating city. But what the? Issei would see how the floating city began to shine brightly and then, within seconds, the entire floating city of Agrees would disappear in the teleportation light. But what happened? Euclid, what does this mean? He asked, going to see the aforementioned who was laughing softly. If what happens is that both the attack on Agrees and this place were just a distraction to achieve our true objective. And it can't be. Issei didn't know what to say to what he heard. All this time. Were you after Agrees? Because. I'll just tell you that we want to investigate that place and use it for our benefit. After all, that place belongs to the Lucifer family by right. When he said that, a communication circle would appear on Euclid's ear and he smiled at the information. Very well, it's time. We will leave you one last memory before we leave. Euclid would create a small magic circle in his hand. I hope you like it. Euclid would press the magic circle, like activating something, and then. A large explosion was heard throughout the region. Issei was covered in the shock wave created by said explosion. And when the explosion and the shock wave ended, the brunette was speechless at what he saw. The school. It was. Issei saw how where the school used to be, there was now only pure destruction and rubble everywhere. Indicating that the school was. Destroyed. Do you like our gift? The young man would pass by to see Euclid who was laughing funny. Maybe they didn't notice it, but. Several evil dragons infiltrated that school and went into standby mode. So we activated some self-destruct spells that they had implanted in their bodies, right? It's great. Now the school that everyone was looking after has been destroyed. All the difficulties they went through were in vain. Why you? Scum. Issei spoke with a neutral tone while a great aura and murderous instinct surrounded him. You will pay for this. Does that school have so much value? Asked Euclid with an astonished and mocking voice. Do you think that high-class demons will attend that place? Even if so, no matter how much they study there, the best result that would be obtained is to get a low medium or low high level job. Now yes. Issei took a few steps forward with his murderous aura surrounding him. Even if you are the worst scum of all. I promise to bring you to Graphia-san, so. I will defeat you and bring you to her. Saying that, he charged towards the demon at high speed, ready to hit him. It won't be today. Sekiryute. Quickly, Euclid would take out an object similar to a relic from a small circle, which emitted a strong glow and covered the demon in a white barrier. That won't save you. Issei would hit the barrier hard, but. Nothing, his powerful blow didn't crack the barrier. But what? TCH. So how about this? Penetrate yourself. But the skill activated, Issei began to give several blows, hoping to be able to penetrate that barrier, but. Nothing, the result did not change. No matter how many times he hit her, even with the penetrate, he couldn't not crack that barrier. Curse. What is this thing made of? Simple, Sekiryute. Euclid spoke, ready to respond. This barrier is made from one of the seals we managed to remove from 666. How? Issei couldn't believe what he heard. It is normal that you cannot break this beautiful barrier. Since the seals that had 666 sealed are at what many would call the forbidden level. These seals created by the biblical god are so complex that nothing can break them. Perhaps only true Longinus can smoothly break through this barrier. You unhappy bastard. Issei angrily hit the barrier, not being able to crack it. You. Don't worry, Haidu Issei. We will fight another time. And that will be when the war for the world begins. Saying that, a magic circle appeared under Euclid. Until then. And tell my sister, Graphia, to get ready. Since she will have to decide whether to kill me or come to my arms. Euclid Lucifuge. Issei hit the barrier again with more force, without any success in breaking it. And within seconds, Euclid disappeared from the place in the teleportation light at the same time as the barrier that covered him left with him. Tch. Damn. Issei would hit the ground in frustration. In the end, all his efforts were in vain. And Clippeth got his way, again. At the same time. At the main entrance of the school. The young people couldn't believe what they saw. Because, out of nowhere. The school completely exploded, with almost nothing left of it. Mostly just rubble. And it can't be. Sona didn't believe what she saw as he covered her and Asia with a barrier. Because before the school exploded, she managed to feel like something was going to explode and they quickly covered themselves. But this. Yufufufu. In the end, her efforts have been in vain. Nehema laughed, and she would go to see her allies Walburga, Arachi, we're leaving, we're done here. Understood. Nei-chan the witch took advantage of Saji's confusion at seeing the school destroyed in order to return to Nehema and protect herself in the barrier of this. GGGGRRRR. You're not going anywhere. Dark Gasper, apparently annoyed, began to try to plunge Arachi into his darkness to eliminate him once and for all. Oh, no, no. You won't. Nehema would put a hand to her ear where there was a communication circle. Recover your soul and leave that body empty. When he said that, after a few moments. It could be seen how Yamada no Arachi would stop using force in his attempt to free himself and his eyes would lose their shine, so that later. The dragon's body would crumble, becoming purely dust before the disbelief of the young people. And the only thing that remained of that was a red orb that many recognized as a soul, which went to heaven, leaving the place. But that done, we leave. Nehema would create a teleportation circle beneath her and Walburga, both ready to leave. They won't. Dark Gasper would extend his darkness to try to stop those two, but his darkness couldn't pass through that barrier no matter what he did. But what? The ho 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 ho. What happens is that this barrier is made from one of the seals that contains 666. What Walburga said left the young people speechless. So don't even try, you won't be able to get through it. We are withdrawing for now, Team DXD. And the next time we see each other, it will be when it starts. The war. What Nehema said left everyone speechless and they had a bad feeling. And within seconds, both women disappeared in their teleportation circle. At the same time that the great barrier that covered the entire region would disappear, revealing the classic purple sky of the underworld again. Just by seeing that, all the young people knew that everything was over, but they had not won. Sure, they're still alive, but Clippeth got his way. So, this is not quite a victory, more like a defeat or a failure. The battle on Oros had ended, but with not so positive results. Shortly after the members of Clippeth retreated, all the young people began to gather at the main entrance of the already destroyed school, at least for the most part. All the young people seemed exhausted and some more than others, it seemed. No one else could help others due to the fact that Clippeth was sending more of those evil dragons that wore armor that had the power of class demon supreme and that along with an almost unlimited horde of mass-produced evil dragons did not allow anyone to go and help others. Even Akeno, who was with Fenrir and Tomo, did not have an easy time against those armored dragons and the almost unlimited evil dragons army. The same applies with Arthur, who was with Zenobia and Yura, as well as Arena, who was accompanied from Momo, Lefei and Gogmagog. They were all contained almost as if nothing had happened, and that was worrying for some. The arrival of Valery accompanied by Tiamat, Riaz, Benia and Saraerg left a lot to talk about. But when they saw the great golden lion that accompanied Saraerg, they reported that it was the Regulus Nemia, one of the Longinus. Something that surprised everyone. What surprised them even more was that they managed to defeat Grendel, and thanks to Benia, they sealed the dragon's soul in a jewel of Valery. Which can be considered an achievement since they managed to take Clippeth away from one of his allies, but it still wasn't entirely a victory. Issei also arrived with the others shortly after, with an expression of guilt and self-loathing. And he informed everyone that Euclid was the one who set off the explosives of the dragons that infiltrated the school during the battle, and that he couldn't prevent him from escaping. Obviously they didn't blame him for not having prevented it, since it was reported about the enemy's barriers made from the seals of 666. But that still didn't make Issei feel better, making him reflective. Anyway, with the time-distorting barrier already removed from the entire region. Soon, the soldiers of the underworld came to help, starting to investigate the surroundings. And apparently, 3 hours passed inside the time-distorting barrier, while only 3 minutes passed outside. Without a doubt, Clippeth managed to change the temporal difference of space inside and outside, since an hour here is a minute outside. Shortly after, the other servants of Saraerg Baal also arrived, being accompanied by Sikvera Agers, along with his servants, as well as Diehauser Belial and his people. Apparently, Ozzy Dahaka and Layden left agrees before the teleportation circle. But at least, they managed to evacuate all the civilians from agrees. So Clipeth alone took the floating city without any inhabitants in it. And that was good and bad. Anyway, with all the young people gathered while others were being attended to. What caught everyone's attention the most was seeing Gasper still converted into that strange demon made of darkness. Obviously Sona reported on what happened, but who doesn't know how Gasper became that thing? Issei, now without his armor, would approach Dark Gasper who was a little away from the rest. You're still Gasper. Right. You. I thought you would have recognized me, Sekiryuite. Recognize you? I don't understand, but. So, you're not Gasper per se, right? Issei asked. Yeah. I'm Gasper. Although, you could say that I am Gasper and at the same time I am not. Rather, I am what possessed this boy when he was in his mother's womb. I am a fraction of Baylor's soul that had fragmented. Baylor? Issei tried to remember to see if he had heard that name before, like some, and then. Are you saying that you are the evil god, Baylor, from Irish mythology? When that voice was heard, everyone could see how Azazel had arrived at the place and seemed surprised by what he heard. Sensei. Issei was surprised to see him arrive, but decided to deal with this issue of Gasper first. What is the relationship between that evil god and Gasper's sacred gear? Baylor is the most famous god of the evil eye. Azazel began to speak enthusiastically. He is also famous for being the god who controlled the strongest evil dragon, Kromkruch. Some were surprised at what they heard. I have heard that the sacred gear Forbidden Valor View was named like this, as a reference to that god, but. Azazel would see Gasper Baylor. I never imagined that the real Baylor resided in him. That's why I told you that I am a fragment of Baylor's soul. I already lost my divinity and only my evil powers remained. The original Baylor was killed by the god La, after all. I'm Baylor but at the same time I'm not. I am Gasper Vladi. Sacred gears are really interesting things. Anything from dragons and legendary monsters and even the power of an evil god can be possessed. The god of the Bible who created the sacred gears must have undoubtedly been a terrifying being. Now I understand. Azazel nodded, as if understanding everything. Like some. How crazy. And to think that you had such an acquisition with you, Riaz. Sarair lightly elbowed the aforementioned who felt a little offended. Don't complain to me. You have Regulus Nemia with you. I am the one who must claim you. I think it's fair. Sarair shrugged his shoulders, as if giving up. Yo the Regulus Nemia? How unexpected. Azazel would stop by to see the great golden lion with interest. I'd like to look into it a little if you don't mind, Sarair. We'll talk about it later. By the way, what did you mean when you said I should have recognized you earlier? Issei asked Gasper Baylor. Do you remember when you lost control because of Shalba Beelzebub who seemed to have killed Asia Argento? Gasper Baylor's question caused some to not remember that day in a good way, but remembering that Issei used Gasper's power on that day, so. Back then, you managed to stop time for a while, didn't you? That was because I was the one who linked my vision with yours. Like now. Gasper Baylor's eyes would glow for a moment, causing even Issei's eyes to glow the same color, and then. I can't believe it. Issei looked at himself in the range of vision of him, as if nothing had happened. Incredible. It's like seeing myself in a mirror. Right now exchange our views. That's why you can see the landscape through my eyes. So the phenomenon back then was due to the united power of Issei-kun and Gasper-kun. Kiba couldn't believe what he heard, but he was very convinced that it is so. Being able to synchronize with the Juggernaut drive. Could it be because it is one of the two celestial dragons and the evil god who once controlled Kromkruch? We can interpret it that way. Azazel spoke, going to see Gasper Baylor again, you know. It's good that you decided to act, but. Why now? What made you act now the same as before? Back then, when I believed that Senpai died, I felt the obligation to avenge him. And that's why I took control back then. And after I found out about Valery Teeps, I felt like my other self wanted to be stronger to help her. Could it be because, like him, I feel gratitude toward her for what she did for my other self? Maybe. I don't remember it very well, but most likely she had been using her power unconsciously even before she fully woke up. Even the fraction of Baylor's soul that I became is something she created using the Sephiroth Grail. And she used it to create me. So. Are you saying that Valery believed you when she was still a child? Azazel seemed to have his head full of ideas. So the reason why Riaz was able to reincarnate Gasper was because the fraction of Baylor's soul in him had lost its divinity. And for that reason Gasper obtained his Forbidden Valor View at birth due to the power of Baylor. It sounds like a joke to think that the real self resides in hers, even though it is just an imitation of her. Still, in this form of yours, how should we interpret this? This form is at least something created by the fusion between the sacred gear and the Baylor inside me. You can say that this is a balance breaker, but at the same time not. Yes. I could call it Forbidden Invaden Baylor the Beast. Wow, good name. Valery gave his opinion on this. This could become something that could reach the level to be considered a longinus very soon. Some were surprised at what they heard, while Azazel shakes his head. No, he is already at a level where he could be called as such. He already became a different sacred gear than Forbidden Valor view. Are you saying that he is a new longinus? Akeno asked almost without believing it. Maybe. But I'll have to check the details once he returns to Grigori. Azazel said. Oh, it seems that I am already at my limit. Everyone would see how the darkness began to dissipate little by little from Gasper Baylor. I'll leave the rest to you, I'll go to sleep for now. However, I promise that I won't hurt any of you. I will watch over all of you through my other self. After all, we are comrades, but at the same time, a family. After saying that, the darkness completely disappeared and Gasper returned to normal, falling unconscious to the ground on the spot. It doesn't matter what you are. Riaz would approach the unconscious Gasper and caress his head. After all, you are my servant, Gasper. You are from our family. Well, then. Azazel would stop by to see Issei. Tell me what happened. Since without a doubt, they gave us a hard time for taking agrees. Well, in my case. Issei would begin to report on the battle he had against Euclid and the new sacred gear that he created for himself. Which undoubtedly surprised everyone. I know, I was also surprised like never before. Well, with this now we must get more serious. Azazel would cross his arms while he sighs. That they already had the power of the Sekiryuite was dangerous. But that they even had the power of the Hakuryuku, we didn't expect that. TCH. Damn Razavim. Valery cursed herself for her lack of attention. Since she unknowingly gave the enemy even his powers. They have been playing under the palm of Klepeth, and that is frustrating. Azazel, I have something to report. Roswis would take a few steps forward, drawing everyone's attention. It seems that Klepeth now has in his possession everything necessary to not only free the 666, but also how to prevent us from sealing him, in case they manage to free him. Many were surprised by what Roswis said. Did he say, seal 666? How are you so sure about that? Azazel asked, a little worried. They were coming for me, but they didn't want me at all. Roswis would put his hand on his head. That woman, Nehema. When she managed to restrain myself for a moment and made me look into her eyes, I felt like I was in a kind of trance. And when I realized that woman had already snooped into my mind, obtaining everything what I was able to investigate about 666. What he said left everyone almost speechless. Hey. Are you saying that woman read your mind? Issei asked incredulously, and Roswis nodded to her question. I can't believe it. And to think that she would have psychic powers. I know. I thought the same thing too. Roswis' eyes in frustration. All this time. We have been playing into the palm of the enemy. They have anticipated everything. The agrees robbery and how to obtain the information without kidnapping me. We have failed. Not yet. Azazel said, drawing everyone's attention. Well, it is true, we have failed. But it does not mean that it is the end. We can still stop them. And try to prevent the resurrection of 666. Azazel would see the ex-Valkyrie. Roswis. We have managed to decipher your essay to a certain extent on how to create the seal for 666. And you really are a genius. Many were surprised by what they heard. From now on, your analysis of the spell will be the key to our victory. Without a doubt, Roswis, you are our letter of triumph. Kind of unexpected, but that's good. You really can't predict what will happen in this life. Maybe we have to gather great magic users of great potential to be able to create that seal. Said LaFay with his hand on his chin. If you don't mind, I would like to help create that seal. Sure, as you like. Azazel sighed as he scratched the back of his neck and remembered something. Oh, by the way. I have new information. All young people would pay attention to it. This is from Hindu mythology, more precisely, from Sakrasama. And what did the Celestial Emperor say? Valery asked. Well, we will have one more ally in this. In other words, Cao will join us to overthrow Klepeth. Many were surprised at what Azazel said. According to Sakrasama, Cao already faced his punishment of exile to hell and learned his lesson. So if we see him on the battlefield together with Georg and Leonardo, they will be our allies. Even the other members of the hero faction have already faced their punishments, and we are thinking about giving them a chance to redeem themselves and help us. Can we trust them? Asked Arthur with his eyes half closed. You have to give them the opportunity. In fact, it is better to have them as allies in this situation than to have them as enemies. So that's better than more enemies, don't you think? What Azazel said made some have to agree with him. With many things clarified, the young people began to wait for everything to be ready so they could return home while they rested in the tents that were created while they treated the wounded. This place would be good. Gondar, who had arrived at the place somewhat tired shortly after and with his energy almost exhausted, created a magic circle in the intact school facilities to go to be checked at the underworld hospital. Issei and Roswis went to say goodbye to the eldest Valkyrie. where grandmother and granddaughter had a small private conversation. Rose, the path you have chosen and the wisdom you have learned are not bad, although it was different from our home. Find out for yourself. Gondor would look around and remember the children's smiles. The smiles of those children are the result of the path she chose. This is something you were able to do because of who you are. Be more proud of yourself, Rose. I'm proud that you're my granddaughter. Yes, thank you very much. Roswis covered her mouth, desperately trying to stop that emotion. Still, tears flow from her eyes. Now then, I'm going to continue on my way. Ah, that's right. Gondor would look at Issei and wink at him. Boyfriend Kun, please take care of Roswis. H.A.B. But. Issei tried to deny what he heard even though she couldn't do it. I can feel safer if I leave it to you. Oh, and by the way. Gondor would create a small magic circle in his hand. This will be my wedding gift to you. I hope it helps you. What would appear in Gondor's hand was something that looked like a toy ship. It had a different shape and design than airplanes, but it looked like one of those ships that appear in fantasy RPGs. Hey? What is that thing that looks like a remote control toy? I can't believe it. That's. Roswis seemed to know what that was. This is a magical flying sailboat, which Norse mythology calls Skithblathner. It is also called the living sailboat. Issei was surprised at what Gondor said, since she had heard stories about that ship. It is a masterpiece created by the Ivaldi tribe that also created Thor Sam's Mjolnir. This is one of the bottles I obtained under certain requirements. And you know what's strange? That there are only a few alike in the world. Incredible. Issei couldn't help but be impressed by what he heard. Even so, it is a small sailboat and looks like a toy. This thing is also famous for evolving into different things by using its master's aura as food. Tell me, wouldn't you like to make it your family member? Familiar. Issei didn't know what to say to what he heard. Yes, if it's okay with you, I'll give it to you. It is a gift from me, although you could say that it was also from Odin Sama. What Gondor said surprised both young people. He called me one of these days, and he told me to give this to you as a gift. He said he could help you. Will that become a giant ship when it grows? Asked Issei. Yes, obviously. Gondor stated. What he looks like after he grows up will depend on his master's aura and his imagination. Since you are the Sekiryuute, you can grow unexpectedly in imagination. It could become an airplane that has not existed until now. It could even have weapons if you want. In that case. I will gladly accept it. Issei accepted the offer, and the small flying ship would be placed next to him and then emanate a red-black aura should that happen. It means that now you are its owner and it is feeding on your aura and imagination. If you want, you can give it a name. Gondor said. In that case, Issei closed his eyes for a moment while he thought and then opened them. I'll call you Ryudameru. Oh well, it's not bad either. Anyway, I'm leaving. Saying that, Gondor would leave the place through his transportation circle. Roswis-san. Issei would see the aforementioned who was a little blushing. And next time. See, could we go to a 200 yen store? If you don't mind accompanying me, of course. Alright. I'll accompany you. Issei assured him with a half smile. But this event, even if things haven't gone well for DXD, this will help them not make mistakes again. Once everyone returned home from the Oros Academy after what had happened, everyone went their own way and. At this moment, Issei and Valery were in the internal world of their sacred gears, since they were called for something important. Valery-chan, Issei-chan, it's time. In front of them, Helena, who was the strongest female hacker Yuuku in her time, seemed happy and calm. It's time for them to go their own way. Helena. You. That's right, Valery. It's time. Next to the woman, Lux, the strongest male hacker Yuuku, appeared at peace. They no longer need me or Helena. Those words made Valery sad, while Issei couldn't help but think that he already experienced this with them. Don't be sad, Valery-chan. This must happen. We are only fragments of souls of what we were in life. We died years ago, and that is why we feel that it is time. He said. Helena. The rest will continue with you. They still have things to leave you, but not the two of us. We already gave them everything we could. It's time to go. Lux, followed by Helena, approached Valery, who had his head down, and Issei gave them their space. Come on, no tears. We don't want it to be this kind of farewell. I owe you a lot. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't. I don't know if I can. You can and you will, Valery-chan. You are the hacker Yuuku of the Morning Star. The one who has achieved the impossible and became the light of the Sekiryuute of the Crimson Future. Helena approached Valery and wiped away Valery's tears. Even though she was crying. You are not alone. You can continue growing even without us. That is why this is the farewell, because we know that you no longer need us. Continue with that great will, Valery, even in the darkest night. Become that star that guides the rest. Take them to see that beautiful sunrise at the beginning of the day and show that there is still a tomorrow. Lux put his hand on the young woman's shoulder. It's goodbye. Take care, hacker Yuuku of the Morning Star. Helena would give Valery one last hug and walked away from her and then looked at Issei, who seemed to understand what she meant. I will support Valery at all times and we will all move towards the future, being guided by. Issei would take Valery's hand, who smiled a little. The star of the future. The two Hakuryuka smiled when they saw that the love between those two will bring many miracles and bring hope so that there is a future. And with that, both Hakuryukas began to become transparent and begin to disappear. Issei bowed as a sign of respect towards the two of them, while Valery remembered when he met them. So you are the current Hakuryuku, you are a very cute girl. You shouldn't be so serious or expressionless as. Helena was always kind and understanding since they met. She did everything possible to make Valery stop suffering from his past and see that if he has a future that is not one where revenge is his only purpose and then die. Seeing that you can reach this place despite the curse of divine dividing, it seems that you have a future, young lady. Lux was strict, but she did everything to make it better. He recognized her as the best among all and that she could change the cursed future of the celestial dragons. Without them, Valery would not have achieved anything from the beginning. And with that, the girl would see how Lux and Helena disappeared from the place, as if they had been illusions or mirages. Even though they were gone, what they left behind in her he will never leave. Issei also felt that he owed them a lot, since they also decided to help him despite being the Sekiryuite. Farewell, companions and friends. Albion internally said goodbye to two of the best possessors it ever had. They will never be forgotten, no matter what comes next. Let's show that Lux and Helena's hopes in us are not in vain. Why yes. Valery nodded, wiping away her tears, while Issei gave her a hug so she could vent. A couple of days had already passed since the battle in Oros and Agre's being stolen, and now. In the hospital in the Citri territory, where Sarerg Bale's mother lay, he was buying some flowers for her, something he is used to doing from time to time, and today was one of those occasions. Can I have a bouquet of these? Sarerg pointed out the flowers that he knows are his mother's favorites. And the seller gave them to him after paying for them. So he could start on his way to where his mother should be, and then. Sarerg-sama. As he approached, a butler that Sarerg knew approached him and looked a little agitated. What's happening? Why are you so excited? Sarerg-sama, it's her. Miss La-sama. Sarerg opened his eyes in surprise at what the butler said. And without wasting time, they both went to said room. Upon arriving, they could see several doctors and nurses with faces of not being able to believe what was happening. They said the typical things of, they can't believe it or that it was a miracle. The latter seemed to be the most feasible given that. In bed, a woman was looking at the sky through the window. She seemed weak, but generally fine. Sarerg did not believe what he saw. He threw the bouquet of flowers out of shock and approached her at a slow pace, as if fearing that if he did so quickly she would leave. Mother. It's me. Sarerg. Do you remember me? The woman smiled at those words. Yes. I do it. She raised her trembling hand to caress her son's head and he took it with his. The woman could notice the scars on her battered hands. And she smiled proudly when she saw what. My beloved Sarerg, I feel like I have seen you grow up in my dreams. You have become a person splendid. Still. I still have a long way to go, mother. Sarerg let a couple of tears come out of her eyes. When you feel better, let's go back home. To that house. I will introduce you to everyone. My servants, my friends. And who I consider a rival, although I could not face him yet, but. Someday, I will face him and I will defeat him. The woman nodded to those words of her son. There is still hope. For my dream, you'll see. A miracle has occurred and whether it has an explanation or not, what matters is that it happened. Will there be more miracles like this or similar? Without a doubt, everything went perfectly. In an unknown location, where the floating city of Agrees was located, Valery Lucifer laughed as he looked at a large red crystal in a huge hall. We'll see what we get out of this, but. It's a bit unfortunate. Losing one of the evil dragons and all for not having anticipated a sealing technique, how unexpected without a doubt. And here I thought the dragon would be more useful. Nehema appeared next to Lucifer. What a shame, he barely revived only to be sealed again. Stupid battle lover, but at least his sacrifice was useful in the end. And everything was very easy thanks to you, Champion Sama. Rizavam, with an amused laugh, would see Emperor Belial who was arriving at the place. If there were smarter people, then they would realize that there is a traitor among the devils involved in this incident. But this really is something hilarious. Let the traitor be none other than that super popular player, Emperor Belial. I simply want to fulfill the wishes of my true king. Diehauser bowed as he said that. And I hope you can fulfill my request. So what is your wish, Champion Sama? Asked Nehema, somewhat amused. I want to investigate a certain incident that was erased by the current government in heaven. Diehauser said. I wonder what it is. Sounds interesting. Rizavam said with a hand on his chin. That town that is in Riaz Gremory's territory was previously the territory of a relative of mine. But that person had been deleted after getting involved with a certain government. The suspects who are involved in it are several people related to the church, led by Shidu Irina's father, who is the ace of the Angels leader Michael. One more new enemy and the hidden history behind Kuo City. Apparently, Issei and company's winter vacation will not be as peaceful as thought. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.